All right, I am back. It's been a few days. I was technically back earlier yesterday, but my body was not willing to let me stay awake. So we took the opportunity to sleep, but we're back and ready to roll today. But my legs are on fire still. February 9th. Unlimited Blade Works. Strike lovers. It's morning. I slowly open my eyes. The night that I thought would last forever ended before I realized it. That's good. The pain is gone. I must have not been able to bear it anymore, or it stopped hurting before I knew it. Either way, I don't feel any further pain, nor do I feel sleepy or sluggish. I was able to sleep for about 3 hours, so my mind is pretty clear. Alright, I'll go make breakfast. My bed is wet from sweating. I force myself up, and as soon as I try to stand, my left foot slips. Huh? I try touching my left foot. There's nothing wrong. There's no pain or bleeding, but there's also no sensation at all. It's not just my left foot, either. I don't feel anything in my left arm. I try pinching the left side of my chest, and I feel nothing there as well. Has my body still not healed completely? The whole left side is numb, and I'm feeling a strange disconnect, like it's someone else's body. Huh. I've had a similar experiences before, like when I sleep in the shed or if I use my arm as a pillow. I often feel like this. Yeah, of course. This is similar to the numbing that one gets when the blood circulation in their limbs temporarily gets cut off. Well, I can move it, so I guess it'll go back to normal eventually. Though my limbs react frustratingly slowly, like I'm moving them by a pulled lever. It'll hopefully won't affect my daily activity if I'm careful. I refrained from using a knife this morning and make a simple meal with some bread. My dominant hand, the right hand, is safe, so I can use a fry pan. I cook bacon and eggs, prepare instant clam chowder for the three of us, and somehow manage to set up the table. Dig in. We both bite into the golden bread. Saber nods in approval at the toast and salad. Yeah. It's interesting seeing Saber holding a rice bowl with chopsticks, but Western food seems more appropriate. Saber is quiet. Though she isn't unfriendly, she does consider silence as a virtue. She's like this especially during meals. It's more comfortable for me when it's quiet during meals, so a breakfast like this is ideal. Huh? I finally realized then why it's so quiet this morning. That would be because... Fujine wasn't staying over. That's right, I tried my hand at something Cafe Marley-esque. So, please, sit and eat. I hand Fujine her mug. It's your imagination. Your nose isn't working since you just woke up. Fujine gulps down hot clam chowder like a sports drink. She must have some kind of special coating along her esophagus. She puts margarine on her toast. Though it doesn't really matter, Fujine doesn't use butter for some reason. I tried asking why, but I feel like I'd get some sort of stupid response. I'll table that for another day. Hey Fujine, how many of the ones hospitalized are in serious condition?
重症な子はいないよ。今は病院で様子を見てるだけで、週が明ければみんな元気に登校できるって。だから大丈夫よ、シロ。今回の事故は気にしないで気楽に行っていいんだから。
Fujine bites into her toast with gusto. I feel reassured just by watching her. She really looks unconcerned. I see, that's good.
そうそう。世はすべてこともなし。私も今日の夕ご飯を楽しみにしてるのだ。
That peaceful smile. Yeah, at times like this, I'm reminded that Fujine is still Fujine. I'll get going now. Please take care of the house as usual, Saber.
はい、それはいいのですが、シロ、台所に食事の作り置きがないようでしたが、今日は昼食抜きなのですか?
Yeah, what the heck, Shiro? Oh, sorry. We have half days on Saturday. I'll be a bit late, but I'll come back by lunchtime, so I'll make lunch.
そうですか。シロ、そういうことはきちんと言ってもらわねば困ります。どうも今朝のシロは気が緩んでいるようです。反応も鈍いですし、何か気がかりなことでもあるのですか?
Just don't look at my right side. Huh? No, not really. My body's still heavy from yesterday, but it should go back to normal soon. Sensation hasn't returned to the left side of my body. But there should be no problem as I can still move it. I don't need to make Saber worry over something like this. Well, you're right that I should tell you. Meals are your only hobby. I'll make a big lunch to make up for it, so let's call it even. I wave goodbye and go to the door.
何か今の言いようは納得いきません。私はただ食事を抜いては有事の際に力が出せないと。
Okay, okay. I'll see you later, Saber. I leave Saber's complaints behind me. Well, this is more tiring than I thought. I touched my numb left foot. It was fine back home, but now that I'm walking, this is starting to make me feel ill. Even if it doesn't affect my movements, it seems to affect me mentally to walk dragging a body with no senses. No, I can't complain about something like this. The others had it way worse. Even though she's healed, Saber has gotten her throat crushed and was smashed against a wall. Chisaka was coughing from receiving that blow from Kuzuki. Compared to those two, that's nothing since I didn't actually get wounded. Well, I forced my leg to move and start down the hill. I feel slightly nauseous. With uncertain steps, I make it down the usual path to school, weaving around like a ghost. And so, school's over before I knew it. It might be because my body still doesn't feel right, but my sense of time is all over the place. I don't remember any of the material from class, and I'm not too sure of what I did either. Could this really be serious? My left side of my body doesn't change. It makes me depressed feeling so numb for this long. And the sensation is getting stronger, like everything is heavier. My nausea isn't going away, and of course, Kuzuki wasn't at school. I should go home. Saber should be hungry too. I grab my bag and stand from my seat. Amidst all this, I feel like I'm forgetting something. Though I figure I'll remember once I get home. Oh. Once I finish walking up the hill with my numb left foot, I remember what I forgot. I forgot to talk to Chisaka. So preoccupied was I that it completely slipped my mind. My spacey, hazy mind. Well, I'm sure nothing important happened since she didn't immediately come find me. Considering my condition, I can just contact her once I got better. Tadaima. Oh, sorry. I'm home. I call out in a loud voice so Saber can hear from her room and go straight to the kitchen. I put the ingredients that I bought in the refrigerator, wash my hands, and put on my apron. The plan is to make cod for dinner, so for lunch it'll be a kind of meat or poultry. A meal of chicken teriyaki for the main course sounds good, so I get to work on that. Saber must have heard the noise as she comes in from the porch. Yeah, sorry I'm late. I'll make lunch right away so you can rest. You must be hungry. I got distracted by Saber and dropped the plate in my hand.
シロ、食器が割れていますが。
Yeah. It's my first time breaking a plate. I'm surprised myself. Surprised enough to say something stupid, too. Sorry, I'll clean it up right away. So you can go sit down. I pick up a piece. Huh? I fumble and drop it, too.
疲れているようですね、シロは。いいです。片付けは私がしますから。シロは調理に専念してください。
I'll take care of it. Just cook. I guess trying to pick it up with my left hand was a mistake. Well, it was a good lesson. My left hand still hasn't regained feeling. I'll need to be incredibly careful with a knife.
シロ、無理せずとも結構ですから、単純な料理をお願いします。気を入れてくれるのは嬉しいのですが、料理にあなたの血が混ざっているというのは困る。
I don't want that either. That's a failure for someone in charge of the kitchen. Alright, I'll put effort into dinner and make a simple lunch. I'll still make the main dish, but I won't be using any pumpkin or radish. Is that okay? I put 200 grams of chicken on the cutting board and carefully ready my fork. I have to at least make sure the main dish without cutting any corners because of what I told Saber this morning.
はい、期待しています、シロ。
It's like she can sense my enthusiasm. That has me even more motivated. I'll poke some holes first with a fork to prepare and... The doorbell?
シロ、来客のようですが。
Seems like it. I'll go get it. I'm coming. I scurry to the door. It's rare for someone to visit at this era. Fujine doesn't ring the doorbell, and she has a spare key. I don't have that many neighbors, and since there's no houses around, I don't have many neighbors. I wonder who it could be. Well, it can't be anyone with a grudge since the alarm of my old man's bounded field isn't going off, so it must be one of the young people from Fujine's place. Who is it? I say and open the door. Suddenly. She's pissed. My mind goes blank. She is not happy. We stare at each other in silence. Well, Tasaka looks angry. I'm not sure what to make of this. Tasaka, why?
定時連絡。エミヤ君がすっぽかしたから。
Ditched our regular contact. I did forget to go see you today, but did we ever agree on such a thing? Tasaka glares at me and silently. This is bad. I don't know why she's mad, but it must be bad. Sorry, it's my fault for forgetting. It was my duty as an ally to contact you on a regular basis.
そうよ。状況は何も変わってないんだから、お互いの確認は当然じゃない。
A sigh of relief. It's surprising enough to have Tasaka at my door, but having her show up like this guns blazing might as well be an out-of-body experience. I have to solve this real quick. My nerves can't take this kind of thing, especially right now. I understand. I'll contact you right away. So you can go home now. Sorry to make you come all the way here. Why are you making such a face, Tasaka? Tasaka, I got your message. So aren't you going to meet up at the park under the bridge later? I have a bad feeling. And that must have been the last straw. Tasaka, who's good at reading my weakness and fears.
いいえ、いい機会だから今日はここで会議するわ。まさか、わざわざここまで来た友人を追い返すなんてしないわよね、エミヤ君は。
Damn. My obligations. Speaks the words of and smiles like a devil. What? Hold a meeting here? What are you saying? You're going to come into my house?
何よ、あなただって私の家に上がったでしょ。それに今回が初めてってわけじゃないし、 今さら隠すことなんてないんじゃない？
But my floorboard collection. I'm kidding. Oh. Right. It was Tasaka who treated me when I fainted the night that I first met Saber. But I was confused then since I had just become a master, so it didn't register that Tasaka was at my house. Even if we're in a truce, Tasaka is Tasaka. She's the school idol and a girl of my age. It's an outrageous situation for her to come to my house. Wait, why is she in the hallway?
じゃあお邪魔します。話し合いなんだから今でいいわよね、エミヤくん。
Hold on, not so fast. Are you really fine with this? It'll be terrible for you to come into my house.
いいからいいから。ああ、それとお昼食べてないからよろしくね。
The intruder, Rin Tasaka, comes barging in. Wait, hold on. Stop doing things without thinking. I object in a loud voice, but has no effect on the enemy. The intruder casually goes to the living room, leaving me confused in the hallway. Then, still not completely sure what's going on, the three of us eat lunch and then talk about our future plans. The topic of discussion is about Castor, of course. We discussed for nearly 4 hours about how to defeat her at the temple, but the results are not looking good.
結局正面からの実力行使しかないってわけね。セイバーの話が本当なら、サーバントは正門からしか入れないって言うし。
This is correct.
そうですね。あの山には霊体に対する強力な結界が張られていますから、私では正門から突入するしか手はありません。クラス的に単独行動が可能であるアーチャーならば、多少の無理は効くでしょうが。
So after he manages to get in using all his energy, Castor will be waiting for him, right? He'll just be bait.
まあね、的を射るあいつが的にされてちゃしょうがないわ。アサシンだけならセイバーとアーチャーのコンビで倒せるだろうけど、境内に上がった後、キャスターをどう追い詰めるかも問題か。エミヤ君の話じゃとんでもない魔力の貯蔵量だって言うし、下手に追い詰めたら流動寺ごと道連れにされかねない。確かにキャスターは潔い死を迎える性質ではないようでしたし、自らが滅びるなら私たちごと爆散しかねない。無論そうなれば流動寺も消え去りますが。
Saber, don't just casually say something scary like that. Are you saying that Castor will self-destruct if we corner her?
するでしょう、そりゃ。しますね、おそらく。
The two of them are completely in sync. If I think back, Saber and Tasaka have always had the same opinions from the start and seem to approve of each other in battle. If they're both saying we shouldn't attack there, then attacking the temple must really be impossible.
ああ、なんだ、もうこんな時間なんだ。
The clock's sound echoes through the living room. By the time we realize it, it's already 6 p.m., and the sky is tinted red. Well, I guess the meeting's over. I need to start preparing dinner. I stand up. We're having cod pot tonight, so I shouldn't take too long to cook. All I have to do is cook rice and make something that would go in the hot pot, but...
何よ、エミヤ君。人の顔ジロジロ見ちゃって。
So, like, why is she making herself at home when we're about to have dinner?
それにさっきからずっと離れているし、そこがエミヤ君の定位置かどうかは知らないけど、話し合いをするんだからもっと近くにいないと不便でしょ。なんだってそんなとこにいるのよ、あなたは。
Tasaka, sitting dignified at the table, watches me carefully. There's only one reason why I'm distancing myself from Tasaka. Don't be ridiculous. You're the one who took my usual spot. I'm sitting here because you're there. I object with all my might.
ははー、そっか。外じゃマスター同士ってことで気にならなかったけど、自分の家の中になったら住み戻るってことね。
Is that a problem, idiot? And you know, I'm a guy, so it's only natural. It'd be more surprising if I weren't nervous around a girl my age. And Tasaka at that. While we've been having these strategy meetings, I have to frequently remind myself how this is happening because we're both masters. I feel pathetic, but this has been nerve-wracking. I don't know how many cups of tea I've drunk while sitting here.
でもおかしくない？セイバーだって女の子だし、聞いた話じゃ藤村先生もさくらもここに来るんでしょ？なら私だって似たようなものじゃない。
That's different. Saber and Tasaka are different. Fujine and Tasaka are different. And Sakura and Tasaka are different. And I mean, the only reason I can be normal around Saber is because we're in this fight together. Just go home. We're going to have dinner. Archer is also waiting for you at home, right?
あら、結論が出てもないのに帰れるわけないでしょ？夕飯をごちそうになった後、今後の方針を決めるんじゃないの？
Man, I seriously feel dizzy. Is that matter already decided, Tasaka?
違うの？嫌なら別にいいけど。じゃあエミヤ君はキャスターに関してはしばらく放置ってことでいいんだ。
Gah. I swallowed the complaint that was stuck in my throat.
シロ、リンの言い分は正しいのではないですか？別に彼女が滞在しても問題はないわけですし。
Top it off, Saber even takes Tasaka's side. Fine. But I won't be accountable if you don't like my food. And I'm sure Fujine, Miss Fujimura will be coming. Miss Fujimura will be coming. So you'll have to convince her then.
わかってるわかってる。エミヤ君の料理の腕はお昼で確認済みだし、藤村先生のことも知ってるわ。両方とも承知の上だから気にしないで。
I won't be held accountable if you change your mind either. I look away and face the kitchen. Then, I wash my hands and go to put on my apron. But find it isn't where it always is. No. First of all, I don't remember taking it off after preparing lunch while worrying about Tasaka watching me. Huh? I look around. She laughs at my confusion and...
それと言い忘れてたけど、男の子としてエプロンをつけたまま動き回るのはどうかと思うわよ、エミヤ君。
takes a parting shot with a smirk on her face. I cut the cod with gusto. The Napa cabbage is cut, and I've grated tons of daikon radish. Alright, all I have to do is put the ingredients in and put it on the stove. The pot boils. It's an easy meal to make, mostly dependent on making the stock. That went well. So all that's left is to prepare the number of plates I needed. Fujine comes home. Welcome back. It's snowing outside?
小ぶりだけど結構積もりそうよ。あ、今夜は鍋物だ。さすがシロ、冴えてるじゃない。気分もいいし、お酒とか飲んじゃおっかな。
Fujine goes inside the living room, saying dangerous-sounding things.
お邪魔しています、藤村先生。あ、遠坂さんだ。どうしたの？シロんちで会うなんて珍しいね。
Fujine naturally accepts Tasaka's greeting. She hums as she goes past the living room and into the kitchen.
へえ、いいタラじゃない。雪見のタラは極上だって言うし、ますますお酒が似合いそう。
Fujine opens the refrigerator, and after retrieving her favorite Baumkuchen? I'm just going to go with that. I don't know what the name is, so I'm just going to go with that. And taking a bite.
ってなんで遠坂さんがシロんとこにいるのか。ちょっと遠坂さん、お邪魔してないやつじゃないでしょ。こんな時間に何やってるのあなた。
Fujine stuffs the Baumkuchen down and marches into the living room.
何って、エミヤ君の家で夕飯をご馳走されているのですが、そういう藤村先生こそチャイムも押さずに上がり込んでくるなんて非常識ではないんですか？
In response, the Tasaka army calmly makes her counterattack.
うわ、私はこの家の監督役なんです。シロ、エミヤ君のお父さんから任されているんですから、ここでは家族も同然なの。そうなんですか。じゃあ改めて挨拶をしますね。お邪魔しています、藤村先生。今日は一日ここで過ごしていました。夕食後もエミヤ君とは試験勉強しますけど、どうぞお構いなく。うわー、シロじゃなくてエミヤ君、これはどういうことですか。遠坂さんと勉強会を開くなんていつの間にそんなことになってたのよ。先生、呼びにくいのでしたら無理をなさらずに。別に先生がエミヤ君をどう呼ぼうと私には関係ありませんから。呼び捨てにしようがちゃんをつけようが、個人のプライバシーは尊重しますし。遠坂さん、もしかしてさくらちゃんから聞いてる？そう、残念ですが麻藤さんが何を話していたのかも個人のプライバシーですから、その質問には答えられませんけど、先生の想像通りだといいですね。
Fujine falters at Tasaka's smile. I understand how Fujine feels well. When she smiles like that, it makes you feel overwhelmed and cornered. I guess the match has been decided. I'll just let them be. Actually, it wasn't even a match to begin with. It's only a matter of time till Tasaka talks Fujine down. I'll let Tasaka take care of it and focus on preparing dinner. It stopped snowing outside once we finished the pot. It only snowed for about 2 hours, so I bet there's only a bit of snow left in the yard. Okay, thanks. I'll wash them up real quick. I get up and head to the kitchen. Tasaka and Fujine switch spots. The offer is nice, but I can't let a guest do the dishes. It's fine, you'll just have to owe me one. You should rest since you just ate, and Fujine, you go prepare the bath. It must be because she's full now, as Fujine is compliant. Everything would be so much easier if she were like this all the time, though I suppose it'd also be boring. Oh, I dropped another plate. It's been 20 minutes since I started doing the dishes, and this is the second plate I dropped. There's no excuse even if my left hand is numb. I'm really dropping the proverbial ball if I'm being a klutz just from this. If I'm being honest with myself, I should stop until my arm no longer feels this way, but I quickly shake that thought off. I roll up my sleeve and continue washing the dishes. If this were from something else, I could maybe excuse it, but I refuse over something coming from me. There's no way I'm going to lose to myself. I refuse to admit defeat. And as a result, the damage taken increases. This is the third plate now. Fortunately, it didn't break since I had a bath towel on the floor after I dropped the first one. So it shouldn't be a problem, but it's really awkward feeling Tasaka's eyes on me whenever I drop a plate. I hear Tasaka's voice from the living room. Leave it to Fujine to hit a bullseye on the dig. Tasaka ignores that and stares at me. This is hard. Half of my body is already numb, so it distracts me as she's watching me that earnestly. Oh shoot. Damn it. I click my tongue and look down at the broken plate. This is the fourth one now. I could see it coming, but my left hand didn't move fast enough. I slowly look behind me. She's watching me. Tasaka scrutinizes me from her place at the table. Then, she suddenly gets up and walks over to me.
エミヤ君、私がやるから休んでいて。
But,
割れた皿は踏まないでね。どこにしまえばいいのかは見当がつくから、あなたはお茶でも飲んでなさい。
Tasaka rolls up her sleeves and stands by the sink. I don't think I can do anything about this. It's a Herculean task to stop Tasaka when she makes up her mind, and to be honest, it's frustrating, but there's something strangely picturesque about Tasaka standing there doing something so mundane. Once I get out of the bath, Fujine is the only one in the living room. Tasaka's shoes are still at the entrance, so I assume Saber's in the dojo. It's almost 9 p.m. Now. I'll go talk to Tasaka. The issue is Tasaka. It's late already, so it's dangerous if I don't get to her home soon. Fujine, do you know where Tasaka is?
遠坂さんなら庭に出て行ったみたいよ。そういえば庭の端っこに何かあるんですかって聞いてきたけど。
The corner of the yard? Does she mean the shed? But why would she have any business there? God, it's cold. The winter air is quick to cool any warm body. Cloud cover keeps the stars from shining, and there's a fine layer of snow on the ground. Man, what is Tasaka doing out here in the cold? I shiver and cut across the yard. While making my way to the shed, I consider getting a coat the next time I go shopping.
エミヤ君。
Don't Emiya me. What are you doing here, Tasaka? It's getting late, so we don't have time to be playing around.
ああ、そうね。確かに寒いわよね、ここ。
She's suspicious. She's acting so suspicious that I'm starting to get curious about what she was doing. Tasaka, the door to the shed is open.
私じゃないわよ。初めから開いてたんだから、それ。
That's strange. I thought I locked it from the outside.
それこそ冤罪よ。そもそもそのオンボロ、内側にしか鍵ないじゃない。
Yeah, that's right. The shed is always open, and you can only lock it from the inside. So how did you know that, Tasaka? She clicks her tongue in acknowledgement of her screw-up. I'm beginning to understand that Tasaka is pretty bad at handling surprise attacks she hasn't considered before. Well, that's fine. There wasn't anything in there, right? That's where I train. But all I do in there is practice strengthening. Isn't it like child's play to you? I urge Tasaka to go back inside. However...
そう。やっぱり自覚はないのね、あなた。
Tasaka glares at me as if I'm a challenge to surmount. Tasaka? I brace myself against the uncomfortable feeling in the air. Tasaka narrows her eyes at that.
そんなことだろうと思った。作り出している本人がそんなんじゃ失敗するのも当然よね。
Hold on, are you talking about the projection magecraft?
そうよ。土蔵に転がってた中身のない複製品の話。あれがどれくらい馬鹿げたことか、エミヤ君にはわからないでしょうね。手順や略式もなし、強化の延長で投影をしようなんていうあなたは全てにおいてデタラメよ。
My bad, I guess? But it's fine. I don't intend to use it to succeed against, since projection is the only practice for strengthening. It's not more than a way to confirm my basics.
それがデタラメだって言ってるの。基礎の確認で投影をするですって。いい？私以外の魔術師にそんなこと言ってみなさい。あなた、ガラス蓋付きの標本箱にピンで飾られるわよ。
Tasaka's words sound like a joke, but she's completely serious. Sorry, Tasaka, I don't quite get what you're trying to say. But are you trying to tell me to train more?
そんなの当たり前じゃない。エミヤ君には修行あるのみよ。 けどそうね、今すぐに戦力アップを図るなら少し手順を変えてあげるだけであっさり使い物になるかもしれない。
I don't know where her hostility went, but she's starting to ponder seriously. Change my process for strengthening?
もう何聞いてたのよ同感。強化じゃなくて投影の方に決まってるでしょ。半人前のする強化なんて当てにならないけど投影だけは別よ。一時的にせよアーチャーの剣を投影したんだから再現できれば即戦力じゃない。
Tasaka, what you're saying would be reasonable, but what happened yesterday was also by chance. I probably won't be able to do it again, even if you tell me to.
それが半人前だっていうの。できた以上は偶然だろうが必然だろうがものにしなさい。
Fair point.
だいたいあんたのは偶然なんかじゃない。私みたいに外界に働きかける魔術師は再現できない魔術なんて山ほどある。けどあんたは材料を全部内界から出してきてるんだから、あんたが生きてる限り再現できない魔術なんてないのよ。
From my inner world. But isn't that obvious? Magical energy is created from a magic circuit within you, so it's all coming from within you.
独学でやってきたからしょうがないんだろうけど、かなり重症よね。投影はともかく他のことは一から教えてあげないとダメか。
Tasaka sighs dramatically. I know I'm an amateur, but it gets my gall that Tasaka says so. That's none of your business. I've been able to do just fine by myself. So I should be fine by myself in the future. But what are we going to do about our meeting? It's already late. We can't waste time forever.
時間って今何時なの？
It's 9 p.m. It's getting to the point where girls shouldn't be out and about alone.
なんだ、まだ全然早いじゃない。まあ、エミヤくんがそう言うなら手っ取り早く片付けましょうか。
Tasaka nods and heads back towards the house. How is it still early? Pretty dangerous for a girl to be out this late. 9 is like midnight. Yet for her to say it's still early, is Tasaka not aware that she's a girl? No, I should stop thinking of scary stuff. I shake my head and erase the ominous thought from my head.
ちょっと、早く来なさいよ。
Tasaka calls back. In response, I run to the porch. We get away from Fujine in the living room and resume our meeting from earlier on the porch. We've been debating since noon, so I'll throw all my weight into it, expecting that there won't be able to reach a conclusion that easily, but...
竜道寺に挑むのは現段階では無理よ。こっちで罠を仕掛けてキャスターをおびき出すしかないでしょう。
Tasaka starts with a solution. Well, you're right, but...
問題は罠をどうするかだけど、まあ2、3心当たりがあるからエミヤ君は待機していて。最悪あなたとセイバーには餌になってもらうから。
Gee, thanks. She says something dangerous like that and opens the exterior sliding door. The cold air comes in. But this porch must be special, as it's only slightly chilly. The same as the night 5 years ago. This porch is the only place warm enough to be able to watch the moon even during the winter.
いい結界ね。私の家とは違って人間の情を感じる。
She sits down on the porch and stares into the yard.
ちょっと付き合わない？なんでもない話があるんだけど。
I silently sit down next to her. Tasaka said she has something to talk about, yet she doesn't say anything. There's nothing to do, so I just stare blankly at the yard. I can't see the moon. My breath is white. It was cold enough for the snow to little. When I look at Tasaka, she's peering out over the yard, her breath white as well. Our shoulders will touch if I move a little. I'm oddly no longer flustered by the closeness. Maybe I've gotten used to it, or the magic of this winter night has been cast. The girl that I admire so much is so close, yet I'm strangely calm. What did you want to talk about, Tasaka? I felt like she wanted to ask me something, so I asked her.
ちょっとね、このうちって特殊だから、人の振り見て我が振り直せじゃないけど、そのエミヤ君はそのままでもいいのかなってふと思った。
Are you saying I'm fine staying an amateur?
そうじゃないんだけど、そうなのかもね。エミヤ切り継ぐって人がどんな魔術師だったか知らないけど、この屋敷はすごく自然なのよ。魔術師の工房のくせに開けてる。四方の門は開け放たれていて、入るのも帰るのもご自由にって感じ。きっと守るべきものがないから何者にも縛られないのよ。あなたのお父さんが魔術師じゃなくて魔術使いになれって言ったのはそういうことなんだと思う。何にもない代わりにどこへだって行けるんだから。
With nothing to protect, he's not bound to the location, so it works. What? Is it not like that for you?
ええ、私の家は違う。近所じゃ幽霊屋敷って言われてるけど、事実その通りなのよね。来るものは拒む。そのくせ入ってきたものは逃がさない。時々ね、なんか違うなって思うんだけど、これが変えられないのよ。呪われてるとかそういうんじゃなくて、私自身そういうあり方が気に入っちゃってるわけ。こういう性格をしてるから後継者に選ばれたんでしょうけど、気がついた時には割とショックだった。
So you mean when you realized that you were a bully?
思うんだけど、エミヤ君って歯に衣着せないたちよね。
Really? I thought it snuck in real well. Like you do.
まったく、そういうところが直球だって言ってるの。
I mean, of course. She sighs and her head droops down. The white residue of her breath slowly melts in the cold night. I steal a glance at her side profile and remember the Red School. Tasaka didn't say anything seeing the students that collapsed from Ryder's doing. She put on a brave face on like always, while her knees shook and she bit her lip. That's when I realized. The more she acts like a perfect mage, the more it's like she's killing her true self. Was it hard for you, Tasaka? I get uneasy and ask.
魔術の修行が？おあいにくさま。苦しいなんて思ったことはなかったわ。大抵のことはすんなりこなせたし、できなくて挫折したことなんてなかったしね。それに新しいことを覚えるのは楽しかった。さっきも言ったでしょ、私生まれつきそういう性格なんだって。だからエミヤ君の心配は杞憂ってやつよ。
She tells it as she sees it. There's no bluster or lies that I can make out. Instead, I just see a wonderful smile. Okay, then what about school? If you're going to live as a mage, then isn't it pointless to go to school?
無意味とまではいかないけど寄り道でしょうね。けど無駄じゃないわよ。学生って楽しいもの。私ね、基本的に快楽主義者なの。父さんの後を継ぐのは義務だけど、それだって自分が楽しくなければやらないわ。マスターになったのだって自分の力を試したいからだし、エミヤ君と協力してるのだってあなたが面白いからだし。
I'm funny? Putting her opinion that I'm funny to the side, that takes weight off my shoulders. A family of mages. I thought that Tasaka was burdened with the dark and heavy shadow because she's bound to a long history and bloodline. But I guess I really don't have a clue about that sort of thing. The Tasaka family is not a burden or anything to her. She's been doing what she wants freely. I see. I'm glad you're having fun.
ありがとう。で、もちろんそういうエミヤ君も楽しかったんでしょ。そうでもなければ魔術の修行なんて続かないものね。
I suppose that would be a natural conclusion. However, I find myself unable to nod in agreement.
ちょっとどうして黙るのよ。エミヤ君のお父さんは強制しなかったんでしょ。それでも続けたってことは魔術が楽しかったからじゃないの？
Well, I've never once felt that it was fun. Magecraft has always been a dangerous trial to me. I know that I don't have the aptitude. Even so, in my desperation to be like Kiritsugu, I've clung onto it. For my first year, other than when I slept or ate, I spent all my time on training. Facing death every night, I honed my sensitivity. And I repeated that for 8 years. I didn't think it was tough, but I didn't think it was fun.
待った。ちゃんと答えて、エミヤ君。私、とんでもない勘違いをしてたかもしれないから。
Tasaka glares at me seriously. I'm stuck. If she makes a face like that, I can't not answer. Yeah, I've never thought that Magecraft is fun. I've never thought that training is fun. But so long as others around me are happy, I'm happy too. So I thought I could be of help to someone if I learned Magecraft. I wanted to be a hero of justice like Kiritsugu. That's why I've been learning Magecraft. I thought I could do right if I did.
じゃあ何？あんた、自分のために魔術を習ったんじゃないの？
Huh? Well, isn't this for my own sake? I'm glad if I can be help to someone.
あのね、それは嬉しいんであって楽しくはないの。いい？私が言ってるのはエミヤ君自身が楽しめることよ。周りはどうこうじゃなくて、自分から楽しいって思えることはないのかって聞いてるの。
Tasaka's practically roaring. Even she says that, I can't answer. I can't think of anything that's fun for me, and most of all, I don't have the right to have such a desire.
頭きた。要するにあんた、人のことばっかりで自分に焦点が合ってないのよ。
Tasaka suddenly stands up and points at me. Huh? Wait, Tasaka, your finger! Her finger, no, her nail is digging into the tip of my nose.
うるさい、口答えするな。ああ、もう似てるって思ってたけど、まさかここまで一緒とは思わなかった。
She rejects my objection and closes in on me even more. Hold on, calm down, Tasaka. Why are you so mad?
それがわからないやつだから頭に来てるの。もうどうして誰も一言言ってやらないのよ。
Her fist shakes. All I can do is stay quiet. I can only do as Tasaka says until her anger subsides. Then, after she vents all of her anger,
いいわ、決めた。明日あんたに参ったって言わせてやるから。
she says as if smacking me with a glove. That's ominous. Are we going to continue our fight? It goes without saying that I'm referring to our bout at school. I was cornered and about to surrender, but we weren't able to settle the score since Ryder interrupted.
そうよ。いいから首を洗って待ってなさい。とっておきにスペシャルなのを味合わせてやるんだから。
Tasaka psychs herself up before walking off towards the living room. I don't know what's going to happen. Am I supposed to be ready for anything? Anyway, I have to take Tasaka home. It's almost 10 p.m. I don't know what Fujine will say if I keep a girl out this late.
今なんて言ったの、シロ？
I said I'm going to take Tasaka home, but where is she anyway? It's not good if she doesn't go home already. Fujine is looking at me stunned. That's strange. I thought Fujine would approve right away, but she hasn't particularly seemed in a rush.
遠坂さんなら今頃別棟じゃないかな。お客さんだし、泊まるならちゃんとした客間にしないとダメでしょ。
Alright, the outbuilding. No, wait. Are you pulling something, Fujine? What did you just say?
まあ、おかしなこと言ってるのはシロでしょ。今日はもう遅いから遠坂さんを止めるんでしょ。遠坂さん、さっきそう言いに来たけど。
But Tasaka is staying over.
そうよ。あ、けどおかしなことしたらダメだからね。私も和室で寝てるし、客間から悲鳴なんて上がったら一発であの世行きなんだから。
Fujine munches on rice crackers. She acts normal, as if she thinks nothing of the emergency she's describing. That girl. Looks like Fujine has already surrendered to Sasaka.
あ、ちょうどよかった。私、右の客間を借りるから。
Then, I run into an alien while on my way to the outbuilding with the guest rooms. Huh? Oh. Her appearance makes my head spin. Tasaka is in her own clothes, not her uniform. And she's in the hallway of my house saying something crazy.
ああ、これ泊まることにしたから、あーちゃんに言って宿泊道具一式を持ってこさせたの。そんなわけだから寝巻きはいらないわよ。ちょっと大丈夫？疲れてるなら早めに寝なさいよね。明日の朝、寝坊なんてしたら承知しないんだから。
She waves and disappears into the hallway that leads to the outbuilding. I dumbfoundedly see her off, then glance at the mirror in the hallway. My face is red as an apple. Damn it. What is she thinking, sleeping at the same house, even if we are still technically pretty far apart? Maybe I'll go take a bath again. I'll pour cold water over myself and cool my burning face. I feel like I have to do so or else Tasaka's image will be stuck in my head. And I won't be able to focus on my training. The lights go out. Right before midnight, I look up at the frozen moon as I get lost in my training. Trace on. I fill my spine with a new nerve. I make a magic circuit with my body, create the magic energy that I'm breathing, and comprehend the structure of the Bokuto in my hand. Basic framework analyzed. I run magical energy through the sword and strengthen it. I analyze the structure, alter it, and reinforce it. Compound materials reinforced. Or component materials reinforced. There we go. Words. The usual process is going too smoothly. I don't know if it's because I became a master, but strengthening has got a lot easier. I used to only have success rate of single digits. I'm also able to make magic circuits in a flash. No, it's not because I became a master. I'm just copying his swords. I'm just imitating the Red Knight that I saw at Ryudo Temple. Copying his twin swords, his sword techniques, and now even his breathing. This is a fake. This isn't mine. I can't help but feel self-hatred. My skills improve by just copying him. Even though I know this isn't my power, I have to rely on it. It was because of his sword technique that I was able to fight those bone puppets at school, and it was because of the projection of his twin swords that I was able to fend off Kuzuki's ferocious attacks. Even now, I'm certain that I can reproduce those swords again if I repeat the process and put in everything I have. Like strengthening, but different. I just have to put in the start and the finish, and I'll separate it into exactly 8 sections. I have to swap out resonating with projecting. The words are still the same. There's no need to change the chant if what it does to me stays the same. First of all, I only know and can use one spell to restructure myself. I set down the sword, I finish strengthening. The left half of my body is still numb. I had hoped that this would be okay after a day, but it doesn't look like I'm that lucky. Now, this is the trade-off for magecraft beyond my level. For imitating archers' blades, I may just destroy myself if I use projection one more time. Phew. I removed the nerve I gouged into my spine. My body is released from the toxin called the magic circuit. And tension escapes my body. Then,
シロ、眠れないのですか?
Saber quietly comes inside. No, I'm fine. It's my daily routine, so don't worry. I must be relieved to have finished today's daily routine. My voice that responds is surprisingly gentle.
今日は賑やかでしたね。
Yeah, even though they're different. It was like having a double Fujine. I answer her smile with a smile. Saber actually seems to ruefully mutter something under her breath as she sits down next to me.
しかし今夜も魔術の鍛錬ですか。何があろうと予定は変えないのですね、シロは。
Yeah, my old man taught me to do it without a day of rest. Well, that's the only thing he taught me, though.
それだけ？では魔術師としての知識もあり方も享受されてはいないのですか？
No, first of all, he wasn't even like a mage himself. He was a pain in the ass, if I'm honest. He was often spacey and a klutz. He would say you need to enjoy life to its fullest and horse around a lot like a kid. You wouldn't be able to believe him if he said he was a mage. I can tell that I'm smiling as I talk about him, about the past, the 5 years from after the fire to his death. Thinking back now, that might have genuinely been the most fun time of my life.
なるほど。そういう詩が好きだったのですね、シロは。
Yeah, Tasaka might get mad if she heard this, but I admired him. Even though he was a free spirit and not like a mage at all, he was a magician to me. And really, I had to look after him. He was way more immature than I was.
ええ、シロの気持ちはわかる。私にもメーガスはいたが、そいつも子供のような人物だった。
That clown? I don't think I ever heard you refer to someone so badly.
いいえ、彼は例外です。あれはとんでもない老人だった。尊敬していたし、親愛も感じていましたが、同時にあらゆる厄介事のもとでした。彼のいたずら好きさえなければ、もう少しまともな時代になったでしょう。
Wow, that's something else. He sounds like trouble for sure.
悪人でした。加えてその色ごとに弱いというか、愛の多い人物というか、結局最後にそれがあだとなって幽閉されてしまいましたが、あの老人のことです。きっと今でものんきに愛を語っているのでしょう。
I can't tell if she's fed up or ready to laugh. Sarah both openly speaks of her past and seems to swallow back on saying more. And after a brief silence,
シロ、あなたの半身はどうなっているのです？
with an earnest, concerned gaze, she pushes me about something I don't want her to know about. What? You knew Saber?
あれだけ皿を割っていれば誰でも気がつきます。それでどうなのです？見たところ異常があるのは半身だけのようですが。
No, it's like there's something... It's not like there's something wrong with it, it's just numb. I explained to her about how my body felt weird since this morning, how it doesn't affect my physical abilities at all, and how the cause must be the feedback from last night's projection magecraft. Saber looks at me with an uneasy eyes. While I try to smile back at her to tell her everything is fine, the Red Knight appears, standing in the doorway.
はーちゃ。
Saber turns quickly, protectively placing herself between us. To her, he is an enemy who attacked me. And he is also an enemy to me. Those words that he said before he slashed me would not get out of my head.
何用だアーチャー。我らは互いに不可侵の協定を結んでいるはず。己が主の命を守るのなら早々に立ち去るがよい。
Archer doesn't answer and steps in closer.
止まるがいい。それ以上進むのならば相応の覚悟をしてもらおう。
Saber's hostility turns outright violent. No, hold on, Saber. He's not trying to fight. And we can't fight here.
それはそうですが、シロ。
It's fine. What do you want, Archer? You didn't come here just to say hello, right? I move Saber aside and confront Archer. Ugh. I still don't like this guy. Our perspectives are different, but there's also no doubt that I just can't instinctively stand him. A chill runs up my spine the moment I see his face. It seems like we're both born to hate each other and to always be enemies. Hey, if you don't have any business, get out.
投影をしたとリンから聞いていたが、やはりそうだ。半身の感覚がなく、動作が中寄りに7センチほどずれているのだろう。
I clamp down on a gasp. Archer's observation is so accurate that it's scary.
体を見せてみる。力になれるかもしれない。
Archer reaches out. No, stop, Saber. I just have to show you my body, right? I take my shirt off and show Archer my back. Archer silently places his hand on my back. A slight pain. The left half of my body, which was numb to any sensation or pain, feels hot, as if I got stabbed by a needle.
運のいい男だ。壊死していると思ったが、閉じていたものを開いただけか。これならば数日もすれば回復しよう。
I opened up what was closed.
そうだ。お前は勘違いをしているようだがな。魔術回路とは作るものではなく表すものだ。一度作ってしまえば、あとは表面に出すか出さないかのものでしかない。そのような勘違いをしているから、本来使われるはずの回路が放棄され、眠っていたのだ。お前の死や輪には考えられない盲点だろうよ。まっとうな魔術師ならば、通常の神経そのものが回路になっている異端など知りもしまい。お前の麻痺は一時的なものだ。今まであったというのに使われていなかった回路に全開で魔力を通した結果、回路そのものが驚いている状態だろう。だが何にせよ放棄されていた区画に風が通ったのだ。いずれ神経は通常の機能を思い出すし、放棄されていた回路はこれで現役に戻ったということだ。
The needle stabs my back again. I hear a definite thumping from the half of my body that was numb all day.
こんなところか。体が動く頃には以前よりはマシな魔術師になっているだろう。何にせよ俺の刀を作るなど初めにしては欲張りすぎだ。
Archer, let's go.
ではシロの体に異常はないと。
今までが異常だったのだ。いや、異常を眠らせたまま終わるのが正常な人間のせいだ。その点で言えばエミやシロはすでに異常だが、まあいい。ともあれ、明日一日は魔術を使おうと思うだろう。治りかけた神経が焼き付いたら麻痺では済まん。
詳しいのですね、アーチャー。
似たような経験があってな。私も初めは片腕を持っていかれた。新しい魔術を身につけるとはそういうことだ。
He turns and he tries to leave. Hold on. I stop him. I want to know his true intention of helping me now, after trying to kill me before.
なんだ、セイバーに頼み込んでいつぞやの続きでもするつもりか。
I wouldn't do such a thing. I just want to ask you the meaning of what you said before. Drown in your ideals. The meaning of that. The uneasiness that's settled in the back of my mind won't go away unless I hear it from his mouth.
言葉通りの意味だ。付け加えるものはない。
There's no hesitation in his declaration. Archer seriously replies without an ounce of hesitation. Ugh. That pisses me off so much that my vision goes white. Then what about you, Archer? You say not to hold on to any ideals, But what are you fighting for? Every servant has their own objective, right? Then what's your reason to fight? If you don't have any ideals, what do you fight for?
知れたこと、私の戦う意味はただ己のためのみだ。つまらぬ正常、大義、理想、そんな不確かな意義など偽物だ。剣を取るのはただ己が欲望の成就のため、それ以外に理由などない。
For yourself only, you said?
そうだ。お前の欲望が誰も傷つけないという理想であるのなら好きにするがいい。そんなに他人を救いたければ救えばよかろう。ただしそれが本当にお前自身の欲望ならばな。
What? My mind freezes. What did he just say?
自分の意志で戦うのならばその罪も罰も全て自分が生み出したもの。背負うことすら理想のうちだ。だがそれが借り物の意志であるならお前の唱える理想は空想に落ちるだろう。
In other words, it is a fake.
戦いには理由がいる。だがそれは理想であってはならない。理想のために戦うのなら救えるのは理想だけだ。そこに人を助ける道はない。
I can't talk. I can't think of any rebuttal. Archer's words pierce through my chest like an arrow. Not just for me, but that applies to Saber, who is beside me as well.
戦う意義とは何かを助けたいという願望だ。少なくともお前にとってはそうだろう。エビアシロ。だが他者による救いは救いではない。人を叶えるのは本人の意志と結果だけだ。他人による救いなどそんなものは金貨と同じだよ。使えば他人の手に回ってしまう。
I can't speak. Something. I have to say that's wrong, so why?
だから無意味なんだ。お前の理想は。確かに誰かを救うなどというお前の望みは達成できるだろう。だがそこにはお前自身を救うという望みがない。お前はお前のものではない理想を抱いておそらくは死ぬまで繰り返す。
That's wrong.
私が言いたかったことはそれだけだ。人助けの果てには何もない。結局他人も自分も救えない偽りのような人生だ。
The red back goes further away into the distance. I can't find the words to say. The darkness falls. Left in the shed, we stare at his back for that is no longer there, unable to look at each other. Hi? February 10th. Witchcraft. What did I wish for and why? There were people I couldn't save, and there was me who could not save them. That must be the reason. What happened after that, or what I did, or what did I want to become? I remember the gray sky, a dark sky on the verge of crying. Then my will to live almost fades away. One only dies when their will is gone. I walk, leaving behind many people, and survive a few minutes longer than everyone else. During that process, many things died. That's why I was almost empty. If the will to live breaks, then there is nothing. If there is nothing, the only thing left to do is die. And I died. Even thinking became difficult, so I closed my eyes. Right before everything turned completely black, my hand that was extended to the sky was grabbed. That was everything. I have nothing left. Since I didn't have anything, that's all I had. I couldn't do it myself, so I admired it severely. That's right. I wanted to be of help to many people in place of those I could not save. Yet, he said that it was all false. A borrowed ideal. A salvation passed around like a gold coin. An ending without reward. What did I want to become, and for what? It's not me that said that, but... Oh, I wake up. The sunlight is bright, telling me that it's a sunny day, unlike yesterday. Damn it. But I still have a headache. I don't know if it's because of what happened last night, but I didn't wake up feeling good. I must have had a bad nightmare, as my temple is throbbing. I'm gonna go wash my face. Whoa, it's really sunny. It's only 6:30 a.m., but the sky is enchantingly blue. It's also warm for a winter morning, and the snow in the yard is all gone. My sleepiness goes away once I wash my face and brush my teeth. Oh yeah, it's Sunday, so I don't have to go wake up Fuji. I can prepare breakfast later than usual, and we can take our time to eat. There's no one in the living room. So I'm the first one up, huh? I can understand Fujine and Saber, but I'm surprised Tasaka is still sleeping. Well, anyway, I need to prepare breakfast. Even though it's the weekend, there are 4 people this morning. I should start the groundwork. Huh? There's no bread. I bought a loaf yesterday, but the whole bag is missing. Should I take it as sincerity that there are 3 100-yen coins in its place? I've never encountered such a crime. The first suspect, Fujine, wouldn't do such an elaborate thing. And there's only one culprit. Well, what should I do? I don't really care about the bread, but we have an extra mouth named Tasaka to feed this morning. It's before 7 a.m. I bet the tofu shop is open. I won't question what happened to the bread. I'll jog to the shopping district. Well, it's obvious who the culprit is. As the one in charge of cooking, I can't accept someone wasting my precious morning time with a question and answer session. That's right. If I have such time, I should go buy some tofu. I shop at the tofu shop first thing in the morning under the clear blue sky. I buy 3 blocks of silken tofu with the 300 yen that was on the table. I go home drinking soy milk the second generation tofu shop owner had given me for free. Yeah, I'm content. This is perfect. It's a morning that feels good with nothing to complain about situation-wise. But I feel like I got ripped off. I tilt my head in wonder and look up at the sky. A big serving of tofu and a 60 yen soy milk. I don't think you can easily find things that can compare to this happiness. I take my time to walk back home and ponder how to use the tofu for 20 minutes. Before I realized it, it was 8:30 a.m.
おはようございます、シロ。 今朝は随分とゆっくりなのですね。
Oh, morning, Saber. I can relax since it's Sunday and there's no school today. My body feels good too, so let's go to the dojo after breakfast.
ええ、望むところです。ではシロ、半身の麻痺は完治したのですね。
Oh, come to think of it, yeah. I was able to walk around comfortably from the shopping district, so it seems mostly healed. Well, it's still slightly heavy, but it should be fully healed by tomorrow.
それは良かった。マスターが傷を負ったままでは私も立つ瀬がない。シロがいつも通り厨房に立っていると私も安心できます。
Saber takes a seat at her usual position beside the table. I have to say that Fujine and Tasaka are sleepyheads for not waking up yet, but it's a weekend, so I should let them sleep until breakfast is ready.
おはようり。昨夜はゆっくり眠れたようですね。
Oh, looks like Tasaka woke up while we were talking.
おはよう。別にそうでもなかったんだけどね。日差しは眩しいし、0時過ぎてもゴソゴソやってる奴らはいたし。
Tasaka replies to Saber while entering the living room. Well, I don't want to complain first thing in the morning, but I need to at least find out why she took all the bread. Morning, Tasaka. This is straight to the point, but about this morning... My breath stops. Tasaka's wearing unfamiliar clothes again, first thing in the morning. Oof! My heartbeat rapidly increases. It's because of those bright red colors, or bright red clothes. It hurts my eyes so much that I forgot what I wanted to say. I'm making breakfast. Have some tea while you're waiting. I keep my calm and place 2 teacups on the table. However,
何のんびりしてるのよ。今日は出かけるんだから早く用意しなさい。
Tasaka glares at me as if to say that breakfast can come later. Huh? Where are we going?
隣町までよ。本当は遠出したいけど、さすがにそこまでの余裕はないでしょ。だから妥協案ってことで。
Is this some sort of preemptive strike? I can't seem to grasp Tasaka's intentions. Okay, I get that it's a compromise, but for what?
何って遊びに行くに決まってるじゃない。デートよ、デート。
A date? Who and who?
私とシローが。
She says clearly. After I tilt my head and wonder, date me and Tasaka!
それ以外に誰がいるのよ。昨日の夜そう言ったでしょ。
Hold on. What? This is so sudden, my mind can't process everything that's happening.
ほら、いいから行くわよ。どうせこんなことだろうと思ってたし、お弁当作っておいたから。はい。シローはこのトートバッグを持ってついてくる。
Tasaka pushes the green tote bag into me and leaves the living room. I see her off, dumbfounded.
シロ、リンの後を追わなくていいのですか？
Oh yeah, wait up, Tasaka. I run in a hurry. I hear another set of footsteps. Saber is following behind me.
遅い。女の子を待たせるなんてずいぶん余裕があるのね。
I don't have any nerve. It seems it's already been decided that we're going on a date without my consultation. Wait, hold on. Why are we going out?
そういう気分だから。別に構わないでしょ。どうせ昼間は何もしないんだし。今さら逃げるなんて言わせないわよ。
Well, I don't mind, but yeah, what about Archer? He must be against something like this.
アーチャーは置いてきたわ。今頃私の家で寝てるんじゃないかしら。
I can't win. I can't talk down Tasaka on my own. If anyone can stop her, that's right, Saber. What about Saber?
セイバーならいいわよ。同伴しても。
Defeated. All my cards are trumped in just one sentence.
いい加減観念した？なら急ぎましょう。今日はマスターの義務なんて忘れて思いっきり遊ぶんだから。
Huh? Hey, wait, I said idiot. There's no time to be confused. Tasaka grabs my hand and runs out the door. Ugh. It seems like I have no choice but to give up. Tasaka seems so energetic that I don't think I can compete with her. And I know she'll just argue with me down, even if I protest. I don't know why, but Saber's following us without any complaint. And well, besides, see, it's a really nice day out today. Oof. I'm overwhelmed by the crowd the moment we get off the bus. It's lively in front of the train station. It's a nice weekend morning before 10 a.m., so it would be weird for it not to be lively.
驚いた。休日ともなればこれほど人が集まるのですね。
Saber looks at the town bewildered. She has never seen the town during the day, so her reaction is only natural. As I say this, I'm also stunned by the crowd.
さて、どこから行こうかしらね。二人ともリクエストある？
However, unlike us, Tasaka is full of energy. That's troubling. I don't know of any fun places.
でしょうね。じゃあセイバーは？どこか行ってみたいところとかない？
私ですか？いえ、特に関心のある場所はありません。そもそも私はシローの護衛です。これがリンとシローの休日ならば、私はいないものとして扱ってください。
What?
そう？じゃあ私の好みでいいのね。ふふん。二人とも意見がないんだから、私の方針には絶対服従ってことでオッケー？
What? I feel a chill run up my spine. Tasaka smirks at us with a scary stare. Hold on. Don't say it in a scary way. First of all, I said it would keep you company. But I never said I was going on a date with you. This is just for three of us to hang out.
はい、残念。世間じゃそういうのをデートっていうの。
Fuck.
ほら、ここまで来たんだからいい加減観念なさい。あんまり往生際が悪いと女の子に嫌われるわよ。
Hate me? Like who?
さあ、誰でしょう。でもまあ、しぶといってのは長所かな。ね、セイバー。
はい。シローは負けず嫌いですから。戦闘において不屈の精神は心強い。
だってさ、よかったわね、シロ。
Ugh. Tasaka smiles. Jeez, what's so fun about making fun of other people?
さて、それじゃあ手始めにベールデに行きましょうか。二人とも朝食はまだでしょ？軽くお茶した後で店荒らしでもして、とりあえず体を温めよう。
Tasaka starts walking. I think Verde is the name of the new department store that they recently made.
ほら、のんびりしてると置いてこうよ。モーニングは10時までなんだから、急がないと終わっちゃうじゃない。
What? She won't stop, even if I call for her. It seems like Tasaka has no time to waste and won't give me the time to settle down.
シロー、リンが言ってしまいますが。
Ugh, geez, fine. I'll go anywhere you want. I slap both my cheeks and get pumped up. Come on, Saber, don't get lost.
はい。シローこそリンを見失わないように。
We both start running. In the crowded town, Tasaka doesn't look back. It seems like she's absolutely certain that we're going to follow her. And before I realize it, I've fallen into a more helpless situation.
初めに寄った店とは違った雰囲気ですね。リン、ここには何が？
単なる小休憩よ。二人とも疲れてると思ってね。この辺で一服しとかないとゼンマイが切れちゃいそうだから。
確かに目まぐるしい2時間でしたが、休憩を取るほどの運動量では。
そりゃセイバーはね。けど見えないところですっごくすり減ってるものもあるわけ。私たちにとっては普通の床でも、人によっては毒の沼地ってこともあるんだから。 私こっちのバナナパフェね。セイバーはこっちのデビルズサンデーにしときなさい。エミヤくんは甘いのを食べる？
Who'd eat that thing first? Who'd eat that first thing in the morning? I'll have this coffee blend.
あら、男の子。でもいいの？ HP 回復しとかないと大変よ。
It goes without saying, but eating ice cream together here would be a whole other dimension. And I have no appetite to begin with. Also, she's not good with technology, yet she knows something like that.
強情強情っと。ま、それはそれで楽しいからいいけどね。
I don't know what's so fun, but the red devil is smirking. You should be the one eating the devil's sundae.
シロ、糖分を軽んじてはいけません。リンの言う通り体力を消耗しているのなら、このマンゴーラッシュ&クリームなどいかがでしょう。
Saber subtly offers me the menu.
ええ、大きな声では言えませんが、連日行軍の時など皆に隠れて甘い果物を口にしたものです。もともとはチョコレートなども錬金術から発生したものだとか。
I've never heard that before. So Saber, do you want me to try the mango rush too?
はい、一口ほどいただければ幸いです。
Fine. How lonely. Saber has left my nervous self and has already fallen under Chisaka's evil influence.
あら、遠慮しなくていいのよ、セイバー。せっかくだから両方頼んじゃいましょう。
そうしたいのは山々ですが、それでは支払いに無駄が生じる。空腹ならいざ知らず、興味本位で余分な注文をするわけには。
だからその負担がデートの醍醐味なの。こういう場合、エミヤくんは笑顔でおごってくれて、私たちはエミヤくんの器の広さを実感するっていう仕組みなんだから。
なるほど、素晴らしい。相変わらずリンな采配には驚嘆するばかりです。
This is beyond evil influence. Saber was already an enemy on Tasaka's side.
じゃあそういうことで注文確認します。バナナパフェ、デビルズサンデー、マンゴーラッシュとブレンドでよろしいでしょうか、お客様。
Why are you asking me? That's fine. Do what you want. It's not like I have the right to veto it, right? If you ask me, the orange sponge cake would be better than the mango rush. That would probably suit Tasaka and Saber's taste better.
ではご助言に預かりまして、そのように。エミヤくんのそういうところ大事にしてね。
So began the least relaxing break imaginable. Right, to be honest, I think it was nothing but nervous the first hour. Even by herself, Tasaka stands out. Her eye-catching, vivid red clothes and her long, silky black hair. The colors alone stand out, but Tasaka herself is a flawless beauty. With Saber by her side, it goes without saying that they make a striking pair.
何？人の顔ジロジロ見て。さては緊張解けた？
After being dragged around this much, then yeah. Damn it, I really hate to admit it, but Tasaka's suggestion to take a break was detestably correct.
オッケー。じゃあここからはもうちょいグレード上げていいってことね。
The strongest enemy smirks. Honestly, I can't even understand myself. I can fight back to back with her as a master, but right now, even the gestures that I've gotten used to seeing makes my heart skip a beat. It must be because I rashly got too close to her, so it's hard to interact with her normally now.
あ、そうだ。せっかくの機会だし、次はあれってみよっと。セイバー、アクセサリーに興味ある？
装飾品ですか。収集家ではありませんが、見ていてつまらないということはありませんが。
なら次はそっち方面のお店に行きましょう。私セイバーにいろいろかけさせてみたかったのよ。
She wanted a dress-up doll. My nerves don't calm down. Her bright smile alone makes me dazzled. An unknown panic or agitation makes my chest hurt a bit. That was why I thought that we should hurry back home and devise a strategy instead of going on a date. But, what kind of magecraft was cached to make it turn out this way? Tasaka must have loved it, as she's still laughing. It all happened about 10 minutes ago. I don't know what Tasaka was thinking, but she took us to a glasses shop and played around by putting fake glasses on Saber. I became a victim of circumstance as well, and one of the glasses she put on me became a hit for her. It was a pair of fake glasses with thick frames and formal design. No thanks. Look, I'm never wearing fake glasses. I already have a baby face, so I can't afford to look even more like a kid. There's a problem with the way I am now. My face can't be helped, but I need a bit more height. It's not. I'll be able to brace myself if I'm taller. I need at least Issei's height. I'm glad to hear that, but what's your reasoning behind that? What kind of leaf are you talking about? Don't treat me like some kind of flower. Nah, I'll take it with a grain of salt. Well, it seems like I can look forward to it if you say so. What? Why would you say things that make my face boil? Ugh. She's playing around with me. She's definitely playing around with me. Gah. You evil woman. Is it fun for you to tease a guy your age? Dear God. Please give her divine punishment. Not for my sake, but for the sake of all guys at my school. Tasaka pulls her fists together and swings them. Could it be? It's obvious from her gesture. Well, but is it possible for a girl to suggest it is part of the date course? Tasaka, the former school idol, asked me if I'm serious. Of course I know. What I want to say is that batting cages aren't for girls. Saying that, I imagine Tasaka standing in the batter's box. Good job. Crap! It does look strange, but why does she look so reliable? Why do you know this? Well, I think it's a second-rate attraction, but I don't know about going to an aquarium when it's such a nice day outside.
そのバッティングとは何なのですか？
ああ、そうね。セイバーの得意分野よ。時に特訓の一つに挙げられる総合的な身体運動とも言えるわ。
Whoa. Tasaka's putting it in a ridiculous way.
それは聞き捨てなりませんね。
そうそう、気持ちいいからやってみなさい。セイバーなら店の景品を根こそぎ獲得できるってもんよ。
Tasaka raises Saber's expectations irresponsibly and starts walking again. Ugh. I watch her back and start running. I have no other choice. There's no point arguing against Tasaka's energy. I can't stop her, and it doesn't feel too bad being dragged around like this. So that's what it means. My nerves calm down since I'm having fun. I was taken around so much that I didn't have time to rest, and nervousness went away. Tasaka urges me to go to the next place, and I respond reluctantly while Saber watches over us quietly. That was really fun. The town I only used to walk by. I didn't know all the things I didn't involve myself in were so meaningful. As soon as I think so, something like a cage falls on me, and it makes sense. You don't deserve this. You're unworthy of this. Somewhere deep down, I tell myself. I'm tired. I never expected that I would be at bat 5 times for 30 pitches each, for a total of 150 swings. It's all because
なんでしょうか、シロ。そのような目で見られると困ります。
it's because she's a sore loser.
降参だったわ。あそこまでセイバーが勝負にこだわるなんて思わなかった。
Tasaka sighs next to me. She also.
あら、私は1ゲームだけよ。そんなにバット握ってたら手の皮が荒れちゃうもの。
Said something like that, but ended up playing another game with Saber, then complained afterwards about how her shoulders were tired and her hands hurt. What are you saying? You only played twice and just held onto the bat in the back after that. I did it 5 times. 5 times! And at the fastest speed, too. And Saber would get mad if I take it too easy on her, but would sulk if I beat her too bad. It was a hell of an hour.
すねてなどいません。シロに対して闘志を燃やしていただけではないですか。そもそも道場での打ち合いに比べれば遊びのようなもの。
納得。セイバー遊びに負けると怒るタイプだったんだ。
Yes, she is. I sigh and wobble forward. Here's what I found out today. First, don't bet with Saber. Second, a rule where the one who achieves 10 more hits than their opponent wins becomes an eternal hell if the abilities of those playing are equal. Third, Saber is weaker than us if she limits her magical energy. Or rather, is Tasaka the abnormal one for hitting 120 km per hour? Ugh. Balls like it's nothing. Yes, true. She is kind of a freak like that, but it's okay. It's natural since Saber is the smallest out of all of us, so it goes without saying that Tasaka is strong for a girl.
失礼ね。バッティングはイコール腕力じゃないわ。スイングスピードと命中角度さえ合ってれば女の子でも打ち返せるわよ。
Well, that's for 1 or 2 pitches. Usually their arms cramp up. Aren't you doing push-ups before you go to bed? That's the only thing I can think of. I say sarcastically as if to get back at her. However,
してるわよ。何よ、悪い？
no. Nice. Sometimes she makes these counterattacks, so I wasn't able to make a comeback at all. Anyway, let's have lunch. It's already past 2 p.m. and I need to eat something since I'm getting dizzy. A family restaurant along the bridge should be the most convenient around here. There's a lot on the menu, so Saber shouldn't have any complaints either. Is that fine with you, Tasaka? It's not like you have a place in mind, right? I called to Tasaka.
あるわよ。目当ての店ってわけじゃないけど、予定はちゃんと組んであるんだから。
Oh, okay. So where is it?
ここ。
Huh? What do you mean here?
だからここ天気もいいし公園でお昼にするの。
I look around. I don't see any food place or even a hot dog stand. Tasaka, don't tell me you're planning to get delivery.
あんたね、その朝からずっと持ってる私のトートバッグは何だと思ってるのよ。
She did tell you this morning. Huh? Oh. Come to think of it, she did give me this bag to carry this morning. Smells like mustard. So this is...
お弁当に決まってるでしょ。それぐらい用意したって言わなかったかしらね、私。
She glares at me in objection. Come to think of it, she did say something like that. I'm surprised. I didn't think this would be that very thought through.
そんなの当然でしょ。私から誘ったんだから、それなりの準備はしてるわよ。
Yeah, the mystery is also solved now. Use the bread for this, huh? Man, I totally forgot. Totally thought you got hungry in the middle of the night and ate it. It seems absurd to eat a whole loaf, but I thought it might be possible in your case. I see, I see. I nod twice, thinking I got a huge load off my chest. Oh. When I look up, Tasaka was making a scary face.
エミヤ君、
Yeah? What is it, Tasaka?
おしゃべりはそれぐらいにして、お昼ご飯の準備をしてくれない？道具一式トートバッグの中に全部入ってるから。それと、あんまりもたもたしてると殺すわよ。
Oh, yes, I will do my best. I secure our spot on the grass. Man, that was scary. It's best for my heart for her to say a joke that doesn't sound like a joke with a big smile. And lunch starts 2 hours late, but...
あれ？どうしたのシロ？唐突にぼーっとしちゃって。ああ、もしかして辛いの苦手だった？
Right next to me, Tasaka, who's sitting in a position close enough to touch her if I reach out, says... Huh? Oh no, I'm fine. It's an intense flavor, but this is good. I say my honest opinion and take another bite.
そう、よかった。サンドイッチをまずく作るのって一種の才能でしょ？もしかしてそういういらないもんまで持っちゃったかと思ったわ。
Tasaka laughs delightfully. If I looked like I was spacing out, it was probably because she was dazzling. We eat lunch on the grass under the clear blue sky. Even that by itself is peaceful enough, but having Tasaka there is more than I can handle, and my nerves from this morning return.
おう、口元にトマトが残ってる。取ってあげよっか。
But, whoa, what are you saying all of a sudden? I can get that myself. I wipe my mouth with my sleeve. Oh, shoot. I got an unlucky red stain on my clothes now.
あっちゃ、ちょい悪ふざけが過ぎたか。ごめんね。シロがあまりにも予想通りの反応するから、つい面白くって。
I don't know if she's apologizing or suppressing her laughter, but she hands me a napkin while she holds onto her stomach. Whatever. I've been like this the whole day anyway, I don't care. I accept the napkin and wipe my sleeve. The red stain doesn't come off. Tasaka must have used an original sauce. The stain is quite stubborn and doesn't easily come off. Just you watch. I'll learn from today's lesson and won't budge from anything starting tomorrow. Don't think it'll go your way forever.
へえ、じゃあ明日からは手加減なしでできるわけね。よかった。いい加減猫をかぶるのにも飽きてたところだったんだ。
The red devil replies calmly. Oh no, I take that back. It'll take some time, so I appreciate it if you can keep it at that level.
そう？シロがそう言うならいいけど、レベルアップしたくなったら教えてね。遠慮なく叩きのめしてあげるから。
Damn, I'll get you someday. I'm not bitter that I lost, but I complain like I am. It's somehow really vexing, so I take it out on the sandwich in front of me. I eat up the sandwiches. I was hungry and it's Tasaka's handmade meal, so I'm going to eat it all by myself. Well, Saber already consumed a third of the sandwiches. So Saber and I eat the sandwiches. Tasaka must be full as she watches us.
体の調子良さそうじゃない。これなら午後は遠慮なく引っ張り回しても良さそうね。
She makes an evil smile again. That's more like she's looking forward to seeing me worn out from being dragged around than actually activities itself. Huh. Don't take me too lightly. I won't complain just from being pulled around. Yesterday aside, I've been doing well today.
そうなんだ。ならもう大丈夫かな。
Tasaka sighs of relief and reaches for a sandwich. It's as if the weight is off her shoulders. The moment I tilt my head, wondering why she would say that, oh, everything fits together. Come to think of it, it was really unnatural. The reason Tasaka came to my place. Archer knew what was wrong with my body. He must have heard that I projected his swords and knew there was something wrong with my body. That's fine. But Archer, who wasn't there at the time, knew about the projection because Tasaka told him. Then, just like Tasaka told Archer about our battle with Castor, didn't Archer tell Tasaka about the penalty on my body? Tasaka,
何？
why did you come to my place yesterday? It's strange for you to stay over, too. I didn't notice all this yesterday because Fujine stirred things up. A brief moment, but I hear Tasaka gasp.
なんでって別に理由はないけど、昨日のはただの気まぐれよ。たまにはああいうのもいいかなって。
I see. It certainly was lively and fun yesterday.
でしょ？
Yeah, but thank you. Wow. She turned red in an instant.
何勘違いしてんのよ。私は別にシロを気遣ったわけじゃなくて。
I know. It's not good to have your ally die. That's why you came to check up on me, right?
そうよ。よくわかってるじゃない。
Yeah, but I still appreciate it. I don't know what you were planning, but I know you cared for me. She groans in dissatisfaction, but her face is still red. That gesture's so cute it makes me smile. I see. I get it. I guess I get it. It might be kind of different, but making the person you like embarrassed really makes me happy. The weather changes once we finish lunch. The sky that was clear is now clouded, and it looks like it could rain at any moment.
仕方ないか。傘もないし、今日はもう帰りましょう。
There's no objection. Tasaka started this to begin with, so it's her duty to call a day as well. We get off the bus. It's about to start raining right as we reach the usual intersection.
今日は楽しかった？
Just as we got off the bus and were about to head to the hill, Tasaka suddenly asked me that. Huh? I don't even need to answer. There's no doubt it was fun. It's like an extraordinary feat of strength, as if I was thrown into a washing machine and spun around. I feel like my nervousness and confusion were washed away along with the stains. But that is...
どうなの？楽しかった？シロ。
Yeah, you got me. It's been a long time since I've hung out this much. Man, you really pulled me around everywhere. The more fun it is, the more uncomfortable I get, feeling like I'm unworthy of such a thing.
そう。シロが何を考えているか知らないけど、楽しいなら素直に楽しいって言いなさいよ。ここまでエスコートした私に失礼じゃない。
Huh? No, that's not what I meant.
あるわよ。あんた無意識にブレーキかけちゃってるもの。前に何があったか知らないけど、そんなに辛いことだったらいっそ忘れた方が楽じゃないの？
My breath stops. It's like she stuck a knife deep into my affected area with unexpected agility. Tasaka, that is...
さあ、私の知ったことじゃないわ。まあ、当初の目的は果たしたし、あとはそっちの問題か。
Tasaka heads towards the hill, with her hair flowing in the wind. Not in the direction lined with Western-style houses, but the slope where the Japanese-style houses are. I stand there in a daze.
シロ、家に帰らないのですか？じき雨が降ってきますが。
Yeah, that's true. Let's go. Being urged by Saber, I run towards the hill. What? As soon as I return home, I'm overwhelmed by a strong sense of discomfort. Nothing is missing, yet I feel a sense of loss, like nothing is right. Both their faces stiffen, so does mine. The identity of this feeling. It's the same, yet the building is stripped of something important. The thing missing from the houses. The bounded field is gone. The bounded field that my old man set up. The bounded field that notifies us if something hostile intrudes has been forcefully cut off.
誰かが留守中に押し入ったみたいね。出かけてたのは幸いか。
シロ、タイガは？
After being astonished, I start running. There's no time to think.
待ちなさい。中にまだ敵がいるかもしれないじゃない。
I hear a sound. I feel stagnation in the air once I open the door. The aftermath of someone intruding. The air is heavy like silk and a small amount of impurity in place of the bounded field. I run with my shoes still on. I have no time to take them off or even think to do so. I enter the living room. The light isn't on. Under the gray sky in the dark living room.
あら、このまま連れ去ろうと思ったのに、いいタイミングで現れるのね、坊や。
There was an unconscious Fujine and Castor, the enemy.
キャスター。
I hear Saber's voice behind me. The two rush over and stop, seeing Castor. It must be because Fujine is being held hostage. If Saber and Tasaka were to attack, Castor would cast a spell. It would be faster than any of us. Even if Saber was to charge forward, or Tasaka were to cast a spell, Castor's fingertips would light up first. That position. If that happens... Fujine's head would definitely splatter like a tomato. I don't know why it's blanked out here, but alright. My mind freezes. I'm furious. My blood is boiling with anger so much that my vision is about to turn red. Yet my mind is awfully objective. I didn't know that you become calm once your anger surpasses a certain limit. So, this is true. Like, there is rage, right? Like, rage is definitely a part of, like, the human experience. Where basically you just let everything go. But with, like, not just training and everything else, but there's a point where you're so fucking pissed. Like, you are just the calmest motherfucker on the planet. And that is the scariest one you've got to worry about. Because, like, if you ever have somebody so mad that they're not reacting, you know you've done fucked up. If they're speaking to you in a calm, almost ice-cold tone, you know you're fucking dead.
武勇人よ坊や。魔術師であるのなら、
結界にはもっと力を入れないと。
She snickers. I accept even that, as if it's happening to someone else.
首相な心がけねえキャスター。自分からこっちの陣営にやってくるなんて降伏宣言のつもり？
ええ、似たような要件よ。もっとも許しを請うのはあなたたちの方でしょうけど。
Their voices are enough to create sparks between them. Tasaka keeps glaring at Castor without doing anything. If she moves, Fujine will die. Does this change? Like, why is it blanked out? If she were to move, then I'll blank Tasaka before Castor.
で、人質を取って何をするっていうのよ、あんた。
あなたに用はないわ。関心があるのはそこの坊やよ。ねえ、私が持ちかけた話をまだ覚えていて。
The incident at the temple. Castor told Archer and I to be her subordinates.
あんた、まだ懲りずにそんなこと。
Tasaka's angry. That's unexpected. Archer must have actually reported to Tasaka.
懲りる？そうね。本来なら一度断った人間に関心なんて持たない。けれど、それも相手によるのよ、お嬢さん。
Castor is looking only at me.
あなたは面白いわ、坊や。聖杯戦争は今回で5回目。そのいずれもあなたのようなケースはなかったでしょう。殺してしまうのは簡単。けれどせっかくの貴重なサンプルだもの。できれば殺さずに手に入れたい。分かって？こんな無粋な真似をするのもあなたを生きたまま仲間にしたいからなのよ。
That means, if I refuse, she will kill.
私は主の命に背いてここまで来た。そこまであなたを評価しているのだから、こちらの熱意も信用できるのではなくて？
何勝手なこと言ってんのよ。マスターに黙って好き勝手やってるやつが。
嵐と？でも残念。悪いけどあなたに興味はないの。魔術師としては優秀みたいだけど、私には到底及ばないわ。私が欲しいのは完成した万能ではなく、不完全な得意能力だけ。その点そこの坊やは理想的よ。魔術師として未熟なものを御するのはたやすいですし。
A charming, derisive laughter. Castor presses for an answer, or for my answer, while digging her fingers in the back of Fujine's neck.
困った子ね。悩むことなどないでしょう。聖杯を手に入れるのは私以外にない。この町はとっくに私のものだもの。いくらあなたのセイバーが優れていようと、無尽蔵の魔力を持つ私を倒すことはできないわ。
Saber's presence moves. She's ready for war. She would immediately charge a Castor if she sees an opening.
だから無駄なのよ、セイバー。いいこと？ここでこうしている私でさえ影に過ぎない。私の力の供給源は町に住むすべての人間。1000人単位でマスターを持っているようなものよ。それがどういうことか分かって？
貴様、まさか。
そう。魔力のない人間でも魂そのものは別でしょ。私たちはもともとソウルイーターだもの。マスターから命という魔力を奪えば、いくらでも魔力は引き出せる。あなたのその怪物じみた宝具も今の私なら何度だって扱えるわ。
An almost inexhaustible source of supply. Magical energy is sucked out from people in the city. Is she saying she will win because if she has that? Is she boasting that she's invincible because she uses innocent people like... It's the same as that time. She's still laughing while sacrificing others? The firing hammer rises. Heat returns to my mind, is frozen from being too objective.
さあ答えを聞かせてエミやシロ。あなたに勝ち目はないわ。セーバーと共に私に従ってくれるかしら。
Let go of Fujine.
話を聞いてなかったのかしら。私に下りなさいと言ったのよ。
Shut up. Let go of Fujine. There is nothing else. I don't have a single thing to hand her. A grinding sound. After Castor grits her teeth in irritation, she sighs as if to calm herself.
わかったわ。交渉は決裂というわけね。聖杯を手に入れられるマスターは一人だけだもの。他のマスターと手を組む気はないということ。
No, this has nothing to do with the Holy Grail. I just won't cooperate with you.
そう。嫌われたものね。私も。
There's no contempt in her quiet voice. In return, it is only filled with anger.
本当に残念。あなたを気に入っていたという気持ちに嘘はなかっただけ。もしあなたが私に協力してくれたなら、聖杯を分けてあげてもよかったの。
That's unnecessary. I've decided to fight so that I can stop people like you. The Holy Grail has nothing to do with this. More importantly, let go of Fujine. I glare at Castor. Receiving my stare filled with enmity, Castor... She laughs as if it's funny for some reason. You...
あら、気に障った？けどあなたも悪いのよ。心にもないことを口にするから。
I never said anything I don't mean.
聖杯なんて関係ない？本当にそうなのかしらね。あなたは聖杯の犠牲者ですもん。聖杯なんて関係ない。そう言葉にする時点で、あなたは聖杯を憎んでいるのではなくて？
For a moment, my heart froze.
シロ
I'm frozen and can't understand anything. Not even Tasaka's eyes that look at me with worry, nor Saber's face that lowered in pain. Not even that extremely unpleasant nausea that rises up in my throat.
知ってるわよ、エミヤシロ。前回の戦いは10年前だったんですって。その時にあなたは全てを失った。炎の中に一人取り残され、死を待つだけだったあなたは、エミやキリツグに拾われた。だから本当はこの家の子供じゃないのよ、あなたは。にもかかわらず、なりたくもない魔術師にさせられて、今まで苦しんできたんでしょ。
嘘。エミヤ君、今の話。
そう。あなたにとって聖杯は憎むべき敵だった。そんなあなたがこの戦いに参加するなんて皮肉な話ね。あなたの気持ちはわかるわ。誰だって不当に自身の幸福を奪われては恨まずにはいられない。ええ、私が気に入ったのはそういうエミやシロウの過去よ。あなたには復讐の資格がある。聖杯を手に入れて10年前の清算をする権利がある。だからあなたを仲間にしてあげてもいいと思った。さあ、考え直しなさい、ボーナ。私だって戦いを望んではいない。だって殺し合いなんてバカらしいでしょ。聖杯に無限の富があるのなら、いくら分けてもそこは尽きないはず。なら信用に足る者たちなら聖杯を共有してもいいのではなくて？
There are no lies in those words. Castor must genuinely think so.
復讐なさい、エミやシロ。聖杯は私の手にあるも同然。あなたの願いを叶えてあげることぐらい造作もないわ。
世まい事だキャスター。サーバントが最後の一人になるまで聖杯は現れない。そのような名言で私のマスターを侮辱するな。
いいえ、戦わなくとも聖杯が手に入る方法はあるのよ、セイバー。他のサーバントには無理でもキャスターである私には聖杯のからくりは読み取れる。そうね、膨大な魔力出力を誇るあなたが手を貸してくれるなら今からでも聖杯を呼び出すことは可能でしょう。
That creates a crack in Saber's spirit, because Saber herself can feel that there is no lies in Castor's words.
さあ、これが最後よ、ボー。無益な戦いは避けたいのでしょう。なら私に従いなさい。セイバーを私に渡し、あなたが私に協力するというのなら聖杯はあなたたちに預ける。
The final negotiation. Saber's perplexed. Battles should be avoided if they can be avoided. So it'd be impeccable. It would be impeccable if that were possible to obtain the Holy Grail that way. Besides, the enemy has Fujine's life in her hands. Why is this blanked? There is only one answer. Even if Tasaka is biting her lip as if she's given up. I refuse. I refuse. I won't take you up on your offer. I say to the mage without looking her way. 3 people gasp. Nobody here expected me to choose that option.
あなた正気？自分がどんな立場にいるか分かっていて。
Yeah, I get your argument. I think what you're saying is correct. If we can avoid battles, then we should avoid them. And if the Holy Grail can be shared, we should share it. But I won't cooperate with a witch who attacks people indiscriminately. Your argument is correct, but your method is wrong. And one more thing. I wasn't forced to be a mage. I succeeded my old man out of my own will. You have no right to say anything about it.
そう。ならあなたはいらないわ。ここで消えてしまいなさい。
Castor's voice is filled with murderous intent.
貴様。
At the same time, Saber braces herself. Seeing that... Don't move, Saber. I'll stop her with all my might. Please, don't move, Saber. You too, Tasaka. We can't move right now. She'll be killed if any one of us moves. In this house, I would lose the person who has been like my older sister, and stay with me until now, in this very living room.
シロ、ですが。
バカ。ならどうして断ったりしたのよ。
Still, they both stopped. I take 1 step towards Castor, trying to hide them.
あら、全くの考えなしかと思ったけど、自分の立場ぐらいは理解していたようね。
A smile returns to Castor's face. That arm, her left arm that was carrying Fujine, points slowly toward me.
卑怯者。無抵抗のシロを殺すつもり？
まさか命まで取りはしませんよ。坊やにはマスターで亡くなってもらうだけ。一つしか残っていないようだけど、そのレイジを渡しなさい。私の仲間にはならないけれど、この娘は救いたい。そういうのならそれぐらいの覚悟はあったのでしょ。
Saber's breath stops. I apologize to Saber in my head and take 1 step closer to Castor. Got it. But how should I give you the command spell? I don't know how to hand it to people.
シロ、ダメだ。そんなことをしても。
そうね。邪魔が入らなければ移植はできるのだけど、ここでは望めそうにない。落ち着ける場所に移動しないと移植は無理でしょう。だから皮ごと剥ぎ取りなさい。ここで。
The Black Witch says with a smile.
ここまでです。シロ、タイガのことは諦めてください。これ以上キャスターの思い通りにはさせられない。
私も同意見よ。だいたいあいつが人質を解放する玉かっていうの。一度言いなりになったら最後まで利用されるだけよ。
Both are right. That's why for now, I can only apologize to them in my head. Take it. This is what you want, right? I raise my left arm. Caster should be able to take away my command spell along with my flesh with just one word.
シロ、ダメだ。
なんだってのよあんたは。そこまでして他人を助ける必要はないでしょ。
There is. If I'm able to save Fujine at the cost of one arm, there's no need to think about it. I show my left arm to Caster.
いいわ。こちらに来なさい、エミやシロ。何を企んでいるかは知らないけど、どんな奇襲より私の指の方が早いのだから。
Caster does not seem to trust me, as she carefully puts distance between us. I walk closer. Caster's right in front of me, and I'm far from the other two. I walk into a position where I couldn't escape from and offer my left arm. The Black Witch watches me in astonishment.
驚いたわ。大した善人ね、坊や。いいわ。あなたの誠意に免じて、この女は返してあげる。
Her robe flutters. While keeping her grip on Fujine's neck with her left arm, Caster takes out a dagger with her remaining right hand.
お笑い草ね。これなら手間をかける必要もなかった。本当にバカな子。目障りだからあなたみたいなお人よしは死んでしまいなさい。
She swings her dagger. It goes not for my arm, but down toward my chest as if to take my heart.
キャスター。
She explodes. Saber steps in with speed that I could only imagine. That speed must have been faster than Caster had expected, as she's unable to react to her dagger being repelled. Caster retreats and Saber goes after her. She must have realized that she can't get away.
なら。
Smiling happily, Caster puts strength into her right arm and... No, stop, Saber! I pray from the bottom of my heart and extend my raised left arm.
シロ、レイジュ。
Saber stops. Her movements are stopped by the absolute obedience enforced by the command spell. There. With a thud, the dagger is stabbed as easily as making footsteps in snow. An illusion as though time has stopped. Saber looks down at her own chest, dumbfounded.
キャスター、貴様。
そう。これが私の宝具よ、セイバー。何の殺傷能力もない。儀礼用の鍵に過ぎない。けれど、これはね、あらゆる契約を覆す裏切りの刃。あなたもこれで私と同じ。主を裏切り、その剣を私に預けなさい。
A red light shines through. Ominous magical energy flows out. It goes through Saber's whole body and destroys every rule that disciplined her. It completely cuts my connection with Saber. Saber crumbles to the floor. A bruise-like seal appears on her forehead. 3 seals appear on Caster, who is standing beside her. The command spell that binds servants. The proof of being Saber's master that used to be on me are now on her arm. What?
驚いたかしら？これが私の宝具、ルールブレイカー。 この世界にかけられたあらゆる魔術を無効化する裏切りと否定の剣。
Saber's panting on the floor, as if she's fighting against a poison that entered her body.
あんたサーバントのくせにサーバント。
ええ、使い魔にしたのよお嬢さん。これで計画通り。エミやシローはマスターではなくなり、セイバーは私のものになった。この娘さえ手中に収めてしまえば恐れるものは何もない。そうよ、あのバーサーカーが私を襲おうと関係ない。今度は私から攻め入ってあげましょう。
Castor laughs loudly and holds the collapsed Fujine in her arms.
ほら、返してあげるわおバカさん。大事な人なんでしょ。なら死んでしまわないように最後まで頑張らないとダメよ。
Fujine's body floats. As if being pulled by an invisible arm, Fujine's body levitates. Fujine. I catch her at once. Fujine, are you right? Fujine. There's no reply, but her body is warm. Fujine is unconscious, but she's breathing and still doesn't have a single wound. I sigh with relief.
満足したかしら。約束だものね。その娘は助けてあげる。それに、そうね、あなたも見逃してあげましょう。先ほどの見せ物、頭にくるぐらい素敵だったから。けれど、
そうまあそういう流れになるわよね普通。
ええ、戯れはここまでよお嬢さん。さあセイバー、アーチャーのマスターを仕留めなさい。邪魔をするようならあなたのマスターだった子も殺していいわ。
ふざけるな。誰が貴様などに。
Saber glares at Castor, still on her knees.
いいえ、従うのよセイバー。あなたはもう私のもの。この霊樹がある限り身も心も私には逆らえない。
Gah. Saber's voice is filled with pain. But on the other hand, Saber's body slowly gets up against her will. Saber's body moves. She charges towards Tosaka at the same speed as before. And she thrusts her sword. I feel a dull pain in my shoulder. I feel steel stabbing into my shoulder. Saber's sword that should be invisible emerges faintly with my blood.
バカなんで。
I hear Tosaka's voice from right behind me. But even if she says that, there's nothing I can do. My body just moved on its own, and above all, I didn't want to see Saber attack Tosaka. I didn't want to see it, so I just went in between them. My body jumps. Saber's sword doesn't stop its force. It rips my flesh and scrapes my collarbone. The blade will eventually tear the blood vessels in my neck, and I will die. That's not good. I'm still carrying Fujine, and Tosaka's behind me.
残念。もったいないわね。その子には興味があったのだけれど。
Far away, Castor is saying something.
霊樹に従いなさいセイバー。そのままもろとも切り落とせば二人減るわ。
A ruthless order. Making sounds as if resisting it, Saber's arm shakes while stopping.
バカな。セイバーの大魔力は霊樹の縛りにさえ抗うというの。
Castor is astonished. Still looking down, Saber desperately bites her lips and pulls back her sword.
言って。
A squeezed out whisper. Something drips, crying from her downcast face.
逃げて。シロ。
Saber pleads with such earnesty that she might cough up blood.
シロ来なさい。
Hold on, Tasaka. Tasaka pulls my hand and I start running. The wound in my shoulder is so hot that I can't think properly. Still, I have Fujine in my arms, so I accept that running is my only option. No, I have no choice but to accept it. Saber. What a contradiction. She threw away her pride as a swordsman and told me to run. Accepting that wish would be the greatest consolation for her right now. But on the other hand, abandoning her tears and running away itself means losing her. I'm out of breath. I don't know where I ran, but I realize it. I see a familiar Western-style mansion towering in front of me.
シロこっち。意識はある？まだ歩ける？
I run, being pulled by someone. My body is strangely light. It must have gotten lighter after losing my insides, or did I lose my senses? The only weight I feel is Fujine's body when I'm holding him one arm. I can't see well. I'm not sure where I'm walking or what I'm doing.
藤村先生はそこに寝かせて。ちょっと聞いてるのシロ。いいからここなら安全だから手を離しなさいっての。
Someone takes away the person I'm holding. The important weight disappears. My body becomes heavy in return. My body that was once light turns into iron, and I collapse, unable to even stand.
はーちゃん急いで。手当てをするから私の部屋に。
I hear someone's voice. My body is heavy and hot. I imagine turning red. Does it get this hot even when you put steel on a fire to make a sword? The heat gradually cools down as I pass time uselessly. A room I don't know. I look up at the ceiling with a boiling head. That's all I can do. It seems like I'm lying on a bed.
私じゃ治せない。この傷じゃこれ以上は戦えないでしょうけど。もうマスターじゃないんだから戦う理由もないか。
A voice that has regained its calm unlike earlier. The person who brought me here and treated my wound.
ここまでね。シロはもう戦わなくていいわ。
Said those words. I try to say something and my vision turns black. My eyelids fall. Anesthesia puts my body to sleep. I feel someone leaving and hear the sound of a door closing. My consciousness cut out there. Interlude 11-1. Unlimited Blade Works. The sun sets. The sun that wasn't even visible sets. And the sky is already gloomy, even gets darker.
そうか。セイバーが奪われたか。
That was Archer's only response. His master, Rin Tasaka, stated the truth simply, but his brevity surpasses hers.
それだけ？これでキャスターの下にいるサーバントは2人よ。何か他に感想はないの？
ああ。これといった打開策は思いつかないな。だが、奴の宝具が判明しただけでも良しとするべきだ。サーバントとマスターの契約を断つか。事前にそれを知っておけば、うまくことを運べるだろう。
それはそうだけど。
Actually, that is curious, because do we learn anything from this? Rule breaker. All spells must be broken. Rank C, anti-magecraft, range very short, one person. A dagger that can destroy any magecraft. An ultimate anti-magecraft noble phantasm that can return objects strengthened with magical energy, relations connected by contracts, and lives born from magical energy to how they were before they were created. A magecraft weapon that embodies the divinity of a traitorous witch. Its offensive strength is feeble as it looks, with only the lethality of a knife. we have no info other than that. Okay.
ずいぶん無関心なのね、ハーチャー。あなたセイバーに肩入れしてたんじゃないの？
そんな素振りを見せたつもりはないが、何をもってそう思う、リム。
そうね、女の勘で納得できる？
却下だ。女という年か君は。まず色気が足りない。
Damn, got her.
優雅さも不足だ。おまけに、これが致命的なのだが、とにかく可愛さが分かりづらい。
なんだ、ようやく調子出てきたわね、あんた。
She smiles happily. It's not Archer if he's not like this. An unemotional Archer is not a partner Rin trusts. Her partner always has to be composed and speak sarcastically to anyone, regardless of who it is. Rin realizes that this is the knight's kindness. Speaking sarcastically is like him indirectly telling her to fix parts of themselves.
そう、じゃあ確証その1。あなた初めてセイバーと会った時手を抜いてたでしょ。いくらセイバーが強いって言っても守り上手なあなたが一撃で倒されるとは思えないのよね。
あれは不意打ちだったからな。君と同じ予想外の展開には弱いんだ。
余計なお世話よ。で、確証その2。ライダーの一件の後セイバーを挑発してたでしょ。あれってどう考えてもあんたらしくないのよね。それで少し見方を変えてみたら分かっちゃった。あなたあの時セイバーを叱ってたんでしょ。正解？やっぱりね、そうじゃないかと思ってたんだ。前世からの因縁にしろ何にせよ、あんたがあそこまで冷たい態度を取るなんて珍しいもの。
そうかな。私は誰に対してもああいった対応をしていると思うのだが。
そう思うは本人ばかりってね。思うんだけど、あなたって自分に関することだけは不器用なのよ。周りに対してはすごく器用だからつい騙されちゃうんだけど。
Archer frowns as if reflecting on himself. It seems like he's aware of it. The Red Knight goes silent in a troubled expression, and his master looks at that with pleasure. Then suddenly,
で、そろそろ思い出した？自分がどこの英雄か。セイバーと関係があるならセイバーに近い時代の英雄なんでしょ。
she asks him as if to test him.
いや、もやがかかったままだ。だが、君の言う通り、あのセイバーには覚えがある。あちらは知らないようだから、あまり深い関係ではなかったようだが。
じゃあ友人とか恋人関係じゃなかったのね。残念。そうだったらセイバーの正体も分かったのに。
She doesn't sound disappointed. A forced line that's not genuine.
まあ、いずれ思い出すさ。
It's true. I don't think Saber's used her noble phantasm once in this entire arc.
それより、ニム、連れ込んできた者の様子はどうだ？命に別状はないのか？
うん、なんとか命は取り留めたわ。あいつ昨日まで怪我を負っても勝手に治ってたくせに今回の傷は全然治らないのよ。契約が切れたらセイバーからもらっていた治癒能力がなくなったんでしょうね。けどまあなんとかなったわ。幸い急所は外れてたし、3日ほど安静にしていれば食事ぐらいはできるようになる。
いや、そっちじゃない。もう一人の方だ。
Fujine?
ああ、藤村先生。あの人なら寝室で寝かせてあるわ。キャスターの眠りの魔術を受けているけど本人はすっごく元気よ。
そうか。だが、キャスターの魔術なら眠り姫になりかねないな。あの女のそれは魔術というより呪いだ。解除するには本人を倒すのが手っ取り早い。
そうね。どのみち聖杯戦争も長くは続かない。一日でも早くキャスターは倒すし、藤村先生ならひょっこり自力で起きそうだし。
Archer agrees. And after a brief pause in the
キャス
conversation,
ター退治が最優先だな。マスターが一人減ったとはいえセイバーは健在だ。余裕はないぞニーム。
分かってる。すぐに街に出るわ。いくらキャスターでもセイバーを完全に支配するには時間がかかるはず。できればセイバーが操られる前にキャスターを倒さないと。
了解だ。ではあの小僧との契約もここまでだな。ではない。エミヤシロはマスターではないのだ。ならば戦力にはならんし、わざわざ守ってやる必要もない。君が使った2つ目のレイジはこれで解約ということだ。どうした？まさか共に戦ったよしみで面倒を見るなどというのではなかろうな。
まさかそこまでお人よしじゃないわ。
なら
けどまだ終わってない。あいつが自分から降りるっていうまで約束は破らない。私は突っぱねるけど、あいつが参ったっていうまでは終わらせちゃいけないんだから。
she declares even though she's not sure. Besides, how can he rebel against that?
それが私の方針よ。文句ある？あーちゃん。
仕方あるまい。君がそういう人間だということは言いたいほど分かっている。
His reply is sarcastic. She snorts as she orders him.
行くわよあーちゃん。どうしてか知らないけどキャスターは竜道寺に戻っていない。なら探し出して戻る前に倒しましょう。
There's no need to answer. The knight in red silently nods and follows behind his master. There are still masses of gloomy clouds in the sky. A moonless night, she departs with an archer aimed at her target. Interlude out. It feels like I just got punched. Oh, I wake up from the pain in my shoulder. My body's still intact. I can still feel my limbs and hear the sound of my own breathing. My shoulder's wrapped in a bandage, and the bed I'm sleeping on is soft. This place is an unfamiliar room. If I remember correctly, someone said something.
ここまでね。シロはもう戦わなくて。
Gah. I get up. I remember everything and jump out of bed. Gah. Pain causes my back to arch. I touch my left shoulder. It still burns like fire. It feels much worse than I pulled muscle. I'm lucky that my arm is still attached since I was pierced through with a sword, but honestly, it hurts badly. I slowly get out of bed. If I clench my teeth, I can somehow bear this pain. Then, the heat from my shoulder reaches my head. I shake that off and move my legs. No one's here? Yeah, there shouldn't be anyone. I remember Tasaka's words. She said those words and left, so she must have gone to fight by herself. I head to the door. I must go outside. I need to go outside and find Tasaka. I'm going to fall. I almost fall, so support myself using the dressing table. Gah. It's useless. I fall to the floor along with the dressing table I lean on. Sorry, I made a mess, Tasaka. I collect the scattered accessories and put them back. Huh? I see something familiar amongst them. I've seen this before. I've seen this somewhere. Yeah. It was like this back then, too. The night I got stabbed in the chest by Lancer. I got a fatal wound and it was healed before I knew it. I think there was something I picked up when I left the hallway with a sluggish body. It's hot. The poison from my shoulder circulates to my brain and makes me lax. Yeah, this is the same one. I can tell, but I can't gather my thoughts. Things that I believed were dreams until now. Or whose servant was fighting Lancer at the time. Or who could save me when I was dying. And who had the necessity to be there. There's no need to think about those things anymore. Yet my head is spinning. Damn it. She talked about owing me and all, but this is something I can never pay back. I feel dizzy. I'm a mess from the pain, heat, and my own stupidity. I move my legs. Anyway, I have to look for her now. I have something I want to say, and now I have something I have to tell her. That's all I can think about with this brain that's all mushy as stew. I was in front of the train station before I realized it. My hazy mind moves with only vague images. That she's there. It's ordering me to go there to look for her. I don't know why I'm drawn here. My boiled brain only thought of this building. Then I can only follow my instincts. I don't have any other way to find Tasaka to start with. Whatever that may be, I can only cling to something. I go out to the rooftop. The wind that blows high up is cold and cools my heated head down a bit. A faint gasp. Tasaka was looking down at the town from the rooftop, just as she had been that night. She looks at me angrily. Behind me. There's someone silently telling me that that's not my turn. I'm not leaving. I'll leave with you. We promised that we were going to fight together, right? I pull my hazy mind together with force and somehow move my mouth. That is...
あなたが戦う必要なんてもうないわ。マスターじゃなくなったんだから、教会に逃げ込めば安全よ。あとはおとなしくしていれば、聖杯戦争は終わってくれる。
I almost faint hearing those words. Don't be ridiculous. I can't leave Saber like that. Look, I already said I'm going to fight, so I'm going to fight until the end, no matter what. My vision turns red. I can't talk. Just by yelling, all the muscles of my body cramp up and I feel like I'm going to die.
それ見なさい。今まではセイバーの助けがあったけど、なくなればそうなるのよ。いい？エミヤ君。人間は傷つけば死ぬの。あなたのその傷だって本来なら致命傷なんだから。
Damn it. I know that already. I know, but I'm in so much pain that the words I need to say can't come out.
それにセイバーがどうのこうのって言うけど、それはあなたが気にかける問題じゃないわ。エミヤ君はマスターじゃなくなったんだから、セイバーがどうなろうと関係ないでしょ。
It does concern me. This pain is proof that I've been saved by Saber until now. No. Even if I'm not a master. Saber hated it. How can I let her be controlled by someone like that?
そう。けど、あなたは無力よ。いいわ。あなたが認めようとしないのなら、代わりに私が言ってあげる。 今のあなたじゃセイバーを助けることなんてできない。
The heat disappears. Even the boiling in my mind froze with those cold-hearted words.
話はここまでよ。セイバーはいなくなってマスターでもなくなった。聖杯戦争なんていう殺し合いに巻き込まれる理由はなくなったんだから、ここで白は降りなさい。
Tasaka turns around and leaves. Amidst the wind blowing by the building, Tasaka kicks the ground without any hesitation. Idiot! What are you thinking? I reach out frantically. There's no need for that. The Red Knight appears behind Tasaka as if to protect her. Even if she jumps from this height, she should be able to land without a problem if she has a servant. Tasaka's lips move slightly. I can't hear what she said, but her eyes that look at me. You'll die if you get involved any longer. She calls me, tells me it's like it's a final warning. The heat that's cooled down returns. My thoughts get confused from the pain and heat. I can't save Saber. There's no reason for Shiro Emiya to fight. My wound hurts. I repeat those words in my head as I look down at the night view and swallowed by Tasaka. Interlude 11-2. We're going to get a lot of these, unfortunately. It is a silent night. The wind blowing through the mountain forest is gentle, and the rustling of the trees is as faint as a whisper. There are no birds singing about winter or beasts howling at the moon. There's only one passage that leads to Ryudo Temple. The long stone stairs remain peaceful tonight as well, but others do not know. This place has already withstood 5 wars, each one a fight to the death. Many servants have challenged the Ryudo Temple. Berserker, Lancer, Rider, Saber, and Archer. The mountain is able to calmly enjoy the darkness thanks to the sorcerer that completely drove those 5 away. The longsword moves. Fortunately, it was a moonless night. The crescent-shaped arc that of that moving sword is so elegant that the moon would be ashamed of itself if it saw it. He ignores the purple mage caster. Assassin lowers his long sword and glances at the forest without interest.
おかしな鳥を見かけたので切ってみたが、血も出なければ悲鳴をあげぬ。これはお前の同胞か、キャスター。そう、監視役の使い魔ね。バーサーカーのマスターか、あのお嬢さんか。どちらにせよ、ここもそう長くは持たない。
Caster walks to the forest and looks down at the thing fallen on the ground. It is the corpse of an owl. A bird made out of crystal. A simple yet excellent spine creation probably made by Archer's master. She steps on it. The amethyst crystals are crushed in pieces and scattered on the ground, shining like stars.
マスターの守護は任せましたよ、アサシン。マスターが死んでしまっては、私も消えざるを得ない。そうなればあなたとて存在してはいられない。消えたくなければ死ぬ気で門を守りなさい。さて、死ぬ気でというのは難しいな。この小次郎、生まれてこの方、生きているという実感がない。そのようなものに決死を命じても無意味ではないかな、キャスター。減らず口よ。勘違いはしないことね、アサシン。 あなたは私が呼び出したサーバントよ。奴隷は奴隷らしく振る舞いなさい。いいこと？主人に忠誠を誓えないのならここで消してしまうだけよ。
There's only enmity and contempt in Castor's voice. To her, assassin is only a tool. It is annoying enough for a tool to be talking, so it is natural for her to get irritated when it starts talking sarcastically.
そうか、それはしたり。カゲロウのごとき我が命だが、今消されるのは困る。一つ約束をしてしまったのだな。できるのならば果たしたいのだ。
なら言葉を慎みなさい。あなたはただここを守っていればいい。ええ、それが果たせた暁にはあなたを本物にしてあげるわ。宝具も持たない下級のあなたが英霊になれるのだから命を懸ける価値はあるでしょう。
心配は無用だ。元より各領の身に与えられた役割は演じきってみせよう。だがいいのかな、キャスター。私も主人に忠実ではないが、お前とて不義理ではないか。こたびの件、マスターには内密であろう。
At that instant, Assassin's body explodes. An explosive sound. The cursed caster implanted into his body when he was summoned has exploded. The trees sway. The assassin is blown away and slammed into the forest, his chest pierced by his own ribs. His figure looks like a blooming flower.
これはまた日に日に度が過ぎていくな、キャスター。
黙りなさい。次に同じことを言わせるのならあと5日を待たずに消し去るだけよ。
まったく女と精進は手に負えんというが、お前はいささか行き過ぎだ。
The flashy servant stands up slowly. Even though his ribs are coming out of his chest, he's bloody all over. The servant does not lose his elegance.
おお、そのような目で睨むな。美しい顔が台無しだぞ、キャスター。分かっている。お前のマスターには全て内密に行うのだろう。セイバーを捕らえたことも、私という門番がいることも隠し通す。良い美談ではないか。主人を思うその心意気、あの男に通じるといいのだな。
アサシン、あなた。
何、ただの負け惜しみだ。どうあろうとお前には手を挙げられぬのだから、この程度のざれ言は許せよ。門は守る。何があろうと守り通そう。だが、そういうお前はどこにいるか。私の守りは信用できんか。
当然でしょう。あなたはただの保険よ。けどそれも終わり。セイバーさえ手に入れればこんなひなびた場所を神殿にすることもないの。
陣地替えか。となると確かに私は用済みだが、このお山に勝る霊地があるとでも。
ええ、多少は劣るようだけど私にふさわしい場所があるわ。それに遠からずそこには足を運ぶのですもの。今すぐに行っても問題はないでしょう。
Assassin's expression, which has been cool throughout, clouds up. Castor must have been satisfied to see that as her glossy lips smile.
そう、私たちの勝利は揺るがないのだから、先に商品を受け取りに行くの。新しい陣地と聖杯、それにセイバーという駒まで揃えた。これなら乗り気でない私のマスターも私の方針に異論は挟めないでしょう。
It is true. No matter how much Castor's master, Shoichiro Kuzuki, wants to stay silent, he'll have no choice but to fight if the conditions line up so perfectly. But what is more certain than that is...
つまらない戦いはおしまい。 聖杯さえ手に入れれば恐れるものは何もない。そう、誰であろうと私を阻むことはできなくなるのですからね。
Her loud laughter soils the night. The purple mage expresses her victory proudly. The swordsman with the long sword gives her a side glance and looks up at the sky. The time is near. No matter what the result may be, there are only 5 days remaining. Even though the number of days are unlikely to be used up, the swordsman who had survived the bloodbath felt that this would be a battle that could not be easily resolved. And I fall. I can't even breathe properly. The wound in my shoulder is red and swollen, and it hurts like crazy when I breathe. I'm unable to stay conscious. If I let my guard down, I'll fall asleep immediately. No, I'm not even sure if I'm awake in the first place. It's not even clear how I made it back here from that rooftop or why I came home. My thoughts become ambiguous. The only thing is my beating heart. Tasaka told me not to get involved, because I am powerless and don't have a reason to fight anymore. But that's wrong. I knew more than anyone that I was powerless. I have a different reason for fighting. I can't just let it become a scar. Losing against others is inevitable. I'm used to getting knocked down, and I know that it's vexing that I can't reach them no matter what I do. But that is only when my opponent is someone else. I can't lose against myself. There is no factor that would make me lose if our powers are equal. To submit to an opponent like that would be like declaring that I'm wrong. My wound distorts. The blood seeps through my bandage. I hold it down with my right hand and glare at the darkness of my fading consciousness. My memory from 10 years ago. The words of a man that was my father. Even if I was wrong from the start, there's nothing wrong with the path that I took. I wanted to become a hero of justice so that incident wouldn't just become a sad past. A time where everyone would be happy. I hold on to the ideal where nobody would shed tears for 10 years. Then it doesn't matter how much my mind doesn't function. What needs to be done has been determined from the start. I didn't fight because I became a master. I decided to fight because I believed that since it was something I could do, it was something I must do. I finally remembered something that was so obvious. Tasaka, no matter how much you tell me, if I believe in it is right, I will believe in this path until the very end. I just can't quit like this, and I won't let her fight by herself. For that sake, I'll sleep now. I won't let her call me a burden. I'll heal this wound in a night. And when I wake up in the morning, I'll definitely catch up to her and finally repay her for what she did that night. So remember how like Castor had like one scene in Fate Stay Night, and then Unlimited Blade Works was just like, hey, what if we just made it all about that one character? February 11th. Moonlight 2. Interlude 12-1. Damn, we're really just getting into it. Remember when I said there was going to be a lot of interludes? I was wrong. The stone room is illuminated by the light of dawn. The light that comes from the ceiling dilutes the darkness underground. Every entrance and window is sealed off, but even that cannot block the sunlight. Even this place that should be closed off in the darkness benefits from the break of dawn. Whether it's an entrance or a window, they were originally created to let things in or out. The cracks cannot be covered, and besides, it can't fulfill its duty as a passage if it's completely closed off. If one wants to completely avoid the sunlight, there cannot be any entrances from the outset. If one prefers darkness, they should dive underground to the bottom without any way to return. In that regard, this underground sanctuary is not perfect. The sunlight exposes all secrets without reservation. The hidden sanctuary was easily discovered, and the owner was eliminated just as easily. There are no traces of blood on the floor. The original owner of the sanctuary was defeated by an intruder. The supervisor of the Holy Grail War, Kyrie Kodamine, was removed from the stage by Castor's hand. That battle was already a few hours ago. The underground regained its silence. The new owner of the church is standing still in the darkness. But the winner scorns herself. Castor glares at the darkness with an irritated look. First of all, she doesn't like this sanctuary. Neither the hidden sanctuary nor the secret sanctuary hidden beneath it suits her taste. The light that comes in is unpleasant, and she doesn't like the priest that she finished off earlier either. And most of all, the most important objective has not been accomplished yet. She was shocked at how poorly things were going, and she even considered reducing this place to ashes. Fortunately, she restrained herself from such an atrocity. It's not because she regained her composure, nor is it out of respect towards the church. She suppressed her emotions solely because of this sound. This faint, periodic noise. The painful voice that escapes from the woman is like heavenly music to her ears. For the time being, she enjoys the spectacle. The groaning sounds of pain come from the girl. The voice that escapes her mouth is too weak. Her anguish would cause those who listen to feel the desire to protect her or sadistic feelings in the contrary. Of course, she is the latter. Sweat drops down her forehead. Just from watching her cute lips bearing the pain, the cold room seems to get warmer.
大したものね、セイバー。レイジの縛りを一晩中拒み続けるなんて、私たちでは考えられないの。
In the back of the sanctuary, the girl tied from the ceiling can only pant. As long as Saber continues to defy the command spell, she has no free will. Additionally, Magecraft so strong that it is visible tortures her whole body. The command spell pressures her from the inside, and Castor's Magecraft tortures her from the outside. Saber's reasoning is disappearing. Even then, the last remnants of her pride are keeping her at bay. Neither the binding of the command spell nor Castor's Magecraft can take away her underlying principles. Therefore, the torture lasts forever. Castor watches that process, the girl desperately holding out, with joy. It was Castor's idea to put her in the white dress. Rustic armor was not appealing, and most of all, it does not suit her. If she is an innocent saint, then she would be a pure white dress when she falls.
けなげなこと。いくらあなたの意志が拒み続けても、サーバントとして作られたその体は別よ。霊女が少しずつ侵食しているのがわかるでしょ。あなたはあと一日も経たずに私のものになる。ならもう降参して素直になった方が楽じゃなくて。
The voice resists painfully. Even though her reasoning is melted, she will not yield to Castor. Just as Castor says, she will put up with the torture until the command spell fully controls her body in the very end.
強情ねセイバー。ええ、けど許してあげる。私、あなたみたいな娘は好きよ。金の髪も小さな体も少年のような凛々しさも可愛いわ。それに裏切るぐらいなら死を選ぶ一途さも愛らしい。ほんと踏み潰してあげたいぐらい。
She stares at the girl with eyes mixed with hatred and pleasure. If Castor puts her mind to it, she could get Saber to surrender in an instant. Saber's freedom is taken away from just one command spell. Then the result is obvious if she corners her with 2 command spells. Saber will become Castor's without the need for such torture. But she will not do such an inelegant thing. Castor should take her time finishing her, since Saber is her lovely tool.
そうね。霊樹で体を支配するなんて退屈ですもの。あなたには自分から私のサーバントになってもらいましょう。ねえ。体ではなく、先に心を壊してあげる。
She now holds the strongest piece in her own hands. There is nothing threatening her victory. The whereabouts of the Holy Grail is a concern, but that is just a matter of time. Just as she decides to enjoy the fall of the King of Knights as a reward for her evil scheme, suddenly an emotionless voice calls out from behind. She turns around immediately. Above the sanctuary, someone slowly makes his way down the stairs that lead outside. A lean, ghost-like figure appears from the darkness. There are no footsteps, nor a presence to be felt. The man comes down to the sanctuary and keeps a straight face, even after seeing the bloodstains on the floor and the girl tied from the ceiling. Castor's attitude changes right away. Her expression changes from irritation and pleasure to that of a tense servant.
なぜここに？あなたには竜道寺にいるようお願いしたはずですが。
質問は私が先だ、キャスター。ここで何をしていると聞いたのだが。
The man, Soichiro Kuzuki's voice does not change. A voice with no inflection is more terrifying than any threat. An emotionless voice is like a mirror. An awareness of one's guilt. This voice is more fearful to those who have greater guilt. She's not being questioned by Kuzuki, but by her own self. Castor holds her chest and reports the whole story to Kuzuki. He is not someone who can be fooled. No, he is the only one whom she cannot lie.
昨日、マスターの一人であるエミヤシローからサーバントを奪いました。エミヤシローは逃しましたが、すでにマスターではありません。
そうか。だがそんな指示を下してはいない。
私の独断です、マスター。その後、聖杯の器を手に入れるために教会を襲いました。聖杯の管理役である神父は仕留めましたが、聖杯の行方は不明です。
そちらも独断か。帰還しなかったのは聖杯が見つからなかったからだな。確かにせっかく手に入れた場所だ。肝心のものを手に入れないまま留守にしては意味がない。
Kuzuki's words are not blaming her, but Castor only felt ashamed of herself. She killed the priest who knew the whereabouts of the Holy Grail, but she has yet to obtain it. On top of that, her arbitrary decision that she needed to keep secret were revealed. What else can she call this other than a failure?
状況は分かった。理由を説明できるか、キャスター。
申し訳ありません。ですがこれもすべてマスターのため。私の目的はあなたを勝利させることだけです。理由など それ以外にはありません。
A long silence. After hearing Castor's strong declaration, Soichiro Kuzuki simply murmurs, I see.
ではここから離れるわけにはいかんな。留守中他のマスターに聖杯を見つけられてはお前の苦労も無駄になる。
ではマスター、
納得のいくまで調べるがいい。それまでは私もここに残ろう。お前一人では戦いに向かん。セーバーが手駒になるまで護衛は必要だろう。
いえ、それには及びません。マスターに力を借りずとも手駒はありますし、聖杯の探索とてどれほどかかるか。それにここは危険です。竜道寺に戻られた方があなたの身は安全です。
正論だ。だがそれでは私の目的が果たせなくなる。
Those words were unexpected for Castor. He did not have an objective. What kind of objective can this man have when he has no interest in the Holy Grail that can grant any wish?
宗一郎様、それは。
急げよ。なければないでいい。成果は問わん。結果だけを出すがいい。
He tells her simply and goes back up the stairs. Castor watches him dumbfounded. The darkness is still silent. The footsteps heading above ground cannot be heard. Why was that one red? I open my eyes. My eyes are not the only thing that wake up, as my sleeping mind wakes up as well. The wound is not a problem. I check the wound in my left shoulder. It still hurts, but there's no intense pain like last night. The heat in my body has gone down as well. It shouldn't be a problem for me to move around. I eat breakfast and feel my empty stomach. Food comes before anything. My body won't move how I want it to unless it gets the nutrition it needs. Alright. I reapply the bandage on my left shoulder. My exposed skin and wound have turned dark blue. My wound hasn't healed up, and I can see the dark red skin peeking through. Of course, Saber's not here right now. I disinfect for my peace of mind, put gauze over it, and wrap bandages around it. Wrapping bandages and constricting the wound is the most primitive first aid treatment, but I have to do this or my wound will expand just by moving my left arm. All done. Just need a weapon now. The sky is cloudy. It must really be cold today, as if there's still frost left in the yard. But this has nothing to do with me. I don't feel any cold. My body is so hot I want to pour ice water over my head. Even then, my body is much better conditioned compared to yesterday. These bamboo swords are the only thing that I can use for weapons after all. I choose the one that seems like it could pass magical energy through the best and wrap in my bag. Then I slap my cheeks. I don't know if it's to psych myself up or if I was preparing to never come back here. I don't know why I did it myself. I sling the bag over my right shoulder and head outside. The place where I've spent many years. Didn't even look back at the shed that could be considered my home, my own room. Well, even though I decided to fight, there are still plenty of problems. I have to make clear that I need to prioritize and what I need to do. Else it'll end without me being able to do anything. There are two paths to take. I'll go to the church. It's irritating to have to ask that priest for help, but I'm not in a situation to be caring about such a thing. Even if meeting up with Tasaka and getting Saber back with her help is the best option. I have no way to find her now that she's disappeared. But that priest should know Tasaka's whereabouts, and even know how to fight against Castor. My body feels heavy. The wound in my shoulder aches with every step and raises my body temperature. This small hill looks like a wall now. But it'll end soon. I'll be released from this weight once I go up the hill and reach the church. The church looks as if it stands near the sky. Blood is dripping down my chest and armpits. My wound opened up, damn it. I wouldn't think that my weak spirit made my wound worse. My body should be resting to start with. Of course my wound would open up if I pushed myself to move. But if I see Kotomine, even that will... He might not be able to treat me, but I'm sure he has at least some medicine. His role is to protect masters who cannot fight anymore. This is ironic, but I have the right to receive protection from the church since I lost my command spell. Only a bit further to the church. I'm concerned about Tasaka's whereabouts and about her saving Saber. But for now, I just want to sit down and cool my heated body down. The lights are out in the chapel. The church is so quiet that I feel chills. Kotomine? Kotomine is nowhere to be seen. I wouldn't think they would help out. I feel a person's presence. The church is not deserted, as I hear some rustling sounds in the middle of the church past the chapel. Huh? Something's off. My impression and the truth are conflicting. I can't gather my thoughts. My wound is aching and I'm unable to tell what's conflicting and what's going on and where it's dangerous. An earthquake? I stop before sitting down in the chair. A shelf might have collapsed from the earthquake as I hear ceramics breaking in Kotomine's voice. He's in the back. The lights are out in the chapel. In that case, today might be a day off for the church and the priest might be in the back. I don't know if churches have days off. I wouldn't think that they would be accepting visitors if the lights are out. On a day like this, it's hard to keep walking any longer without any treatment, but I can't collapse into the chair. I have to see the priest to have this wound treated and find out where Tasaka is. When I exit the chapel, there is a courtyard. I couldn't tell from the outside, but there seems to be a plaza set up in the center of the building. The corridor surrounding the yard is intricate and reminds me of the monastery I saw in a book. Huh? I stop. I feel like there was something stuck in the pillar I just passed by that shouldn't be there.
また会えるとは思っていたけど、こんなに早く会えるなんてね。
Gah. I almost fall as I turn around. I'm unsteady on my feet and lean to the wall of the church to prevent myself from falling. Why are you here? Painfully. I bear the pain that digs into my shoulder and stare at the shadow in front of me.
それはこちらのセリフよ。その傷ならしばらくは動けないと踏んでいたのだけれど、思っていた以上の坊やだったわけね、あなたは。
I honestly can't remember. I don't think this is a dead-end route, but it probably is somehow. The purple robe comes closer. Oh my god. Okay, so this is another decision point. I feel like if I run, that's going to send a bad signal. Let's try to find an opening.
無駄よ。あなた程度の力じゃ何をしても私からは逃げられないわ。
Uh-huh. Castor's voice echoes. Where am I? Wait, what happened to my vision? Ugh, Castor. I swing around my bamboo sword in the world without any direction. I don't feel it hitting anything, and I don't hear the sound of it cutting the air. I just use up my energy and worsen my wound.
安心なさい。殺しはしないわ。あなたには希少価値があるもの。適当に刈り込んで投影用の魔杖として使ってあげる。
My internal organs writhe. My body doesn't move one bit, but my insides rotate like the inside of a dryer.
驚いた。頭を押さえたのに体はまだ諦めていないのね。ますます気に入ったわ、坊や。セイバーもじき私のものになるし、あなたも同じよう大事に大事に扱ってあげる。
I was able to stop the rotation that made me want to throw up all my organs. The purple mage reaches out with her fingers, stained with someone else's blood.
あの男は逃がしたけど、あなたは逃がさない。さあ、すぐに愛しのお姫様に会わせてあげる。
My vision is cut off. I don't feel my limbs. The only certain thing is the pain in my shoulder, but that ends quickly as well. Okay, so that was a dead end. Fine. What the fuck?
はーい、みんな元気にしてたかな。ちょっと近道をしようと裏道に入った途端、正面からたっぷり突っ込まれるような不運な君を助けるタイガー道場よ。さて、今回の死因はズバリ間の悪さです。
Yeah.
教会に行くこと自体は正しい選択なんだけど、もうちょっとだけ独力で遠坂さんを探してみることをおすすめするわ。って何固まってるのよ、イリアちゃん。何、間違って辛いものでも食べちゃったの。もしちょっと失礼だぞ、少しは返事しろ。つうか、かまって。お姉ちゃん寂しいよ。うわー、もううるさいったらうるさい。あ、起きた。イリアちゃん、お目覚め。お目覚めじゃない。私はね、あまりのショックにフリーズしてたの。失神してたの。エクトプラスってたの。どうして？どうしてって何よ、今回の導入は。何あれ、どういうこと？ここってタイガー道場じゃないの？私全然わかんない。何って、魔法少女ものってああいうものよ。イリアちゃん知らないの？むっかーその登場するような顔ムカつく。そもそもタイガー、魔法少女って年齢、本編ヒロシといえど魔法少女が似合うのは私と先輩ぐらいのもんなんだから。とにかくさっきの導入は以後禁止。魔法少女ネタは今回きりだからね。そっかー、イリアちゃんも魔法少女になりたかったのね。けどごめんなさい、無理なものは無理なの。人間には適材適所って言葉があるのよ。けどなんとかしてあげる。イリアちゃんは少年が黒一色だから、敵役のドイチェンブルマーとか地獄ティーゲルゲンスイなんかいいんじゃ。誰がそんな色物キャラやるか。ちょっととバルハラに行け、酔いどれティーゲル。ライバル登場の予感。
So, I get what they're saying. Like, they want me to go ahead and, like, do to Sokka first. Which, again, is fine. But, like, I feel like she'd just be mad. Like, she's gonna be mad anyway, I guess. Meet up with Tasaka. She told me to withdraw now. I'm going to refuse to fight. I need to let her know. I'm going to refuse and fight. I need to let her know that I won't withdraw on my own. And that we're still cooperating. And, okay, there. I can't let her fight by herself. I owe her big time. I can't step down until I repay her for that. And she always screws up at the most crucial moment. She's so unreliable. I can't let her be alone. I adjust the bag on my shoulder. I'm aware that I won't be much help and she will object. But I can't obtain peace of mind until I see Tasaka's face. This is hypothetical, but if she gets hurt without me knowing, I can't even be there to help her. Again, it's not like I was against this objective either. But it was just one of those things where it's like, it didn't feel right to, like, get that whole backstory about, like, Kodomine and, like, not at least go and attempt to do something. So when I saw the other option, I'm like, oh, shit. But yeah, that was what threw me off. Because it felt like the timeline was skipped ahead. Sat on a bench and rest my burning body. It's past noon. I've searched all around Shinto, but I haven't found anything. Damn. I knew it wasn't going to be easy, but I didn't think I would find nothing. I knew that I had no way to find Tasaka from the start. I tested my luck and looked around town, but I couldn't find her, or even traces of her. The other masters aren't coming out either. I guess there's no need to attack me now that I don't have command spell. I take a breath and lean back on my backrest. I won't get anywhere like this. Tasaka isn't naive enough to show her tail. And my last resort is to use myself as a decoy to lure out other masters as failing so far. I get a bit uneasy. I can't find Tasaka and I can't save Saber. They might already be in an irreparable situation by the time I find them. It's still noon. I won't let that happen so easily. I stand up from the bench. I ignore my left shoulder that starts heating up again and leave the park. I'll search one more time from the start. There's no doubt that she's in Shinto. It's the same as last night. I don't know why, but I can instinctively feel that he is around here. It's not as uncertain as a premonition, but close to conviction. We're going to get interluded, aren't we? Yep. Interlude 12-2. That's what I was looking for. When did I figure out the truth of that dream? A desert as far as I can see. The infinite swords stuck in the ground do not have a wielder. The sky is stormy, and there is no forest or town or ocean in the far horizon. The hill of swords that continues endlessly. A graveyard of steel that has no user or owner. I realized from the start that this was the scenery inside that hero's mind. After a sequence of many events, one who becomes a heroic spirit ends up in that place. There are those who left this world loved by many people, and those who left this world being praised as noble kings. There are those who died in battle wishing to fight, and those who pass on after leading a long, fulfilling life. However, there seem to be many who are praised against their will. If true heroes are those who legitimately earn their title, then these are different heroes. They should be called Avenger, or the anti-hero that ended up in the place because they reversed fate. Those who are in the opposite position as heroes, yet worshipped as heroes as a result. Even those who are treated as heroic spirits, who both hate and are hated by humans, are used as guardians. But he is in a gray area. He's not a true hero, nor a rare avenger. I'll be right back. My food's here. Alright. I am back, but my food has arrived. So in this moment of brevity, I'm going to eat my food. But I'm also going to explain that my calves are like rocks. Well, not like rocks. They're fine, but like the pain that's going through them is a little intense. Because as I mentioned a few days ago that I wasn't here, I went to Universal. And spent 2 days there going to different parks. And as a result, we walked all over the place, right? But my legs are worn the fuck out. Now, that being said, I did eat and drink properly and all that sort of stuff, but it took a lot out of me. And while I was in motion, it didn't matter so much. But when I got home, I stopped moving my body so much, and then everything like came screaming back at me like, okay, here's that pain you should have felt then. So when I'm trying to get up and walk around, I just have sharp pain in my calves. Which is funny because my feet are fine. It's literally just my calves. Thighs are fine, knees are fine, ankles are fine, feet are fine. But yeah. But in other news, so like, if you're not from the US, which some of you may be, some of you aren't, but the initial cost of a theme park is like the entrance fee, right? So you pay for admission, right? Everything else after that is a luxury cost or a convenience cost or anything else like that. Even if like there's 1,000 different shops along the route or the way that you can get just like a multitude of different foods or snacks or whatever, it's like they're all expensive as hell. And to give you a rough idea, like they have refillable Coke locations at that place, right? And you can buy a collector's cup for like $20 a pop, and you can refill it throughout the day at any of those stations and all that sort of stuff. Blah 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 blah. But again, why would you do that? They also have a regular cup, which you can fill once. And the reason that you can only fill it once is because there's a chip at the bottom of each of the stupid little cups they got. And that's like $5. And this is like a standard size cup. This is not like a super sized cup or anything like that. Nothing special about it. Oh, and if you wanted the water, that was $6 for a bottle. Now, that being said, what you can do, and this was not immediately obvious to anybody, obviously, but if you do need a cup of water, they will give you cups of water no matter where you go, as long as you ask for them. And it's just regular tap water, which is fine, right? They give you the water and you're on your way. But they don't mention that anywhere. And I think that they're doing that to people based on the assumption that they're just going to buy like random sodas or the expensive water or whatever else. And it's like, I just want a cup of water if I'm going to get water. So why would I? Because they do have water fountains and all that sort of stuff, which is fine. But, you know, when you're going to a theme park, kids have been licking on it or whatever else, and not the greatest. We were literally in a line for one of the rides and saw a girl that just licked the whole end of the damn thing. It's just like, well, that explains just about everything I need to know. Also, we ended up eating at like just a normal burger place, right? They have burgers and they have fries, and that was what they sold, and then the drinks. Now imagine a standard burger, a handful of fries, and one drink. And tell me how much you think that should cost. Picture that in your mind about how much that should cost. For two of us to get a drink, a handful of fries, and a burger, it was $50. I shit you not. $50. And obviously, I'm taking this all with a grain of salt. Because I'm like, okay, fine. We're here to have fun. We're here to spend a little bit of money, all that sort of stuff. But I'm also one of those people that feels like I should not have to spend that kind of money on food. Like if I bought toys or merch or something like that, sure, I expect a little bit more of a cost. Just because, but not for food. And yes, I get it. For the sake of convenience and everything else, and it being in the park and everything like that, I do expect an upcharge of some kind. But when you consider and again, this is like old information, but when you consider that I could go to any gas station or a Mickey D's right now and get like a standard soft drink of any kind, Coke, Sprite, whatever, and it might be like, I don't know, $1, maybe $2, and that shit is refillable with no other restrictions. And then I go to a theme park and the individual cup is $5. There's something wrong. If it had been like $3, I'd been like, okay, fine, I get it. But $5 is ridiculous. For no reason. Not only that, but then they have this technology that stops you from getting a refill. Because, like, once you fill the cup once, you're done. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? But so, we went to Adventure Island on the second day. And we got there at or around opening, which was pretty good. And we got through pretty much all the rideable rides in the park in like about 3 hours. It was midweek. Not a lot of people there. We tried to get the most the most popular rides out of the way first. And we got really lucky because the King Kong ride we got on before it was officially opened. So they made an announcement because it was supposed to open at 9:30, right? The park itself is officially opened at 9. Early access is 8 a.m. And that basically just limits you to the shops or some limited rides in the early morning, which is fine. The rest of the park opens up at 9, and then there's some rides that open up a little bit later just to get some testing out of the way. But we got on the King Kong one. With no issue. We got in there frame one. And this was after already riding the Spider-Man ride and everything else. And from there we ended up in the Hogsmeade section and all that sort of stuff. And the Hagrid line, or the Hagrid motorbike ride, was the longest line, which was to be expected. But we must have went through 15 different rooms of because the line setup is a long time, but each room is unique, right? So you're not ever sure how close you are to the ride until you see it. So, and it was one of those rides where it just continuously goes, which is good. But, we get up there, And we got like 10 rooms deep, and it's just like it's still more and more just rooms with like magic paintings, you know what I mean, like the paintings that move and like little entertaining things to keep your mind distracted. Because it's all about Hagrid and his motorbike and all that sort of stuff. So there's magical creatures and everything. But my God, it was a huge line. Not in the sense of like there were a lot of people, but like in the sense of like the line itself. Even if I walked the whole thing and there was nobody in that line, it would take me like 10 minutes to get up there. When you add people to the mix, that just makes it worse, but you know. So even if you've been through like 4 or 5 rooms, you're like, oh, we gotta be close, right? And it's just like, no, you're not close at all. It's deceptive. And I know this is going to sound obvious, but like, there are a lot of rides where you can't bring any loose articles with you. So like purses, bags, that sort of thing. And so they have lockers out in the front of these rides sometimes. So they'll be like, oh yeah, here's the lockers over here. And you can pay for a locker. Or there's the free ones, which I imagine aren't really guarded that well. But like, if you want it to be locked up, if you're worried about losing something, then you pay for the payable lockers. But I'm thinking like, because the park promotes like the wands. Like the Ollivander wands that they sell for like $200. So I'm thinking if you have one of those and they tell you, oh, you can't bring that after getting all the way up there, like they do tell you like pretty early on, like, hey, make sure you don't have any loose articles or nothing like that. But like, not only that, but to pay for a locker on top of that to get in the line and then wait for an hour, it's just like, ugh. Just, ugh. So I do sound like I'm complaining a lot. I don't actually have anything against, like, Universal in general. But there are just some things about, like, theme parks in general where I'm like, good fucking Lord, why do you cost so goddamn much? I already paid however many hundreds of dollars to be here, plus a fee to like use the hotel, and then everything else, and they charge for parking, and if you want the good parking, you gotta pay $50 a day for that. If you're not staying at one of their resorts, and even the resorts themselves charge you for parking per day, which is another fucking thing. And it's like, why? And you might think to yourself, well, yeah, you should just expect that. But, like, even though I could, like, handle that cost, because I knew going in, like, there was going to be that cost, like, even I was still shocked by, like, how much they were charging for shit. Like, for a stuffed owl, it was, like, $60. For, like, a shirt, it was $40. I'm just like, what the fuck are you charging $40 for this thing for? And like, don't get me wrong, like I did want to spend money at the shops, but I just felt like it wasn't a good idea. Because the other thing you have to remember, right, is like the revenue that they make isn't necessarily from the entrance into the park, right? The entrance to the park is not necessarily where the money is made. The money is made on the merch that they sell, or the extra shit that they make you pay for, or food. And again, I don't like food being upcharged for any reason, because everybody needs to eat. And if you make it reasonable, right, you're not going to deter people from like staying around to get something. But if somebody's in desperate need, right, and they're hungry and they just don't have that kind of money, but then they also have to pay for food inside the attraction or the thing, there should be like cheaper options, and there just wasn't. It was like anything you wanted was at least a $5 charge. Anything. And I'm talking to like the most minuscule of minuscule things. You wanted a decent sized anything, you were going to have to pay like 10, 15, 20 bucks. Now, knowing what I know now, I would totally pay the 18 bucks for like the collector cup. Not necessarily because I want the cup, but because I don't have to pay for my fucking drink every time I go and get a drink or something. But at the same time, that is a gamble, because like I was talking about for like the Hagrid ride, now I've got to put that shit down somewhere so it's not out and loose. Because if it's out and loose, then I may lose it on the ride, it may get lost some other way, or something like that. So now I've got this cup I've got to carry with me everywhere. And that's if you don't have somebody designated to just do that for you. Which, again, if you're bringing people along with you and you have one person that's just designated to hold the cups, they're not really having a good time being there. They're just there to be there, which is not like the best. Because I want them to enjoy their time too. And like if they're just walking around with like the baggage and stuff, what fun are they having? Right? Now granted, there are some situations where that work, like older people that just don't care about waiting in the line. They want to look around, they want to shop, they just want to have a seat, all that sort of stuff. But like some of these lines are like hours long, or like at least an hour to get into the line and then get the ride and then get out. So now you've got somebody out there sitting in the sun or wherever they're at for an hour, holding on to this shit, assuming that they didn't go along with you or not using the locker. It's just like, but good Lord. And there were bathrooms, but they were like, they were strategically placed, but like they should have been more common than they were. And the reason I say that is because this is going to be a thing, but like if you think you're going to like hold it to get through a line at one of these rides, just go to the restroom before you get in the line. Because you're not going to make it. Now, I don't have that problem, but like I could see where some people like would get into a line thinking, oh yeah, we'll just do this real quick. It's only like 20 minutes. And then like there is nowhere to go. There is nowhere to go. Nothing they can do. So now they're stuck in a line and they either piss themselves or something else. Because these lines are not easy to get back out of. I'm going to tell you that straight up. Emergency exits are around for sure. But, like, it's still not easy to get out of these lines. And again, with all the negativity out of the way, like, this is not me complaining. Like, this is me complaining about certain aspects. The rides themselves were great. Like, they were well designed. I feel like they were well put together, all that sort of stuff. I have no complaints about the rides themselves. They were all very fun. Even like the older rides like E.T. or Cat in the Hat or anything else like that. Because we went on some of these just to like see what they were like. Perfectly good rides. Like even today. And E.T. is like one of the oldest ones by far. And if the story is to be believed, the reason that E.T. still exists is because Steven Spielberg said it was his favorite ride. And that if they ever took that ride away, he'd take all of his IPs away from the park. Is what I understood or what I was told. This was a friend of mine who told me this. So whether that's true or not, I'm not 100% sure, but that does seem correct, at least in my opinion. And they had this whole thing where, like, you give them your name, and then at the end, E.T. says your name. Which I thought was fun. But it's pretty simple stuff, right? Like, you put it in the computer, and then you just, like... Yep, that's it. We got it. Alright, anyway, I'm done eating. I did have a good time. Like, I'm not saying that I didn't. We did make considerably good time on that last day. We were trying to figure out what exactly we wanted to do after that point. We ended up just, like, heading out and going home after that. But, like, we were like, do we want to eat here? Do we not want to eat here? And there was some sort of Greek place that was supposed to be like the best theme park restaurant ever, according to somebody, but I'm not much into Greek food, and that may have been a my bad situation. Because I don't want to rob people of like their experiences, but there were some things where I was just like, I'm not going to enjoy myself. I'm not really going to eat here. So if you want to go, we can go. I'm just telling you how I'm going to feel about it. And then I think that deterred them, which was not my intention. Because I don't want to be like the downer of the group and be like, oh yeah, we totally shouldn't go here. Like, it's like, no, we can totally go. I'm just telling you I probably won't get anything. Alright, but anyway, let's continue on. I'll sip my drink as we go along. His efforts were unrewarded and his life ended in betrayal. But he never hated humans until the very end. But that too wore away. Yes, he must have gotten worn out. I was mistaken. Heroic spirits, familiars called servants, positioned as guardians, the counterforce of humanity. They are summoned to various ages and prevent the destruction of the world. But the only condition they have is destruction caused by humans. Destruction caused by nature and external factors are not solved by the counterforce of humanity, but by that of the world. That's why the only thing that heroic spirits who become guardians see is self-destruction. An existence only to eliminate destruction created from human desires. He made a contract with the world to save humans and become a hero. In return, he became a guardian after his death, and was shown humanity's self-destruction over and over again. He was summoned as a heroic spirit to save people, yet he has been forced to clean up after people's misconduct. It did not take long for him to start thinking that it was in vain, and he couldn't help despising the human world. And in the end, even after he died, he kept on getting betrayed by the ideal that he protected.
Rin, どうした？立ちくらみか？
Rin Tasaka wakes up, being called upon suddenly. She slowly looks around. This is the foreigner cemetery. It's only past 7 p.m., but it is deserted. Well, the hill where the church stands is always deserted.
ごめん、寝てた。少し疲れてるみたい。
無理もない。昨夜から不眠だったからな。体調が優れないのならば見合わすか。
There's plenty of reason to
何
attack
も
now.
今すぐ仕掛けることはない。
いいえ、時間はかけられない。キャスターの居場所が分かったんなら、ここで決着をつけるべきよ。
Rin declares and notices that her body is warm. It must be because her familiar archer had protected her from the cold with his cloak.
なんだ、寝てるって気がついてたんじゃないあなた。なのに起こさないなんて人が悪いわね。
何？立ったまま眠る人間にはそうお目にかかれないのでね。物珍しさでつい観察してしまった。
So, I am one of those people that can like sleep while standing or sitting up, which apparently is like very rare, but I can do it. My head does slump and have weight, but I can sleep.
ますますたちが悪い。女の子の寝顔を見るなんて何様よあんた。
安心したまえ。誓ってそのような無礼はしていない。だが別のものは聞いたな。目は閉じようと思えば閉じられるが、耳はそうはいかないのでな。
そう。私何か言ってたあーちゃん。
ああ、気に食わないだの、頭にくるだの、実に物騒なささやきを数件。
なんだ、よかった。
Rin sighs with relief. The dream she just saw cannot be discussed. She can't have Archer know about it. She likes their relationship. In order to maintain that, she must hide the fact that she knows Archer's past.
行きましょうあーちゃん。教会なら少しは詳しいわ。あそこならどこに隠れているか見当ぐらいつく。
She brushes away Archer's cloak and stands up. Archer protects her back silently. Then,
ねえあーちゃん、自分のやってきたことを後悔したことってある？
she asks without turning around.
私はできれば最後までしたくない。本当に打ちのめされた時にも歯を食いしばって意地を張り続けたい。けどそれって難しいんでしょうね。きっと私が考えている以上に。
個人差があるな、その手の精神論は。できる者もいればできない者もいる。とりわけ君は前者だ。その手の人間はまず過ちなど起こさないし、自らの過ちなど考えることもない。
何よ、それじゃあ私が傍若無人な暴君みたいじゃない。
いい自己認識だ、リン。鮮やかな人間というものは人より眩しいものを言う。そういった手合いにはな、歯を食いしばる時などないのだ。で、試験だが君は間違いなくその手合いだ。遠坂凛は最後まであっさりと自分の道を信じられる。
The knight in the red cloak says, as if singing. Rin blushes at his answer and asks her main question to him without looking back.
じゃああなたは最後まで自分が正しいって信じられる？
いや申し訳ないが、その質問は無意味だな。
どうしてよ。答えられないことじゃないでしょこんなの。
Her voice is slightly nervous. To that,
最後までという質問が無意味だ。忘れたのかマスター。私の最後はとうの昔に終わっている。
the Red Knight answers in a dry voice. Interlude out. Man. I sigh and lean against a sign. I searched around until sunset, and the only thing I found was how useless I am. Ugh. The wound on my left shoulder is aching. I don't know if it's because my bandage is getting loose or if the wound itself has opened up. Anyway, I can't waste any more time. If I can't find a certain lead, then I'll end up just like last night. Jeez, where could she be? I recall when I parted ways with her last night. It's been a day already since she told me exactly what was on her mind. Like how I can't fight without Saber or how I should escape to the church. Oh yeah, the church. There is a lead. I thought about it when I went out to the town this morning. The supervisor for the Holy Grail War. The priest of the church on the hill should know about Tasaka's whereabouts. It's irritating to go ask for his help, but now's not the time to be picky. No, whether I like him or not, I shouldn't go see that priest. He says he's a priest, but there's something unsettling about him that tells me Kyrie Kotomine is a man that fundamentally shouldn't be approached. I don't want to have to ask for his advice if possible, but he's the only one I can rely on. It's just once. That shouldn't be a problem. I tell myself, move my aching body. It's 7 p.m. I walked to the train station for 20 minutes. Walk to the train station? The church stands in the suburbs, away from the noisy town. It's been 9 days since I last went up this hill. However, considering the fact that I had never come here prior to that, I'm coming here quite often now. To be honest, I don't like that church. Maybe more than Kyrie Kotomine, that church itself is forbidden territory that should not be approached. The fire 10 years ago. It's because the church, which looked after the children that became orphans, forced me to recall that incident from 10 years ago. I finish going up the hill and go out into the open grounds. I suddenly get a headache. It's not because of my left shoulder's wound. The wound is causing me to have a fever, but I shouldn't give me this stabbing headache. My temple hurts. I lose myself and feel a chill, as if my body is going to split in half like a shedding insect. This is weird. I fight through my headache and start running. The cause of this hunch I have is had since yesterday. The unknown feeling that Tasaka is in Shinto. That has expanded to the max and is causing this headache. Then, there is no doubt that something is going on in there. There are bloodstains on the floor. Traces of blood sporadically continue up to the door at the back of the church. No, that's not it. It's not continuing into the back, but seems like it's coming out from the back. It bothers me, but now's not the time for that. The bloodstains mean that someone's hurt. And this much too, their life must be in danger. I feel a sharp pain in my head. A dull heaviness settles into my body. I ignore them as I take out my bamboo sword and start walking quietly. Tasaka, are you there? Nobody replies. The air is tense. I feel all the windows in the church would shatter if I raised my voice. I follow the traces of blood. The bloodstains are in the crevices of the building. It continues into the dark staircase that you would miss if you didn't know about it. Stairs that lead underground. I didn't know this place had a basement. This is a church, so could it be a mausoleum? I can't afford to be leisurely pondering right now. I exercise utmost caution and step into the darkness. I descend in the darkness. There's a dim light at the end of the stairs. I hold my breath and move forward, using only the light below as a guide. The narrow corridor ends, and I come out into an open space. It is a spacious stone chamber. The stairs along the wall stretch down to the sanctuary. There, stairs lead to an open space that seems like a sanctuary. And there is the one I had been looking for, Rin Tasaka. Tasaka's confronting the enemy in front of her, with Archer protecting her. In front of her, in front of the altar, are two silhouettes. It doesn't even have to be said. The mage in the purple robe, Castor, and her master, Kuzuki. On the altar behind them, there is Saber, who is looking down and panting painfully. My heart skips a beat, sorry. My pulse is clearly beating at a much faster rate. The situation is obvious. The two pairs of master and servant confronting each other in the sanctuary about 5 meters below me. They haven't noticed me hiding overhead, as they're too preoccupied. Tasaka and Castor are both thinking ahead, looking for an opening to attack. To look up in a situation like this would not be allowed. My heart beats even faster. My headache is constant, and I feel an intense pain in my shoulder as it's been seared by a hot iron. I can't keep my presence hidden forever in this state. Castor or Kuzuki. If one of them looks up even just a bit, they'll notice me hiding. Fuck it, give it an opening. YOLO. I'm kidding. Now is the chance. It's not just an unexpected intrusion. Tasaka and Archer, Castor and Kuzuki, if their powers are equal, then I can be of help. I can let Archer take care of Castor, so I can stop Kuzuki even a little. Tasaka could shoot him from a distance. If I die instantly, this will be funny as hell, so we're gonna go for it. I run down the stairs. I've strengthened the bamboo sword in my hand. I obviously subdued the pain from my wound. Tasaka aside, I can't let Castor and the others know that I'm injured. Just be mad. What are you saying? You're the only one who said to go to the church. I didn't think I'd come across a bad situation either. Tasaka bites her tongue in spite of herself. Alright, I said that on a whim, but it seems like I was able to convince Tasaka more than I expected. Anyway, I'm going to help. I should be of use in this situation, right? Complain after we defeat Castor. I cautiously approach Kuzuki so I can protect Tasaka. Huh? He mutters to himself, as if he's given up. Before I realize what that means. Yeah, that was my fuck up. I figured this was like the bad end of the situation, but we're gonna go with it. We're gonna ride it out. What? Saber's bindings are released. The blonde girl who is crucified falls powerless to the ground, and...
ええ、ですから霊樹を使ってあなたたちを殺すように命じたのよ。マスターの命令ですもの。使いたくはなかったけど、使うしかないでしょ。
I should have hid. It's okay. I recall hiding a little bit, but like I can't remember exactly. But like I had to figure out like if this worked. And obviously, with Archer just standing there like a fucking idiot, it's just like, well, we're fucked. Saber stands up. Her body's covered with silver armor, and her hand is a golden sword that I've never seen before.
たくやってくれたわね坊や。おかげで残る霊樹は一つだけ。これは保身用のものだから、セイバーにはもう無理強いができなくなった。聖杯を永久にしようという私の算段はこれでおしまいよ。あとはただ一度きりの望みとやらを叶えるだけになったけど、その前にせめてここで楽しませてもらうわ。さあセイバー、私の望みを台無しにしてくれたこの子たちに本当の力を見せてあげなさい。
Saber, holding her golden sword, steps towards us. Now that things have come to this, Archer is silent. Instead of telling Tasaka to run away, he stands in front of Saber. That is the final act of loyalty from the knight who understands that he can't protect his master no matter what he does. Saber and Caster ready their attack. There's no way to counterattack, nor is there time to run away. How can a mere human defend against it when there is only an instant of life expectancy left, and even Archer has abandoned all hope? Saber and Caster, the two servants bound by command spells, mercilessly swing their weapons. Yep. It's basically being like, oh, you should have stayed hidden. Like, I knew. Like, I did know. But at the same time, I was like, fuck it. Why not just run in there like a badass and see what happens?
誰にも言えないあなたのお悩みを解決するフジモンタの人生相談の時間です。今日のお客様はこちら、冬木市龍道寺在住キャスターかっこ亀井さん、28歳かっこ推定です。
こんにちは。よろしくお願いします。
What the fuck is this? The voice has been changed for protection of privacy.
おやおや、これはまた美人さんだ。どうしたの奥さん、あなたほどの美人なら悩みなんてないでしょう。
それがどうも私目立ってないというか、他の6人に比べて地味だとかキャラが立ってないとか豊島とか言われて。
そりゃ大変だ。何キャスターさん、職業占い師って書いてあるけど。
はい、本当は家事に専念してあったかい家庭を築きたいんです。夫を楽にしてあげたい一心で復職したんですけど、職場でもいじめられてしまって、私どうしたらいいでしょう。変わりたい。私もっと愛らしいキャラに変わりたいんです。
そりゃ無理でしょう。
無理。
初期段階ではキャスターハイパー化でロリッコになんて落書きもありましたが、ロリッコは一人で十分。愛らしいキャラになるのは諦めなさい。
そうですよね。私もそんな気はしてたんです。私一生懸命やってるんですよ。主人に負担をかけないようこっそり貯蓄を作って、いろいろな用心棒を雇って街中に監視カメラを仕掛けましたの。なのに主人は私の苦労をねぎらってもくれませんし、この間なんて突然やってきた子たちに計画を台無しにされてしまって、私こんなに頑張ってるのに全く報われないんです。藤本さん、こんな私ですが幸せになれるでしょうか。
ダメ。
ダメ。
キャスターさん、そりゃあんたが悪いよ。
そんな、こんなところでも虐待されるなんて、私って一体。
よし、もう飽きた。これにて一件落着。以上、フジモンタの人生相談でした。
Good talk. I hold my breath. I push my body against the wall and watch to keep myself hidden. It's still too early. It's still too reckless to attack when I don't have a grasp of what kind of situation it is. Which is the smart way to approach the situation. More importantly, I don't have much at hand. The only weapon I have is a strengthening bamboo sword, and it's too reckless to confront Castor with only this weapon and without a plan. No, that's wrong. I do have another weapon. No, wait, what am I thinking? I can't use projection? Half my body got numb from using it just once. Archer said so too, it'll end up worse if I use it again. Magecraft beyond what capabilities destroys the user first. If I use projection magecraft in this state, it's only natural that I die on the spot. The chance will come. For now, I just have to suppress my body and that wants to run out and prepare for that chance.
そうならキレイは殺したわけ
There is only intent to kill in her tense voice. Tasaka is glaring at the enemy in front of her with her coldness I've never seen before.
始末したわ。素直に聖杯を差し出す人間でもなさそうでしたからね。後々になって邪魔をされても困るもの。
On the other hand, Castor is composed. The witch declares loudly that she has killed him herself. A gritting sound echoes through the sanctuary. That man was more like a devil than a saint to me, but to Tasaka, that priest was a fellow senior apprentice. And he was killed. Even if he was involved and prepared as a mage, it's not something she can take in so easily.
そうそれは結構キレイもそれぐらいは覚悟していたでしょうけどキャスター一つ聞くけどあいつの死体は確認した
I don't know if she was suppressing her anger or if I was mistaken, and she held no anger from the start. Tasaka questions as if it doesn't concern her, and Castor dodges her question, completely changing.
何を言い出すかと思えば、そのようなこと、あなたには関係ないでしょ。
ええ、全くないわ。けど他人事でもない。あいつが本当に死んだんなら安心できるから確認しただけよ。
それはどういう意味かしら、お嬢さん。
言葉通りの意味よ、キャスター。あいつがそう簡単に死ぬ玉かっての。もしはっきりと死体を確認していないんじゃ、まず間違いなく生きているって思っただけ。使えないわね、あなたも。どうせ綺麗を襲うならしっかりきっかり息の根を止めておけっていうのよ。まあいいわ、やることもできたし早めに済ませましょう、キャスター。今回は人質もいないし気持ちよく戦えるわ。
A signal to start. Tasaka or Castor. If either of them steps forward, the sanctuary will immediately be covered in flames of magecraft.
大きく出たわね。あなた、この状況で私たちに勝てるつもりなのかしら。
やりようによってはね。幸いセイバーの制御もまだのようだし条件は同じでしょ。それに久月先生のことも分かってる。セイバーは面食らってたけど事前に知っていれば私のアーチャーの出来じゃないわ。
Tasaka gestures towards Archer while staring at Castor.
聞いての通りよ、アーチャー。キャスターの相手は私がする。下手に近づくとあんたまで契約破りを食らいかねないから。
私の相手はあの男か。それは構わないが、魔術師ではキャスターにはかなわないと分かっているのか、リーブ。
安心して勝ち目もないことは言い出さないわ。キャスターは必ずここで倒す。そうすればセイバーだって元に戻ってシロと契約をし直せるでしょ。
Tasaka gets ready to fight. I feel a sense of urgency, like a wild animal about to attack its prey. As if to stop that.
理想論だな。彼女をここで倒すというのは難しい。逃げるだけならば 彼女は当代一だ。何しろ逃亡のために実の弟すら八つ咲きにする女だからな。
Archer nonchalantly steps in between Tasaka and Castor.
アーチャー、ちょっと何のつもりよ。
He does not answer Tasaka. The Red Knight confronts Castor silently, just like last time. That's scenery. I think I remember seeing it somewhere.
実の弟すら八つ咲きにしたですって。知ったような口を聞くのね、アーチャー。あなたには私の正体が分かっていて。
竜の葉をよりしろとした人型はコルキス王の魔術と聞く。その娘王女メディアは希代の魔女と謳われたそうだが。
The air freezes. Castor's composure disappears and enmity like fire is directed at Archer.
そう。ならこの場はどちらが優勢かわかるでしょ。
Yeah, me. Oh. Archer does not answer. His expression is stony, as if he's accepting everything that is happening, as if there is no good or evil.
抵抗は無駄よ、アーチャー。あなたが何者だろうとセイバーを取り戻すことはできない。今はまだ私に逆らう意志が残ってるけど、それもあと1日持つかどうか。それに霊樹さえ使ってしまえば今すぐにだって私の人形にしてしまえるわ。
I strain to keep myself from getting up. Not yet. Even if that's true, I need to endure it. If I want to save Saber, I can't jump out now.
たとえレイジを使われてもセイバーなら耐えられるわ。それが1分か2分かは知らない。けどそれだけあれば十分にあなたを仕留められるんじゃない？
Castor and Tasaka glare at each other, using Archer as a fulcrum. Standing in between them,
不可能だな。ここでお前を切り伏せようが、せいぜいその半身を立つ程度。その後に待つのは、セイバーとキャスターを同時に敵に回すという劣勢だけだ。
yes, he defied his own master's expectations.
アーチャー、それは。
分かっているはずだ、リン。さすがにそうなっては勝ち目がない。セイバーは不完全なマスターのために能力を制限されていた。その縛りがなくなった以上、彼女は最強のサーバントだ。太刀打ちできるのはバーサーカーのみだろうよ。
He speaks in a matter-of-fact manner. Tasaka stares at Archer, stunned. Even Castor is puzzled by her sensible enemy. But not me. I've experienced something similar like this before. Could he be... A bad feeling occupies my thoughts. That time at the temple, when he was confronting Castor and she told him to join her, how did he turn her down? Don't. I muttered without realizing. Don't do it. It's not because the situation will get worse. You're Tasaka's partner. So don't do it. If that happens, I don't know what kind of expression she'll make. Archer steps forward. And he is only empty-handed. He steps forward without any enmity or intent to kill, and...
恨むなよ、小僧。こうなっては、こうする以外に道はなかろう。
He looks and smiles at me as if he noticed that I was peeking.
さて、キャスター。一つ尋ねるが、お前の許容量にまだ空きはあるのだろうな。
アーチャー、あんた。
Castor laughs like it's the funniest thing she's heard, and Archer's back is like steel. At that, Tasaka doesn't look away. It should be fine for her to break down at a time like this, but she tries her best to act strong and clenching her teeth.
当然よ。一人と言わず、すべてのサーバントを扱えるだけの貯蔵はあるわ。私の魔力がどこから補充されているかは知っているでしょ。
Magical energy that allows her to sustain 7 servants. That is the life being pumped from the people of this town.
ならば話は早い。以前の話、受けることにするよ、キャスター。
He holds out his hand to Castor in assent. I thought I was going to break down. I can't forgive him. For betraying Tasaka. For approving of Castor and joining her. A hero. Even if the hero that saved many people and embodies my ideals is a man like that.
あの時は断ったのね。随分と腰が軽いのね、あなたは。
状況が変わった。セイバーがそちらについたのなら、今回の聖杯戦争の勝機はお前にある。勝てる方につくのは当然の行為だろう。
Archer walks to Castor, defenseless. That means he's leaving Tasaka. Tasaka doesn't stop him and stares at the enemy in front of her on full alert. I recognize her appearance. The red classroom. She tried to hide her shaking legs and continued to be revenge Tasaka, even with the collapsed students in front of her. That is her strength and weakness. She always tries to act brave in any situation, so those around her get the wrong idea that she's a strong person.
さあ、契約破りを使ってくれ。リンにはまだ霊樹が残っているからな。早くしなければお前に襲いかかってしまうぞ。
His banter doesn't change. He betrays Tasaka in front of her, yet he's still acting like before. She must have felt wariness towards the opponent. Castor takes out the oddly shaped dagger, but does not try to stab Archer with it.
どうした？労せずして忠実な部下が手に入るのだ。何をためらう必要がある？
どうかしら。私は裏切り者を信用しない。あなたの言葉が正しいのなら、コマはセイバーだけでいいのではなくて。
裏切り者を信用しないか。確かに私はお前をも裏切るかもしれん。私は私のためにお前に下るのだからな。お前を主と認めたわけではない。だが
霊樹とは裏切り者を罰するためにあるでしょ。いいわ。あなた一人を御し得ないようでは私の器も知れるというもの。もとよりあなたの宝具には興味があったことだし、思惑にはまってあげましょう。
Castor raises her arm. The dagger in her hand that breaks contracts is thrust at Archer's chest in a single line. Tasaka grimaces. It must be a reaction to having a contract broken by force. But this isn't the time to be hesitating over something like that. It has become the worst possible situation. Tasaka slightly retreats, still staring at them. Tasaka is calm. She understands that it would do no good to fight them now. If she wants to keep on fighting, she has to retreat for now. But there are 6 meters between Tasaka and the stairs. Is it possible for her to run that distance all at once? It's impossible. It's obvious looking from above. Kuzuki, who's been silent up till now, focuses his attention towards Tasaka. If she turns around and sprints full speed, would she be able to reach the stairs and get to the exit while dodging Kuzuki? Tasaka snorts, still staring at them. Her face. Of course that's impossible. Seems to be muttering that sarcastically. She'll die. She'll be killed like this. If I try to help her, I also won't be able to go back. The area is just a few steps below me is a land of death. The master called Kuzuki and 2 enemy servants. There's no way I'd get out of here alive. My throat is dry. My fingers are frozen from nervousness. It's all or nothing. Even before I can think. Tasaka moves. She runs towards the stair at the speed of an arrow without any warning. Behind her, the slim figure's shadow catches up to her at a speed that makes Tasaka look stagnant. Kuzuki's fist will most likely hit the back of Tasaka's head. He's the one who hurt Saber through her armor. It'd be easy for him to crush a human skull. I can't save her. I can't help her by myself. I can't save her with just this bamboo sword. I'll die if I go out. 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 Prepare to die. I jumped down. I didn't even bother using the stairs. I jumped down right behind Tasaka from the height of 5 meters without knowing it. But that's it. My bamboo sword is crushed by Kuzuki's fist that tried to hit the back of Tasaka's head. Everyone opened their eyes wide in astonishment at the intruder, except for one enemy who reacts as if it was natural. There is no hesitation. It does not matter for this man who his opponent is. There's no emotions towards Shiro Emiya, who appears out of nowhere. The Grim Reaper's nail is thrust. There's no way to avoid it. My neck will break like a stem. How unsightly. It's meaningless if I don't even last 2 seconds. Just like this, I won't be able to do anything, not even help Tasaka. No. I have a way out from the start. I can prepare enormous things to block the attack. If I am a mage, then it is not my body that does battle. It is none other than my magecraft creations. Trace on. Then make it. Success is a matter of course. Reconstruction doesn't start from the basic framework. Danger. Read the origin itself from this concept in creator's thoughts, expectations, morals, and faith. Danger. That is why it's not reconstruction, but projection. It is an equal shadow cast by the true object. Danger. It does not allow how great the work is, or does not matter how great the work is. If something has been accomplished once, there should be no problem recreating it. Rampage. There's another problem. Yes, the problem is, 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 the body cannot keep up with the function. My body is burning. Every cell in me ignites. My nerves let out agonizing cries. My retinas crack and dry up, and my heartbeat disappears. I ignore my body's order to stop. I omit the process of the idea of creation, the basic framework, the quality of the composition materials, the technique necessary for creating, the experience I'm being dependent on, the accumulated years in one breath, and create Kansho and Bakia. My whole body burns. To use projection right now would mean to die. Shiro Emiya's body cannot bear such abnormal use of magecraft. My head ignores that and gets ahead of itself, and therefore my body will perish. But there is no way that can be a problem. No, it can't be. I'll die if I create a sword? No way. His body is a magical circuit specialized for that purpose alone. I've been helped by swords and have lived by swords. Therefore, I don't know about others, but there is no way I would self-destruct over something like creating a sword. Ha! I repel it. The weapons in my hands are the same, and the enemy is confronting is the same. Kansho and Bakuya are in my hands. The reproduced archer's noble phantasm repels Kuzuki's fist once again. It stopped. Kuzuki must have figured out that he would turn out the same as last time as he slightly distanced himself. Gah! My lungs explode. The breath I've been holding bursts out of my mouth. I can't feel my left shoulder. My wound is completely opened up and the blood stains not only my bandage but my clothes as well. It's not from the damage of projection. 2 blows. My left arm is destroyed just from repelling Kuzuki's fist twice. If I received one more blow, I bet a strange sheet would unfold where my shoulder bone dislocated and my arm flew off, even though I got punched by a fist. I can't possibly reveal my internal conditions. I protect Tasaka's back while readying my swords. But Tasaka,
バカしろ。あんたなんだってこんなところに来てんのよ。
has stopped and is verbally attacking me. I'm relieved. My choice wasn't wrong. I'm glad that her kindness, that hard to understand, isn't gone. No, now's not the time for that. It's too early to tell if my choice was right or not. I have to get out of here unwounded. Sorry, complain to me later, Tasaka. I'll listen once I catch my breath, so let's do something about Archer and them right now. Tasaka nods without a word and gets ready for battle.
手を出すと分かってはいたが、まさか飛び降りるとは思わなかった。
Kuzuki is watching us with his fists ready to fight. He has no intention of letting us go. We're glaring at each other so that we don't let each other go. If either Tasaka or I move, he'll react right away. Gah. But I can't be leisurely standing by. The wound in my shoulder is getting worse by the second. I'm losing concentration as I lose more blood. My body wasn't going to last long to start with. If we're going to run away, we have to run away as soon as possible. But we can't run away that easily. If I move, Kuzuki will obviously react. If he does, Tasaka will be the first one to be killed. I need to defeat Kuzuki to let Tasaka get away. But I don't have the power to defeat Kuzuki, and Kuzuki isn't the only enemy. Behind Kuzuki is Castor and the traitor, Archer. Well, worst comes to worst. Saber might become our enemy. Is there no exit to start with? There's no miracle where we can escape this devastating situation. I would want Tasaka to escape at the very least, but even that would require so much luck that I might be disgusted. Or makes me disgusted.
あなたの乱入には驚いたけど、結果は変わらないわ。ええ、その顔では諦めもついたようだし。出てきたということは、殺されてもいいということよね、ボーナ。ここでおしまいにしてあげるわ。生かしておいても面倒でしょうし、ここでまとめて。
She's coming. I can only resist with all my might to this point, so I stand in front of Tasaka, pulling strength into the twin swords. An intent to kill is released. Right before that reaches us,
いいや、待てキャサー。
the Red Knight takes a hold of the atmosphere in an emotionless voice.
はあ、じゃあこの場での発言権がないことぐらい読み取ってると思ったけど。
いや、言い忘れていたことがあった。お前の軍門に下るには一つだけ条件をつけた。
条件ですって。
まあ、無抵抗でお前に自由を差し出したのだ。その代償としてこの場では奴らを見逃してやる。どの道マスターとしては機能しない者たちだ。殺す価値はないだろう。
A suggestion as though it doesn't concern him. Tasaka gazes at him intently.
見逃せですって。言動の割には甘いのね、あなた。
私とて人の子だ。さすがに裏切った瞬間に主を殺したでは後味が悪い。
裏切り者のくせに よく本人の前で人並みのことを言えたものね。いいわ、今回は見逃してあげましょう。けれど次に目障りな真似をしたら誰が止めようと殺します。それでいいかしら、あーちゃん。
当然だ。この状況でなお戦いを挑むような愚か者ならば手早く死んだ方がいい。
That must have concluded the negotiation. The killing intent that filled the sanctuary fades, and the tension to not let us go disappears.
そういうことよ、お二人さん。今回は見逃してあげるわ。さあ、敗者は敗者らしく逃げるように立ち去りなさい。
I glare at Castor, but Tasaka silently pulls my arm.
行きましょう。今はあいつの言う通りよ。
She whispers in my ear. I calm my breathing and turn my back to the enemy in front of me. We slowly walk to the stairs without even running. The distance that seems so great is covered in just a few steps. A footstep. Tasaka puts a foot on the stairs and looks behind at Castor once. No, that's not it. The one she looked back at was not Castor, but the man smiling beside our enemy.
恨むのなら筋違いだぞ、ビル。マスターとしてこの女の方が優れていただけの話だ。優劣が明確ならば私は強い方を取る。
そうね。けど後悔するわよ。私は絶対に降りない。いい？キャスターを倒してあんたを取り戻す。その時になって謝っても許さないんだから。
それは無駄骨だな。まあ自殺するというのなら止めはしない。
She turns away and starts walking. Looking at her side profile, she's biting her lip vexingly. Yet she doesn't speed up and leaves the underground sanctuary with confident steps and without looking back. We get out of the church. We didn't exchange words at all from the underground sanctuary to here. Gah! My wound hurts. The sweat that formed on my forehead drips down to my eyes and my vision becomes cloudy. Even just walking hurts my wound too. My shoulder hurts every time I take a step and my strides are getting shorter before I realize it.
エミヤ君？
She looks back at me as I'm falling behind. Then, Tasaka suddenly looks at me with a straight face.
少し休みましょう。シロ、歩くのも辛いでしょう。
Do I have her information now? No, not yet. I was kind of hoping I did. Huh? No, I'm fine. I can bear this much. More importantly, we should get home as soon as we can. Either my place or her place. Doesn't matter which one, but for now, I should get Tasaka back to her home ground as soon as possible. Don't worry about my wound. It's not like it has poison in it. I ignore Tasaka's stare and start walking. Ugh. How pitiful. My knees are about to snap just as I say that.
ほら、もう無茶するんだから。その傷でクズキとやり合うなんて自殺行為よ。いいから休みなさい。あいつら、私たちを追いかけたりはしてこないわ。
I think so, but we should get back as fast as we can. It's not that painful.
あんたね、そんなに血が出てて辛くないなんて言わないでよ。なんで家に戻りたがるか知らないけど、今は休む方が先でしょ。
She yells at me. Yeah, she's not quite back to her normal self yet. She's lacking her usual calmness. She's an emotional person to start with, so I'm sure her anger will be unstoppable if her brakes give way.
ちょっと聞いてるの？綺麗じゃあるまいし、そんなに血の跡をつけて歩かれても迷惑なのよ。 大体どうしてこんなことになってるわけ？そりゃ教会に行けって言ったのは私だけど、すぐにヤバいってわからなかったの？
Hey, don't make fun of me. I could understand that at least. I could tell it was a helpless situation since I first saw the church.
ならすぐ帰りなさいバカ。それだけじゃない、傷も治ってないのに乱入してきて、おまけにまた投影。そんなの傷が悪化するのは当然じゃない。だって言うのに辛くはないですって。はあ、もうどうかしてる。なんだってそんな無茶するのよあんたは。
The soccer goes off intensely. No, but it really isn't that painful. Besides, it's more painful for you, right? So let's go home. You can complain once we get home. Yeah, that's why I wanted to get home as fast as possible. There's no need to act that strong. Tasaka can complain without constraint once she's back in her room at home. She wipes her face as if she messed up and turns away. I can't think of what to say. That was...
信じらんない。男の子に泣かされた。
Hi, Slush. Ugh. Readjusting. She murmurs while looking down. Then, Tasaka, your hand. You're holding my hand.
うるさい。責任取れバカ。
Hey, my wound hurts. Don't pull on my left hand. This place was Foreigner's Cemetery from some time ago. Once Tasaka walks down to the grassy area, she finally lets go of my hand. Hey, Tasaka. Now's not the time to be taking a detour.
座って。いいから座って。
Her intensity doesn't let me object, so I sit down for now.
で、後ろを向いて、絶対に振り返らないこと。私の顔を見たら本当に怒るから。
I hear a sound behind me. We sit down back to back on the grass. I can't grasp the meaning there is to this. Tasaka is silent now, and she told me not to turn around. There's nothing to do, so I look up at the night sky for now. I gasp at how vast it is. Is it because we're underground for a long time, or is it because the starry sky is clear tonight? Either way, the winter night sky is so beautiful that it makes me forget my pain. I don't mind Tasaka's body heat that I feel through my back either. I gaze blankly in the dark sky, forgetting everything for now. How long have you been sitting like this? The person next to me talks in a calm voice.
独り言なんだけど。
I see. I can't reply if she's just talking to herself. I'll keep watching the stars in silence.
少し間違えたかもしれない。あーちゃんの言う通り、最初のうちに手段を選ばずキャスターを倒しておけばよかった。ちょっとの犠牲を気にして機会を計ってたけど、結局このままだと街中の人が犠牲になるでしょう。
She keeps talking. This must be her whining. She's not confessing because of what I said earlier. In short, Tasaka didn't want to reflect on her actions by herself, but wanted someone else to do it.
別に愚痴を言うわけじゃないけどね。私いつも一番大事なことばっかりしくじるのよ。2番か3番か、そういうのはさらっとできるくせに、一番大事なものだけは手こずるんだ。
The winter sky is clear. But on the other hand, the temperature is freezing cold. I don't care about myself, but isn't Tasaka cold without a jacket? I'm a little worried about that.
アーチャーがあっち側に行ったのもあいつだけの責任じゃないわ。結局キャスターを野放しにしたのは私だもの。けど、参ったな。ついさっきあんなこと言ったのに。 いきなり追い詰められちゃった。
She sighs deeply. I can't see it, but her breath must be white.
ちょっとここ何にって突っ込むところだと思うんだけど。
Oh. So what were you cornered by, Tasaka?
後悔はしたくないってこと。あいつは私はそういう性格じゃないって言ってたけど、今が正念場みたい。シローがあんなこと言うから余計失敗したなって落ち込んじゃった。
I see. I don't really get what she's talking about, but what Archer said is correct. Tasaka's not the type to regret anything. That's only now. It's irritating, but I agree with Archer's opinion. There's nothing for you to regret.
どうしてよ。現にキャスターはやりたい放題であーちゃんにまで愛想をつかされた。これ私が方針を間違えたからでしょ。
You weren't wrong, just unsuccessful. As long as you're not in the wrong, it's okay to be proud, even if things don't go your way. In the process, if you walk down the path that you believe is right, you cannot be wrong. Most people will realize that the path they chose itself is wrong, but she's different. Any path that she chooses should be something she is proud of. Yeah, to be honest, you've always shined. I won't regret anything either. I believe what I've been doing is correct, but it's full of patches. I won't regret anything. I want to make the tragedies that happened into meaningful things by believing that it's the path I took is correct. But you're different, right? Whenever you regret something, I bet you're the type to deliver twice as much payback. I conceal my regrets with patches, but you go and destroy yours with to pieces with a straight face. You come out on top. I bet you only get depressed once in a while, but what comes after is scary in your case. I think you would make whoever made you feel depressed several times more depressed.
何それ、追い打ち？
Yeah, I figured I'd say it while you're down. But well, isn't it true? You don't intend to give up now, right? I also say that as if I'm talking to myself while looking up at the sky. Tasaka doesn't answer. But somehow, I feel like she smiled, as though she pulled herself together. And silence follows. Tasaka must have said everything she wanted to say, as she goes silent again. I aimlessly look at the night sky. We should be going home, but neither of us can stand up, so we just keep our backs together.
そういえば、どうして私を助けたの、シロ？
I can't explain. There are many reasons. I feel like it's silly to explain each one. That's how I feel, so I decided to tell her what I need to tell her most. This pendant is familiar to you, right? I show her the pendant. That's what I thought. I bet she tried to hide it, but she made a mistake again.
それどうして？
I found it in your room. Oh, you must be surprised when you get home. Sorry, I knocked down your dressing table. I returned the pendant to Sokka from behind her.
で、それがどうしたっていうのよ、あなたは。
Well, I have the same pendant at home. I picked it up when I was almost killed by Lancer at school. I innocuously hint about that night. Then,
そっちにも同じものがある。
Tasaka gasps as if she saw something that she shouldn't have seen. Huh? Did I say something strange?
別に。それよりどうしてそれが私を助けた理由になるのよ。別にいいじゃない、そんなペンダントなんて。
You're right. Yeah. That was just an afterthought. To confess, I've admired Rin Tasaka for a long time. And this is a problem. But I got to like you even more after talking to you. So I didn't want you to die. And I just jumped down without thinking before I realized it.
あんたね、そういう歯に衣着せぬ発言はやめなさい。考えなしに思ったことを口にしてるとどこかしらで誤解を招くんだから。
Why would I? I really like you. I became obstinate and immediately reply. It's not a lie, so there's no misunderstanding to be had.
バカ、そんなだから自殺同然で飛び込んでくるのよ。大バカ。
Tasaka repeatedly calls me an idiot. She's criticizing me mercilessly, but it doesn't make me feel bad at all. The night sky is beautiful, and I feel calm. Most of all, I'm really happy that Tasaka is back to her usual self.
よし、シロの言う通り、そろそろ家に帰りましょうか。ほら、手を出して。その傷だと立つのも辛いでしょ。
I grab her hand with my right hand. Tasaka lets out an energetic sound and pulls me up.
これで貸し借りはなしね。今日のことはお互いノーカウントってことにしましょう。
Yeah, that helps. I don't know what that pendant meant to Tasaka. I bet I would feel more indebted to Tasaka if I found out. Tasaka didn't want that and said the incidents offset each other. That's why Tasaka shouldn't feel indebted to being helped earlier either. And we leave the foreigner cemetery. On the way back, quietly,
助けてくれてありがとう、シロ。すごく助かったわ。
Tasaka adds with embarrassment. We go down the hill. We're about to go back to our home ground where we can be at ease. Tasaka heads for my place instead of hers, as if it's natural. We're back at my place. I never thought we would make it back alive, so the tension in my shoulders relaxes as soon as I get to the living room. Whoa. I feel a bit dizzy and lean against the wall.
ほら見なさい。やっぱりまともに立ってられないじゃない、バカ。
Tasaka's right, but I think that last part was unnecessary. How many times did she call me an idiot today? I bet she set a new record today.
ほら、こっちに来なさい。とりあえず包帯ぐらい変えないとまずいでしょ。
I nod at her stare that won't let me say otherwise and go to Tasaka.
この救急箱を使っていいんでしょ。さすが家に道場があるだけのことはあるわね。ハサミばかりか、針と糸が入ってる救急箱ってのも珍しいわ。ほら早く服を脱いで傷を見せなさいってば。
Get naked! Oh, sorry. Huh? I have to take my clothes off? Oh no, I can do it myself. I did it this morning too, so there's no problem.
あのね、何遠慮してるか知らないけど、そもそもその傷の手当てをしたのは誰だと思ってるの？
But that time, I was unconscious, so I was only causing an inconvenience to Tasaka.
あの時もこの時もないの。いいから早くしなさい。シローの傷は特別なんだから、ちゃんと見ないと治るものも治らなくなるじゃない。
How unfair. I can't complain if she tells me like that with a straight face. Yeah, I'll leave it to you. To be honest, it's been burning. I give up and sit down. Seeing that my clothes are stained with blood, Tasaka gives up taking it off and starts cutting it right away. She then quickly but carefully takes off the bandages. It must have been bad as Tasaka slightly gasps. But I'm troubled as well. It's so embarrassing to have her stare at my body so closely.
本当に無茶するんだから。せっかく治りかけてたのがまた開いてるわよ。まったく。こんなの見せられたら怒るに怒れないじゃない。
She talks abusively, yet gently touches my wound. Damn, I'm getting dizzy for a different reason. I was calm even when we were close earlier, but now my heart is unstable. I don't know where to look. Oh man. I mutter inside and hit my boiled head, but it does no good. The temperature inside my head will keep on going up like this if we stay like this. Tasaka, that's enough, right? You can just use a styptic antibiotic ointment or rewrap the bandages.
そういうのは手当てって言わない。宣言撤回、やっぱり頭にきた。そんな気休めで外に出たわけね、あんたは。
A slapping sound. Gah! What was that for? Tasaka slapped me on my wound without mercy. You have some grudge against me?
恨みなら骨髄まで染み渡っているっていうの。それでも手加減してあげたんだから感謝しなさい。
Saying that, she takes out something that looks like homemade ointment.
今の痛かったでしょ。とりあえず壊死してる神経を治したからしばらくは痛むわよ。これには痛み止めも含まれてるけど、もともと破損した肉の代わりだから。馴染むまでは痛むけど、痛みがあるうちは無茶しちゃダメだからね。
She applies the jelly-like substance on my wound. It looks really suspicious, but Tasaka is treating me seriously.
はい、これで終わり。あとは包帯を巻いてぐっすり寝れば、明日には幾分楽になってるはずよ。
She skillfully wraps the bandages around the wound. I'm not praising her, but her wrapping is much better than mine. Yeah, thanks, Tasaka. I feel better. I thank her, trying not to make eye contact.
まあ、それならいいけど、楽になったって言うんなら見た甲斐があったわ。
Yeah, it's even more helpful since I didn't think it would heal. Anyway, thanks for treating the wound.
そんなの当たり前でしょ。私が見る以上はしっかり治してみせるんだから。
Finishing the treatment, Tasaka stands up. Then, I don't know why, but she heads straight to the kitchen. Tasaka? Am I seeing things? She's checking inside the refrigerator and the rice cooker. Hey, what are you doing?
夕ご飯の支度。シロ食べてないでしょ。私も食べてないのよ。だからとりあえず夕食。
Yeah, I can tell, but why are we having dinner at this situation?
なんでって当然じゃない。人間空腹でまともな案が浮かぶわけないでしょ。
And Tasaka declares while glaring at the inside of the refrigerator. The sounds of clashing tableware echoes. It's past 10 p.m. I don't know how it ended up like this, but I'm eating a late dinner with Tasaka in the living room. By the way, the dinner was made by both of us. Princess Tasaka wanted to eat Japanese cuisine, but she didn't even know how to make miso soup. It really makes me worried that our school is teaching the girls in cooking class. Tasaka focuses on her meal. She must be hungry as her bowl is almost empty. I don't have much of an appetite right now. It's partly because it isn't time to be eating, but it's more so because I haven't said it yet.
シロはここで降りなさい。
I haven't expressed my thoughts to Tasaka, who had told me that as she left. Tasaka, I have something I want to talk about. I put my chopsticks down and look at Tasaka.
何？
I've been thinking since then about why I joined this battle and what I wanted to do.
それで？
She urges me as she sips on her miso soup. It puts my spirit down, but I put strength into my abdomen, refusing to lose. At first, it was because I was dragged into it. And as long as I became a master, I wanted to do something about this war. But it has nothing to do with becoming a master or being dragged into it. I like being a hero of justice. That's why I need to protect everyone. I don't care about this master thing. It makes no difference in the fact that I'm going to fight even if I'm not a master anymore or lost saber. I said, ready for Tasaka's rebuttal. But Tasaka
そう
gives an absent-minded answer and finishes the food in her bowl. Hey, Tasaka, I'm talking about serious stuff, so
聞いてるわよ。シロは一人でも戦うのよね。死ぬような目に遭うより死ぬような目に遭ってしまう人がいるっていう事実が耐えられない。
listen, if you're just going to answer what I was already going to say,
だからどんなに自分が弱くても戦うことに決めたんでしょ。
she looks straight at me. It's as if she sees through part of me that even I don't know about with integrity and approves of me fighting. Huh? Oh yeah, that's true.
何よその顔。リスが砂糖菓子舐めたような顔して。
Well, I thought you were going to object.
してるわよ、もちろん。けどあれだけ見事に助けられたんだからシロに文句なんて言えないでしょ。それにさ、どんなに止めたってあんたはそういうやつなんだって分かっちゃったし。
Tasaka averts her gaze a bit. I don't know why, but anyway. So Tasaka, we're still cooperating, right?
まあね、仕方ないから付き合ってあげる。だいたいあんたみたいなのを一人にしてたら不安で眠れないし、それに
She takes a deep breath. After getting ready for some reason.
シロ風に言えば私もシロのこと嫌いじゃないし、私はそういうわけだし、そっちだって一緒にいても問題ないでしょ実際。
Tasaka hands me her bowl. How long did it take for me to realize that she's asking for seconds? Oh yeah, of course. I don't care how much of a tyrant you are, it's what I want. I take the bowl, open the rice cooker, and swing the rice paddle and hand it back to her with an extra portion.
いいけどお腹減ってるしご飯美味しいし。
Tasaka starts eating the mountain of rice. I let out a smile. I bet I'm eating with a really happy expression. But I can't put my smile away even if I'm aware. I'm so happy right now, so let me smile like a fool for a while. Well, now we're drinking tea together after dinner.
つまり東映には東映なりの限度ってものがあるわけ。一見イメージを形にするっていう何でもありに見えるけど、東映にはいろいろと独自のルールがある。その制約の中で一番わかりやすいのは東映物の損傷、存在における強度ってやつよ。
Tasaka puts up a finger while she drinks her tea. Strength of its existence? What, you mean its flimsiness and being unable to bear an existence of an illusion? I sip of my green tea and tilt my head in response.
何も知らないようでいてつまんない言葉知ってるのね、あなた。けどまあ当たらずとも遠からずかな。東映は自己のイメージからそれに沿った本物を完璧に複製する。これに例外はないわ。
Right.
自分の中で完璧でなければ投影はできない。新作の影である以上、一部の隙も許されないのが投影魔術よ。だから基本的に投影によって生み出されたものは自己のイメージ通りの強度を持つわ。幻想という点においてはこの時点で完璧なのよ。加えて投影する術者のイメージ、知識が本物に近ければ近いほど現実においても完璧になるわけ。
Hold on, that's weird. I projected Archer's swords, but Kuzuki destroyed them. I know Caster strengthened Kuzuki's fist, but they aren't strong enough to destroy a noble phantasm. Doesn't that mean that Archer's Kansho and Bakuya that I projected is inferior by several ranks to the original runs?
はい、いいところに気がつきました、エミヤ君。それが投影の限界、存在における強度ってやつよ。いい？投 当じゃない。投影を作り上げるのは術者のイメージだけだから、イメージそのものにほころびが生じた時、本物と同じ性能であろうと無産するの。
A flaw in the image. Isn't that weird too? If the image is wrong, then you can't project it in the first place.
ええ、だからほころびが生じるのは投影した後になるわ。そうね、例えばシローが絶対に折れない名剣を投影したとするでしょ。
Uh-huh, the famous sword that would never break. I nod. Tasaka nods in satisfaction.
けど絶対に折れない剣なんてものはない。その剣の表現方法、伝承、売り文句などに絶対に折れないというパーソナリティがあるだけで、実際はそれを上回る幻想にぶつかれば刃こぼれぐらいするし、折れることだってある。
Doesn't that mean that my image was wrong if it breaks? Since I made a sword that won't break, right?
ならない。投影が成功した時点で形の上での間違いはないんだし、そもそも折れない剣なんて名前みたいなものでしょ。実際に折れない剣なんてないんだから。けどシロ、あなたがイメージしたものは絶対に折れない剣よね。これが現実で折れちゃった場合、投影されたものは嘘になるのよ。
Right.
それは剣が折れたからじゃないわ。
It's not because the sword broke.
あなたがイメージしたものは折れない剣。それが折れてしまった時点で、シローの中の折れない剣と今折れてしまった剣は別物になる。あなたと現実、その計りが崩れてしまうから。
So to sum it up, alright. So I imagined a sword that won't break and projected it, but the sword that I projected broke during battle. At that point, since I denied the sword myself saying, hey, this sword breaks in real life, the projected thing disappears as a result. Because of the image's discrepancy.
冴えてるじゃない。ええ、つまりはそういうこと。
So just believing that it won't break and constantly believing that makes it a sword that won't break.
あなたはアーチャーの剣を投影した。あなたの中であれがどんな位置づけだったかは知らないけど、シロー自身はクズキの攻撃で壊れるような剣をイメージしてはいなかった。けど実際に剣は破壊されてしまった。
Right.
その時点であなたはその剣をこんなのはアーチャーの剣じゃないと思ってしまったのよ。で、作り上げられた投影は術者の否定によって存在強度を失い、元の空想に戻ったってわけ。
Right. But that was after they broke. I see, even projected weapons can break. But it's not the enemy that makes the projected weapon disappear, but yourself. When the difference between your image and reality becomes too big to amend, the projected weapon disappears. Most of all, is because the one who created it stopped believing in the illusion.
わかった？だから投影魔術はまず設計図から入るの。あとは材質と性質、歴史なんかも考慮すべきね。そのあたりから固めていけば、多少現実でイメージと違ってもすぐに消えるなんてことはないでしょ。
Huh. Then wouldn't you start from considering why you decided to make it that in the first place? Materials and techniques aren't enough. Today's dinner also started from you saying you wanted to eat Japanese cuisine. Then you have to start from the beginning of creation. Oh. Tasaka is stunned. Tasaka stares at me. I sip my tea and tilt my head in wonder. Hey, why did we start talking about this again?
そういえばそうよね。私たち確か今後の作戦を話し合ってたような。
Yeah, that's right. As we were talking about what we were doing moving forward, Tasaka...
シロ、本格的に投影魔術をやってみない？
said an irresponsible thing like that.
思い出した。不確定な要素に希望を持っちゃうぐらい行き詰まってたんだっけ。
Yeah, you're right. First off, all I can manage is to project his swords. And that's never helped me before, so that probably won't be much of help. She's looking at me with weird eyes again. I wonder why she makes that expression when we're talking about projection magecraft.
まあいいわ。もう一度状況を確認しましょう。目下のところ、敵はキャスター。あいつだけなら大したことはないけど、白兵戦に長けたマスターと、あっち側についたアーチャーに守られている限り手は出せないわ。加えて、セイバーが操られるのも時間の問題。状況は刻一刻と悪くなっていくわけだけど。
Uh-huh. Yeah, but Archer aside, Saber isn't fully under caster control yet. That gives us a chance of victory. There's no chance to win once Saber completely submits to caster. Besides, I won't let that happen. She told me to run. For the sake of Saber, who said that while crying, I can't let caster have her way.
そういうことね。それじゃあ意見のある人は挙手。シロ、なんかいいアイデアある？
A plan that will be a solution in the current situation. If there's a way to oppose caster, it's... They aren't opponents that we can take on by ourselves. There are 3 enemies, so we need at least one more person to cooperate with us. In that case, our choices are limited. People who are also mages have a reason to fight caster. That is none other than another master. Tasaka, don't get mad and hear me out. Do you think we could cooperate with the other masters?
いいわ。その心は？口にするからには何か算段があるんでしょ？
Well, not really, but the other masters can't ignore caster's current situation, right? I thought that maybe we can join hands just this time.
ええ。実は私も同じことを考えてた。てっきり白を反対すると思ってたから黙ってたんだけどね。
She says with a reluctant expression. She must not like the idea deep down, but she must know that's the only option we have.
となると、残るマスターは2人。ランサーのマスターとバーサーカーのマスターね。ランサーのマスターは不明のままだから交渉のしようもないけど、バーサーカーのマスターであるイリアスフィールなら可能性はあるかもしれない。
Berserker's master. The girl in white, the rock-like giant I met on the first day. Her actions were dangerous, but I don't think she's cruel. Yeah, that girl might at least listen to us. She doesn't seem like she would propose any absurd conditions in return either.
バカ、シローにとっちゃあいつが一番ヤバいのよ。あいつ、初めっからシローしか見てなかったもの。私はともかく、あんたはどんな目に遭わされるか分かったもんじゃないわよ。
What do you mean? I only met the girl once, so that's not possible. Don't scare me like that, Tasaka.
そんなことになったら交渉なんて破棄に決まってるじゃない。バカ。
And she looks away and then chugs her tea.
けど、今はイリアスフィールにかけるしかないわね。キャスターの正体がアーチャーの言う通りなら、間違いなくバーサーカーは天敵だし。 何しろ生前の知り合いだもの。キャスターの手口なんて知り尽くしてるでしょ。バーサーカーならキャスターとアーチャーが同時に攻めてきても追い返せる。私たちはその間にクズキ一人を攻略すればいい。
That's idealistic, but Tasaka, do Caster and Berserker really know each other?
ええ。アーチャーが言ってたのよ。バーサーカーの正体はヘラクレスだって。 キャスターが本当にあの希代の魔女ならアルゴー戦つながりでバーサーカーとは面識があるかもしれない。私が綺麗に苦手意識を持つのと同じ。世の中にはね、どうしたって苦手なやつっているもんなのよ。
Again, the whole point of this is that I'm reading the dialogue. But yes, I am aware that I can do that. It's fine. We're gonna let it ride. I appreciate the thought. Huh? But Tasaka, I'm sure anyone would dislike that priest. Then it's decided. But how should we find her? She hasn't come out since. But with that much magical energy, we should be able to find her no matter where she hides, right? Yet we can't find her. So does that mean she's not in this town?
でしょうね。イリアスフィールはずっと遠くから聖杯戦争を眺めて楽しんでるんでしょう。
From afar? Is she keeping watch over the town like Castor is from Ryudo Temple?
さあ、けどどこにいるかは見当がつく。昔父さんから聞いたことがあるのよ。アインツベルンは郊外の森に別荘を持ってるって。
She says with a tense voice. A villa that stands in the forest on the outskirts. I can tell how dangerous the place is just from the way Tasaka is acting. I go back to my room and lie down. Sleepiness spreads through my whole body as soon as I do. I stare at the dark ceiling. We're going to Iliasville. Iliasville! That girl in White's hideout tomorrow, yes. No matter what kind of negotiations take place, it's obvious that it'll become trial of strength. Tasaka suggested that we take a nap before we head over, since we won't be able to achieve any good results if we go with tired bodies. 5 more hours till dawn. We have to go talk to that girl after that. The young master that appeared in front of us on the night I became a master. If Saber is an excellent servant in all aspects, then Berserker is specialized when it comes to battle. There's no servant that can match Berserker simply in terms of battle. How are we supposed to talk to such monsters? Saying it makes me believe that it's impossible to negotiate with them. However, strangely, I don't feel any uneasiness. I feel that Ilya Kid will understand if we talk to her. Just like Tasaka, I'm sure she can differentiate her enemies and allies as a mage. But I feel like she's a decent kid in a different regard. Jeez, that wishful thinking when I haven't even talked to her yet. I bet she would flame me, saying that it's a convenient fantasy. But what's wrong with believing that? Is it weird to have hope for someone who I don't know, or who you don't know and are about to meet? I realize that I'm gritting my teeth. The man that told me to drown in my ideals betrayed Tasaka in front of my eyes. A guy with that much trust and power changed his beliefs that easily. Archer. I feel my heart start to sink. No. Is it freezing? My mind freezes just thinking back to his actions. I'm angry. I can't forgive him for betraying Tasaka out of all people. I can't forgive him for abandoning his ally out of all people. I will never be like that. Even if that had been the very best action to survive, it ends up being the correct path. I will never do something like that. His actions have been getting on my nerves. He told me not to talk about ideals. I rebelled against him and he said that I can't save everything. Even then, I agreed somewhere in my heart. His words are correct. The hero of justice my old man talked about is just a pipe dream. And I accepted the fact that I have to become like him if I want to get as close to that ideal as possible. I've been denying it, even though I had accepted it in my mind. But this time, isn't that kind of level. I can't accept him. I can't accept the action that he took no matter the circumstances. I won't be able to keep standing if I approve of it. That's why I can't lose to you. My words don't disperse into the night and remain in my room. A few more hours until dawns. I keep repeating those words like in my mud-like slumber. February 12th. Unlimited Blade Works. 13 versus Berserker. Interlude 13-1. She ponders in the dark by herself. It's already been a day since she attacked the church and killed the priest. It has been a day since she declared that she will find it no matter where it is hidden, if it exists. It may not be the case for other servants, but there is no way someone as versed in magecraft as her cannot find a holy relic like the Holy Grail. Then there is only one answer. The Holy Grail never existed in this church to start with. Letting out a small sigh, she puts her finger on her temple. When she closes her eyes, the heavy darkness weighs heavily on her whole body. That was simply a scream. It is not someone else's. The scream comes from her body and mind, telling her that she is in a critical state of fatigue. It has already been a month since she was summoned. During that time, she's done her best to just win. Her master is an ordinary person without a magic circuit, and she herself is the weakest of the servants. In order to make up for that shortcoming, she abused magecraft that was prohibited. She has been exploiting the citizens. She's been manipulating the ley line using human sacrifices and the threads of magical energy that she placed throughout the town. That is the cause for why she is called a witch when she was alive. But she had never used them before. She should never have used them. And she had no intention of doing the forbidden. So, why did she end up using them for such a meaningless kill fest? She became a heroic spirit for her own revenge. However, she understands that it is meaningless to use magecraft that diminished her to being a witch. She only uses trivial magecraft. It was her creed to inflict certain curses that people referred to as disasters. They could cause people to destroy themselves with their own greed and return to their true selves. That was all the revenge she could manage. So what caused her to stray from her path so much?
全ては聖杯のため。あらゆる望みを叶える聖杯なのだから気が違うのは当然です。
That is a lie. She knows the true identity of the Holy Grail. She has known what the thing is and for what objective servants like her are summoned for a long time. It is true that most wishes can be granted by the Holy Grail that appears in this town. It could allow her to stay in this world as a physical entity instead of a heroic spirit, thereby allowing her to live a second life as a human. However,
そんなことに何の意味があるという。
she mutters and closes her eyes. She empties her mind. For a moment, she temporarily lets her guard down and rests her mind. She hears the sound of rain. It was a moonless night. Her empty heart wanders in the surrounding pitch-black darkness. That is where she met him, with a bloody body and frozen limbs. That coincidence was a miracle among miracles. It took place in a mountain that houses Ryudo Temple. Falling rain. She wanders aimlessly in the gloomy, dense forest. She leaves behind traces of blood. In her hand is a dagger that breaks contracts. The purple robe was wet from rain, and her limbs had turned white from the winter rain. She staggers around, holding onto the trees for support. She walked on, dirtied with mud, her breath ragged, reaching out her hand as if asking for help. She did not look like her usual self, that was always composed. No. There was not even any remnants of magical energy. She's exhausted. There is only a fistful of magical energy left in her. For a servant, magical energy is like the body that allows them to exist. But she was losing all her magical energy because her master was not supplying her with any. But that was only natural. She killed her own master just now. That is the sole cause of her exhaustion. She, the servant known as Castor, was trying to disappear in this mountain as compensation for obtaining freedom. A dry laugh. It is funny that her body is falling apart after she stabbed her vulgar master in the back. Moreover, it's also funny how she underestimated her connection with her master. She had done well. Her master was a legitimate master. He was in his 30s, had an average build, and didn't have many notable characteristics. He didn't have any intention to fight, but dreamed only of winning. He was a man that only waited for the self-destruction of other masters than the shadows. That man didn't trust Castor. He disliked Castor as a skilled mage, and he insulted her for being inferior to other servants. She gave up on him after a few days. She acted as an obedient servant and continued to fulfill the man's self-esteem. As a result, she made him use up his command spells on simple, meaningless things. She told him he did not need his command spells. She made him believe that she would pledge her loyalty to her master even without the command spells. In conclusion, it was his fault for believing her. The master used his 3 command spells on meaningless things, and he was killed by a caster at that moment. It was easy. It was unpleasant for her to contract with that man to still exist, so she finished him off with a contract breaker. But she had made a mistake. Servants exist using the supply of magical energy from their master. But she isn't just about obtaining magical... She isn't... But is... I have been talking for 5 hours straight. But it isn't about just obtaining magical energy. Servants are only allowed to exist in this age because they are connected to a human from this age. In other words, to lose one's master, their passport to this age, means being deported to the outside world. However, one would not normally be this exhausted. This is a curse that her master left. Her master did not approve of Castor, a mage that is more skilled than him. Therefore, he always kept her magical energy supply at a level below his own. The amount of magical energy that a human possesses is not enough to keep your heroic spirit in this world. She would normally be able to last 2 days even if she lost her master. But this time is different. Her magical energy was drastically decreasing with every second. She starts to see the end. Probably a few more minutes. She will disappear if she doesn't find the next master to make a contract with. She's going to disappear before she can even fight. As a pitiful servant that got summoned just to be trampled on, unable to accomplish anything at all. It was vexing. It was vexing. But it was not a big deal. Because it was always like that. She was always treated unfairly. She was always somebody else's tool. And she was never understood by anyone. Yes, her life was always controlled by someone else. Her mind was destroyed at a young age in order to save Jason, a hero chosen by the gods. Just for the sake of the hero the goddess of beauty happened to favor, the goddess cursed her to blindly love a man she did not even know. With a blank mind, she betrayed her father and even her own country. She has no recollection of anything that happened afterwards. After everything was over, the girl, who was a princess, was in an unfamiliar country. The girl who betrayed her father, the king, for a man. The witch who cut apart her own brother and mercilessly threw the pieces into the sea. The man who wished for her in order to become the king cast her aside, saying that he could not marry a witch. She was taken to an unfamiliar country while still being manipulated and was labeled as a witch. And the only person she could rely on threw her away. That is her origin. She had nothing to be blamed for, and the people around her understood that. Despite that, the people still demanded that she continue to play the role of a witch. An evil to protect the king. An evil to be on the receiving end of dark superstitions. They wanted a convenient scapegoat that they could blame for any disaster. That system hasn't changed. Humans desire an easily understandable evil so they can reassure themselves of their own goodness. In that regard, she was the perfect scapegoat. The father she could rely on was in a distant country. There was not a single person who defended her, so the people could comfortably blame her for things. How they are poor, how they hate others, how people are ugly, how people die. They decided that everything was that witch's fault. That's why she just accepted it. Since she can only live as a witch, she decided to live like a witch. She just swore that she would show them how ugly the thing they desired and celebrated was. If people do not know their ugliness, so be it. They can stay ignorant, go to hell for their own crimes, and suffer forever. They will not be able to get out of hell. They can only suffer as criminals for the rest of their lives, since they do not know what crimes they have committed. That is the meaning of existence she had imposed for herself. The role that they gave to the girl who had been called a witch and never had free will. But something like that, it's not something that someone wished for. That's the same for her. She just continues to seek revenge without any wishes of her own. Yes. Until she met this stranger at this moment. A rustling sound. She glares ahead while struggling to remain conscious. It is midnight. What kind of human would come into this forest?
そこで何をしている
It was a heavy voice. She did not even have the composure to check who it was. She just thought it was all over. She had no power to use magecraft. Her purple robe must have looked like a coat, but she was covered in blood from the waist down. A woman covered in blood is hiding in this rain. It was obvious what this human would do just from seeing that. They would run away first. What would they do after that? They would either report it or pretend they hadn't seen it. Either way, it did not matter to her, as she could not move unless she wanted to. That caused the last of her spirit to give out. Her final moment was cold, lonely and cold, just like the end of her true lifetime, or so she thought. When she regained her consciousness, she was at that place. Sitting in front of her was that human, that man she met in the woods.
起きたか事情は話せるか
Those were his first words. When she watched the man with blank amazement,
迷惑だったのなら帰るがいい忘れろというなら忘れよ
the man tells her in a tone of a voice that doesn't change. That was how she met her master, Shoichiro Kuzuki. Kuzuki was a strange man. Should he be called a ghost? He had no reason to live, but he had no reason to die. He was just there, and since he existed, he just did what was given to him. He had no self. That was her first impression of him, so she thought it would be easy to turn him into a puppet. She gradually realized that was a mistake. Shoichiro Kuzuki has no past. He has no self because he has no past. But it does not mean that Kuzuki himself is empty. In reality, Kuzuki was a sincere man. He easily accepted her, and when she told him she wanted him to be her master, and when she revealed her identity,
このような話を信じるのですか
今のは嘘なのか
of course, if she replies to him that it's the truth, then he would accept it. She was able to stay in this world by gaining a new master and was able to return to her role as a witch. Even now, she thinks it was a miracle. She would have disappeared before she awakened if she'd not been taken to Ryudo Temple. Ryudo Temple is a demonic place for servants, but is a perfect place for summoning once inside. The bounded field that surrounds Ryudo Temple is useful for keeping any inhuman beings inside from disappearing. She was saved right before she was going to disappear because she was brought to Ryudo Temple. If it would have been a different place, she would have vanished from being taken there. As a result, she found the best ley line and an impregnable defense. She was easily able to take over Ryudo Temple, figured out the mechanism of the Holy Grail, and summoned Assassin as the fifth servant. But such things are trivial matters. She was certainly lucky that night. Many miracles saved her, and now victory is within her sight. But none of it is worth her thanks. If there is nothing, she would have been just as content to give up. There's just one thing that was really important. A very small matter that does not important from anyone else. The coincidence she was able to meet Shuichiro Kuzuki was a miracle beyond belief. Somebody needs my attention. But even that's not going well. No, she sighs that nothing she did goes well. Her master won't be happy even if she does such a thing like this. He has not had any interest in the Holy Grail from the start. If he had a clear wish, she would do her best to grant it, but Soichiro Kuzuki has none. A one-sided relationship. They do not get along well. Even the fact that their relationship is like that shows things aren't going well.
ミイラ取りがミイラになったか。希代の魔女というのも案外脆いものだな。
She turns to the intruder. It is not her master standing there. It is the knight in the red cloak, Archer, whose identity is still unknown.
アーチャー、あなたには外の見張りを任せたはずですが。
ああ、それがな、ざっと見たところ、周囲に敵という敵がいない。
それはそうでしょうね。私たちの敵はバーサーカーだけよ。それもセイバーさえ陥落すればこちらから撃って出るだけ。あなたが私たちに寝返った時点でもう敵なんていないのよ。あなたもそれが分かっていたからこそこちらに着いたのではなくて。
さてどうかな。私はあのマスターと契約を切りたかっただけとは思わない。あのマスター以外なら契約者は誰でもよかったと。
Archer's frivolous talk has some truth in it. But what does that mean? Does that mean Archer has no intention of betraying, but betrayed his master only because he wanted to break his contract with Rin Tasaka?
そう。小娘のおもりはごめんということ。確かに私たちサーバントは総じてマスターに不満を持つわ。あなたが愛想を尽かすのも当然でしょう。
召喚者として彼女は完璧だった。ただ少しばかり狂いが生じただけだ。それとキャスター、一つ忠告しよう。あらゆるサーバントが君と同じだとは思わないことだ。少なくともセイバーとバーサーカーは主に不満を抱いてはいなかった。正しい英雄というものはね、正しい人間にしか 刺激できないものなんだ。
何を今さら。ねじ曲がったマスターだからこそねじ曲がった英霊を呼ぶ。そのようなことあなたに言われるまでもないわ。
That's right. The quality of a servant changes depending on the summoner. Summoners with dark shadows in their mind cannot summon heroic spirits who are on the side of light. In that regard, she and Ryder are not heroic spirits. A twisted summoner calls for twisted heroic spirits. Just as Ryder was once a beautiful being, so too was Castor once a pure being. It's ironic that the heroic spirits that Castor summoned was a fictional hero.
しかし考えてみればおかしな話だな。君やライダーは英霊に敵対するものだろう。にもかかわらずサーバントとして選ばれている。まあ聖杯には善悪の区別はない。力のある人間霊なら誰であろうと組み上げるということか。
いいえ、本来そんな英霊としての側面もあるものなんて混ざり物は選ばれない。この戦いがおかしくなったのは3度目からよ。それまでは私やライダーのような英霊は呼ばれなかった。
That does not concern her now. She is also not interested in the true nature of the Holy Grail. Her mission as the servant that goes by Castor is only to win this war. She's not interested in what comes after. No, to be honest, that is not the end she wishes for.
無駄話はここまでよ、アーチャー。持ち場に戻りなさい。あなたが何を考えているかはどうでもいいわ。あなたはすでに私のサーバント。その
了解した。では従順なサーバントらしく主の期待に応えるとしよう。
The knight in red goes up the stairs with an unchanging tone of voice. She watches him in silence and takes a deep sigh. One more day until Saber surrenders. She has not been able to find the Holy Grail as of yet, but she will be one step closer to the end once Saber joins her ranks. What will happen once the war ends? Castor shall make every wish come true with that power. Continuing to live as a witch just as she swore to when she was alive wouldn't be so bad. But there's no reason once the war ends. Even if she still has the will, her owner will have no reason to be her master anymore.
あと少しで聖杯はこの手に収まる。
Castor extends her pale hand into empty space. Her long and hard work is about to be rewarded, but her expression is that of a criminal who is about to be executed. Interlude out. Are we actually going to get her info this time? Medea, yeah. Queen of Misfortune, labeled as the witch in Greek mythology. Jason, the famous hero of the Argo expedition, interrogated King Peleus, who stole the country from Jason's father and made promise that if he came back with a golden fleece after traveling to Colchis, King Peleus would return the country to him. The one who possessed the golden fleece was the princess of Colchis, Medea. Although she had learned magecraft as a daughter of King Aeetes, who excelled in it, her personality was far from that of a witch. Her fate started to derail once the hero Jason appeared. The goddess Aphrodite supported Jason, and upon seeing the king Colchis was invincible, she controlled the mind of Medea, his daughter, and changed her into a girl who blindly loved Jason. As a result, Medea ended up betraying her father and her own country over a foreign man, Jason, whom she had never seen. Medea nullified her father's magecraft and the fire-breathing bull woven with magecraft, allowing Jason to obtain the Golden Fleece. King Colchis was infuriated when he went to battle himself to capture Jason so he wouldn't be able to escape. To help Jason escape from his pursuit, Medea was used by the goddess again. Medea boarded the Argo, the ship of the man she loved but only knew by name, and slashed her younger brother, Epistorus, to pieces in front of her father in pursuit. The king mourned, ordering the pieces of his torn son to be collected. The Argo escaped pursuit using that opening, and Jason safely returned to his homeland. Upon arrival, Jason tried to get his country back from King Pelias, following through on both the promise and vengeance for his father. However, King Pelias refused and schemed to kill Jason. Jason escaped from a tight spot by relying on Medea's magecraft for the third time, and she devised a plan for him. They invited King Pelias and killed his servant. Medea revived them with her magecraft and offered to cast the spell of immortality on King Pelias as well. The king was pleased and willingly gave Medea his body. Naturally, she was slashed into pieces and thrown into the ocean. Jason thus became king, but his fellow Argonauts didn't approve of Jason's actions and above all of Medea's very existence. She betrayed her country for a man, slashed her younger brother so that she would survive, and then she deceived the king and usurped the throne. Medea was degraded as a witch and driven out of the country along with Jason. The two reached Corinth, where they were greeted by the king of Corinth. In this land, Medea finally gained restful days. However, having been taken far away from her homeland and feared as a witch, the peace she finally obtained did not last long. The king of Corinth took a liking to Jason and decided to have him marry his daughter. Jason also chose the king's young daughter and exiled Medea. Her actions after that lived up to her name as a witch. Medea appeared in Jason's wedding and used magecraft, burning everyone in attendance, including the king of Corinth and his daughter, letting only Jason live. She left the castle. You know what? Fair. The whereabouts of Medea, who left Corinth, are unknown. It is said that the princess, whose life was filled with nothing but betraying others and being betrayed, became a true witch and continued to wander the land of Greece. Like, she was screwed over by, like, 10,000 different things. Like, no joke. I saw many corpses. I died at the time I was reborn. I don't have repentances about the path I took. My eyes lost their hatred. My hands lost their anger. My feet lost their hope. And I lost myself there. I lost everything. And it's not because I gave up that I accepted that nothing would be saved. I just found out that it's natural. It's just that dying people will die and survivors will survive. I laid down on the mountain of rubble and gazed at the spreading ruins. I understood everything then. I thought I understood everything. But I still thought about it. If I could save everything here, how wonderful that would be. That is what I admired. I just thought it would be nice if no one had to suffer. I tried to become a hero of justice for that sake. It was easy to understand, and it seemed like the ideal way to live. That's why I aimed for it. I can see where I had to be, and there are many ways to get there. I just kept on running, wanting to get as close to it as possible, even though I didn't know what was right or wrong. Many paths that I took were crooked, and my destination was only getting farther away. Ugh. I'm taking the long way. I've been repeating this for 10 years since I got saved by Kiritsugu. But I won't regret it. I'm not skilled like Tosaka. I will take the wrong path and lose many things at times. But I can't disregard them as meaningless. I have to show meaning for why I survive for the sake of things I have trampled over and things that won't come back. I won't lose for that sake. It can't be helped if I lose against others. But I can win against myself. and I can always resist against my mind that says to give up. That's all I swore upon. There was only one thing that I believed in and wanted to believe in. Yes, even if I'm walking down the wrong path, I will not regret believing in it. I'm awakened by the light pouring in from outside. It's before 6 a.m. The sky outside the window is cloudy, as if sprinkled with ashes. I get ready and leave my room. My body is in good condition and there's not much pain in my wound anymore. I shouldn't be a burden to Sasaka like this, even if we were to engage in a battle.
来たわね。準備はいい？シロ。
Where did the glasses come from? I'm ready, but Tasaka is transformed.
何よ、地雷踏んで動けなくなった新兵みたいな顔して。まだ準備できてないの？
No, it's not that. Don't you look different, Tasaka?
ああ、これ細かい作業の時にかけるだけだから気にしないで。
Well, I guess it's fine if she says so. I wonder what kind of magecraft this is that makes it look so wrong, yet so right.
いい？私たちが向かうのは郊外の森。町からはるかに離れた市街。まだ人の手が入っていない広大な樹海よ。長年人間の介入を拒んできただけあって森は深くて広いわ。年に何人か何の準備もなしに踏み込んで遭難したって話知ってるでしょ？
I nod silently. Our destination is the Einsburn Villa, is said to be somewhere in that forest. That girl, our fate is decided the moment our negotiating with Iliasville breaks down, and we end up fighting. We can't call for help, and it would be difficult to run away. We can't escape from that forest alive if we don't defeat that giant berserker.
じゃあそろそろ行きましょう。徹夜して場所に当たりはつけといたからうまくすれば半日ぐらいで見つけられるはずよ。とりあえず国道までは車を使うからタクシー代用意しといて。
She picks up a Boston bag full of things and starts walking. I go after her with my bamboo sword bag in one hand. But Tasaka, money for the taxi is fine, but does that mean we'll be walking the way back home? We ride the taxi for an hour from town. We ride on the endless highway, passing several mountains, and reach the entrance to the forest. Of course, there are no paved roads in the forest. We walk about 1 kilometer from the highway and finally reach the entrance to the forest. I knew it wasn't going to be easy, but I can't help but get nervous once I actually face it. The forest is dark, even though it's daytime. The tall branches that cover the sky shut out the sunlight, and it's hard to see more than 10 meters ahead, let alone the end of the forest.
ちょっとシロ、悪いけど先に進んでみてくれない？
That's fine, but you're the one who knows where the girl is, right? I don't think anything will good from having me go ahead. I complain as I enter the forest. Then... What the? I just felt a shock. I pull back my foot reflexively. I only felt numb for an instant. The numbness itself is subtle, and it hurts way more than the stub of your toe of the dresser. Well, it's basically like a static shock.
やっぱり識別だけだろうけど森全体に管理が行き届いてるみたいね。
Wait, hold on. Isn't this bad? That means you gotta set up the burglar alarm, right? Then...
別に問題ないんじゃない？私たちは奇襲に来たわけじゃないもの。話し合いに来たんだから、むしろ今からアピールしておいた方が得でしょ？
Well, be careful. You'll feel a bit of a shock.
分かってる分かってる。シロの見てたからどんなものか分かってるって。
Tasaka waves her hand and steps into the forest. At that moment, Yep. Tasaka lets out a funny scream and jumps back. Wow. I hear crackling electricity. I want to believe that it's my imagination that leaves piled up under Tasaka's feet are scorched. Seems like the alarm reacts differently depending on the person that steps in. It was like a greeting to me. I calmly explained the situation. But it doesn't seem like Tasaka is listening to me.
やってくれるじゃないあのガキ。今笑ったの確かに聞こえたんだから。
Tasaka yells at empty space where there isn't anyone. I don't know where the line went, as her threatening attitude seems like she might go fight instead of talk. Well, anyways, it seems like talking bad about Tasaka is fatal no matter how far away you are from her, so I should be careful. We walk through the forest. We're the only living humans among these infinite trees. I don't hear the breathing of any beasts, and the plants are in winter are as lifeless as corpses. The endless sea of trees that seem to go on forever makes me constantly feel apprehension. It's already been 3 hours since we entered the forest. It's way past noon, and I just have become unable to tell where there have been any changes in the landscape.
見つけた。聞いてはいたけど呆れたわ。本気でこんなところにあんなものを建てるなんて。
I follow Tasaka's line of sight. There's only darkness ahead. Between the trees, there's something incredibly out of place, there is some incredibly out of place thing that has been seen through the cracks that is so small that they could have easily be missed by anyone who doesn't pay close attention. What is that? A wall?
壁よ。まったくどうかしてるわ。あれ、自分たちの国から丸ごと持ってきたものよ。
Tasaka curses and heads to the strange object we see in the distance. I follow after her, still bewildered, unable to grasp what it is. We get out of the forest. The forest that seemed to be endless abruptly ends. No, it seems like traces of forest vanished, as if carved out just to be part of this with a big spoon. The gray sky curving above us is so high that I can't see everything. Like a huge dome-like space. This is more like an underground kingdom instead of an open space. That was Ilyasville's dwelling. The old castle built in the middle of the forest. It was a solitary castle in the forest that had no visitors. It's too big for that girl to live in, and it's too lonely to live in alone. Anyway, it does no good to falter here. According to Tasaka, Ilyasville knows that we came here. Then we should go confidently from the front entrance to show that we don't have any enmity. Alright, let's go, Tasaka. Tasaka? Tasaka looks up the castle with an alarming expression. Her side profile looks as tense as it does when she's confronting an enemy. Tasaka, is there something bothering you?
私たち以外に誰かいる。
Of course there is. This is where Ilya Girl and Berserker live.
そうじゃなくて、それ以外の誰かってことよ。シロ、こっちから入るわよ。
Huh? Wait! Without a chance to stop her, Tasaka starts running to the big tree by the wall. No, that's not all. Tasaka grabs under a branch and skillfully climbs up. I look up in astonishment. Tasaka looks around the castle and she jumps and kicks at the castle's second floor. A shattering sound. A window breaks and the red figure disappears into the castle.
ほら早く。本気でおかしいわよこの城。
Jeez, aren't we here to talk? But what's done is done. I also climb the tree and jump to the second floor of the castle like Tasaka. I go out to the hallway from the room we invaded. Before I can even marvel how magnificent the place is, the abnormality Tasaka mentioned earlier grabs my attention. The sound echoing is definitely the sound of battle. The sound of swords clashing. But is a storm-like sword fight like this even possible? Even the most intense sword fight that I've witnessed so far, the ones between Saber and Berserker, didn't make these kinds of sounds. Oh. Then I suddenly realize, this doesn't sound like your average sword fight. This is one against many. There's literally a war going on somewhere in this castle. There's no doubt that one of them is Berserker. This castle is Ilyasville's castle. If a battle were to occur, it would only be when Berserker is attacking an intruder. I start running. The sounds are echoing from below. Judging from where the sounds are coming from relative to our entry point, the battle is in the center of the castle, in the reception hall. I've run through the unfamiliar castle. This isn't the time to be exchanging opinions. I don't know what's happening, but it feels like it will lead to permanent consequences. I run down the stairs. The fierce sword fight is happening close by. Tasaka checks the end of the passage. The hallway splits at the T-section, and both of them seem to lead to the terrace on the other side of the hall. It's better to split up than to stay together in one place. With the way we are now, we don't have any way to escape if we're found. We don't stand a chance either way, so we'll split up. If we split up, even if one of us is found, there's hope that the other can manage to escape somehow. Tasaka goes down the hallway facing east. I nod and go down the other hallway. The other hallway is on the other side facing west. She suddenly stops me. Her voice is suppressing her emotions. That sounded more like a plea than a warning. I go around and come out to the terrace of the lobby. I see Tasaka emerge from the opposite side of the terrace far away. She immediately takes cover and peeks out to see what's going on while hiding. The instant we look down at the hall, we both suppress our voices. Shinji! Why is he here? Shinji stands atop the rubble in the corner of the lobby, observing the spectacle with joy. No, that's not it. That's not the surprising thing. Right now, the truth is that I have to accept right now is that the battle that Shinji is observing the black giant lets out a roar. The swinging axe sword stirs up a cloud of dust and crushes the rubble into powder. Berserker is no different than before. No, his blood-curdling roar doesn't compare to what it sounds like before. Behind the giant is a pale white girl, Berserker's master, Ilyasville. That girl is always smiling innocently and unfit for a kill fest. That girl is now shivering and staring at her own servant about to cry out. Her pale face is desperately trying to deny the despair in front of her. Someone help me. That's what the trembling lips of the snow-white girl seems to say. No. A whirlwind blows violently. Berserker's axe sword is repelled each time. In the center of the hall, by the noble phantasm of one servant reigning the throne of the rubble, the countless numbers of swords dance. Each one of the weapons appearing behind the man is undeniably a fatal weapon. They pierce through, like hot water. The bottomless noble phantasm destroys Berserker's body, as if repelling his axe sword wasn't enough already. His limbs fly off. The swords cut through his body, penetrate his head, and pierce his heart. But he still does not die. The giant revives after each instantaneous death that he suffers and resolutely advances towards his enemy. 8 times already. Berserker moves forward while being killed mercilessly at that many times. That enemy welcomes him with a smile. The repeated tragedy. Berserker is killed many times, unable to get close to his enemies. No way. It's not because Berserker is being defeated without being able to do anything. That man, that servant, is beyond belief. All the noble phantasms that are repeated infinitely are real. I can tell since I've projected Archer's swords. Those are the original versions of every noble phantasm, the one from before they became legends. Who could he be, being a heroic spirit who's able to retain so many weapons? No, first of all, there should be 7 servants. Then he's the 8th one. Is he the one who shouldn't exist? I can't breathe. Berserker is nothing less than astounding. A body made out of steel that's superhuman strength. On top of that, he can regenerate on the spot even if he dies. He's not an opponent that can be matched. The 8th servant doesn't retreat from such a monstrous opponent and overwhelms Berserker with repeated magic swords and holy swords. When I look up, Tasaka's face on the other side was also pale. It's only natural. The space below us is a land of death. We'll die instantly if we enter it. No, more than that. He is a demon. A different atrocity than Berserker. This man lacks order and wishes to battle only for the objective of killing. But, even with such an unusual enemy in front of him, the Black Giant is still the strongest. His steps don't cease, even with his whole body pierced or cut up. He receives the rain of noble phantasms, regenerates each time, and surely closes in on his enemy. It is an advance devoid of tactics. He is not thinking of any ways to countering his enemy's attacks. He moves forward as long as he is alive. It is a savage battle about just killing the enemy. He will not reach the enemy. Berserker's brute courage will prove futile, and his life will end as just a mere target. That enemy understands that. That's why he stopped on purpose and is provoking the giant that foolishly moves forward. There's no chance of victory for the Black Giant with this method. It's something that a man confronting him and I, looking as an outsider, can tell. And most likely, even Berserker himself, who's being used for target practice, must have realized the same thing a while back. Yet the giant keeps stupidly moving forward. He knows no retreat and doesn't try to avoid the attacks. That man welcomes the figure with a smile. The noble phantasms appear. Roaring with laughter, the man commands the noble phantasms behind him. At his signal, the numerous noble phantasms attack the giant. The giant repels a majority of them. At the same time, a majority of them take his life. The Black Giant shakes. The body of rock starts to fall. But the giant holds out and shakes off the noble phantasms clinging all over his body. The astonishment comes from that man. The black giant gets rid of his swarm of noble phantasms and closes in on his enemy. His body is already a corpse. The black giant advances with what should be a hopelessly fatal wound. That is a result of a strong will. It is not the madness due to being berserker. The giant is facing this hopeless battle with a strong will.
でかいだけの的が未だ形をとどめるか。
The magic bullets are fired mercilessly. Repelling them with his axe sword, the giant closes in on the man with his body slashed and his legs pierced. He most likely won't reach the man. Yet for him to still challenge himself while understanding that, he must have something that he cannot give up. What is he moving forward for? The servant fights for his master to protect her life. That's why the giant did not retreat. He could only move forward as a shield to protect his master behind him, the frightened girl from the reign of noble phantasms. The giant resumes his foolish advancement. That's because he knew that he could only defend the enemy, or could only defeat the enemy while protecting Iliastil by taking all the attacks himself. And if he's able to reach his enemy, then that is when he wins. It was that kind of battle from the start. The man has to kill the black giant before he reaches him. And the giant has to approach the man before his life ends. This is a battle for whoever accomplishes their own goal first survives. The giant is aware of that. Even as that is a battle that he has no chance of winning from the start. He lets out a roar. Coming from his 10th death, the black giant runs. He charges towards the man, stirring up rubble and charging like a bull challenging a matador. Numerous arrows are released. Did he get used to it from the repeated deaths, or was it his Farna's charge? The giant repels all the arrows and closes in on the owner of the noble phantasms. The axe sword is swung. The strong sword that had not been swung at the man at all zips through the air with a flash. The black bull is captured by numerous chains that appear. What kind of noble phantasm is that? The chains that suddenly appear in midair lock up Berserker as if binding space itself. The chains tighten Berserker's arms and twist them in every direction. As the chains wrap around his whole body, they continuously get tighter and even try to squeeze his rock-like neck off with tension. The man's voice. The hall is filled with the creaking sounds of the chains. It must be Berserker's strength. The giant tries to cut off the chains that control space itself. Even if it initially sounds impossible, there's no doubt the giant can accomplish it. And of course, the man understood that as well. The girl screams. Iliastil uses a command spell to command Berserker to retreat by force. But the giant is still captured by the chains and unable to move an inch. And then, the man points to the giant as if to signal the end. An astonished girl's voice. It's over. This time it really ends. Bounded by chains and therefore unable to defend himself, he gets annihilated by the noble phantasm 22 times. The black giant goes silent as he's forced to assume the shape of what can only be described as a strange statue. There's no need to even check whether he's breathing or not. Even if he's a great hero that overcame 10 deaths, he should not be able to get back up after experiencing over 20 deaths. Yes. Even if he is alive, the giant could not have enough strength to even breathe. And the battle ends. It was known from the start who was going to win. Berserker could not win against that servant. No servant can be a match for that man as long as they are a heroic spirit. Heroic spirits each have their own weaknesses, which have been preserved from their time of living beings. By extension, each servant's origin story is their weak point. Then, what would be the result of having a heroic spirit face off against someone who possesses all noble phantasms, including the one that ended their life as a human? This is the result. Even if they may have been stronger as a hero, he can no longer win against that man as long as he's a heroic spirit. The ghostly white girl runs to the black giant that becomes a corpse. And the man mercilessly slashes the girl with a sword in his hand. She screams. The man takes away the girl's vision with a single horizontal strike. For the next attack, the aim is to stab her heart, but that misses. No, he missed on purpose. The girl is pierced in the lung and she coughs up blood. The chains are broken. The black giant breaks the chains and launches an attack on the man. The man stabs the slow-witted target. The spear pierces his heart. He finishes off the giant with a spear similar to Lancer's noble phantasm, Gay Bolg. Then it ends. The black giant dies for sure this time. The sword is pulled out from the collapsed girl. Leaving traces of red behind, the girl crawls to the giant that is no longer moving. Watching in delight, the man walks forward. He threw away his sword. He'll use his bare hands to finish off the dying girl. I'll die. I'll probably die. I'll die for sure this time. That servant has no logic. He will kill anyone in his way. If I don't get away from here before he finds me, I'll surely be killed. So I actually don't remember what he does in this instance. Because I don't think there is a way to stop him. Alright, I'm going to choose the decision I think is probably the bad one. But I don't recall. I restrain my body that wants to jump out. I see Tasaka biting her lips in the corner of my eye. I know. It's obvious Tasaka wants to stop him as well. But we'll be the ones killed if we do so. There's no way we can stop him. The man's arm reaches out to the girl in white. I can't breathe. My feet are on fire from wanting to jump out. And my arms want to fly out all over the terrace. My body is shaking like it's broken and tries to go against my brain's orders. It's as if my heart is shattered. Even then I suppress my voice and kill my will. I let the girl die as if I'm killing myself. And it ends. The man pulls something out of the girl's body with his bare hands and with a smile still on his face. A red, dripping object that looks like a fruit. The thing in the man's hand is, without a doubt, the girl in white's heart. My mind burns down. The mind that's gone white is making my whole body shake with uncontrollable anger.
ほう、先ほどから悪臭がしていたが、そうか。盗み見をする不届き者がいたか。
The man still holding the red thing in his right hand.
無礼者。雑種の分際で。
If this is an instant kill, like, this is perfectly fine. That's what I'm kind of expecting. He fires one of his countless noble phantasms at me. The terrace falls. The man's noble phantasm goes through the wall of the castle and destroys the hall's walls. I don't move a step in the midst of it all. I don't care about the rubble that falls from above. I don't have the composure to run, and I have no intention to run. It doesn't matter whether a big piece of rubble grazes my back. I can't think of taking my eyes off that man right now. His red eyes react to my enmity. My blood boils. I'll die in the next instant. There's no way I'm not afraid of that. But my body refuses to run away and keeps screaming to defeat that enemy right now. The corpse of the girl that was killed mercilessly keeps ordering me not to forgive him. It's only natural for me to lose all reasoning. My mind churns from the contradicting desires of life and death. A sword appears in the man's left hand. The sword is raised mercilessly and should come down to kill me. Even then, I keep staring at the enemy. I can't think of showing my back to that man. The man's sword stops. Shinji, who is watching from the other side of the wall, starts walking to the center of the hall with light steps. The man doesn't move. There's about 10 meters between us. Would I be able to get near him? Even Berserker could not close this distance. There's nothing I can use as a weapon, but I don't care. My mind is clear right now. I don't feel any uneasiness about projecting his swords in this situation. I slightly shift my gaze in his direction. I face Shinji while keeping the man in my vision. I gasp a little. It's not Shinji's words, but rather the unexpectedly serious manner in which he says them. How out of place. Why say something that's so obvious now? Shinji puts his hand over the man's shoulder. And with a delighted face, he says some nonsense. I refuse. I have no doubt. My answer right away without showing any hesitation or any signs of even considering it. Shinji jumps back. The man, still with a cold expression, finally brings his raised sword down.
そこまでよ。そこのサーバント、指一本でも動かせばマスターの命は保証しないわ。
The man stops his sword again. Everyone looks up. Everyone in the hall turns their attention to the girl standing at the terrace. Tasaka's hand is faced towards Shinji. Even though Shinji doesn't have much aptitude as a mage, he should know what that means. Tasaka is serious. If that man brings down his sword, she will kill Shinji as retaliation. Tasaka doesn't answer, but just keeps her aims aligned on Shinji.
なんだよお前本気で僕を撃とうってのかこの人殺し
殺したのはそっちが先でしょう。もっともどうであれこっちの気は変わらないわ。シンジ、殺す権利と殺される権利は同じよ。そんなこと人間なら魔術師じゃなくても本能で理解なさい。
Shinji weakly retreats, being glared down by Tasaka. At that guy's watching in delight. He looks at Tasaka as if to belittle her. Then, I feel like there's a strange vibration that took over the hall for an instant.
なるほど。俺の打倒はできぬと悟り、マスターを狙ったか。交渉を持ちかけたのは、マスターを殺したところで、俺が止まらぬと判断したからだな、娘。
そうよ。シンジが死んだくらいじゃあんたは止まりそうにない。けどこの状況なら考えてもいいでしょ。今ならシンジを救えるもの。あんただってサーバントならマスターを失うのは痛手のはずよ。
なるほどなるほど。なかなかの危険だ。そこの雑種を助けたいのならば、その交渉しかありえまい。
The sword disappears. He turns his back to me as if he lost interest in me.
お前何のつもりだ。誰が止めろって言ったんだよ。
いや、状況が変わったぞ、シンジ。彼女ならば器としては文句なしだ。
Shinji's breath stops. His face filled with irritation suddenly turns into a dirty smile.
そうか。いや、嬉しいよ、遠坂。君がまだ生きていてくれて。
そう。一応私もほっとしたわ。あんたみたいなのでも付き合いは長いからね。どこかで死なれてたら気落ちするわ。
Laughing happily, Shinji claps his hands. It's strange. Shinji shows no fear even though Tasaka can end his life. It seems like an overwhelming joy is numbing his emotions.
まあいい。それよりどうだ、遠坂。エミヤなんてほっといてさ、僕たちと手を組まないか。
僕たち。
そうだよ。君もキャスターが力を蓄えているのは知ってるだろ。竜道寺は今回最大だ。そこに陣取られて魔力を蓄えられてる。少しばかり不利になる。
Shinji says with both arms raised. But that's an obvious fact. On top of that, it seems like Shinji doesn't know how Caster obtained Saber and Archer.
な、わかるだろ。一人でやっても勝ち目は薄いんだ。バーサーカーのマスターは倒したけど、これだけじゃ足りない。遠坂、君がいればキャスターたちにも負けないものが作れるよ。
Shinji invites her with confidence. To that,
お断りよ、シンジ。あんたが誰と繋がっているかは知らない。けどね、私から見てもいいように使われているだけのやつについていく道理はないわ。
Sakura refuses him without twitching a brow.
からない？腐れ縁から忠告するけど、もうちょっと周りを観察する知力を失いなさい。的藤真司をマスターだと思っているのはあんた一人だけよ。あんたには魔術師としての才能がないって、いい加減気がついたら。
Shinji's face twitches. Tasaka's harsh words must have made him forget that his life is in her hands.
やれギルガメッシュ。エリアも遠坂も皆殺しだ。
Shinji orders his own servant.
なんだよ。やれって言ってるだろ。お前なら僕がやられる前にやるなんて簡単じゃないか。
いいや、残念だが時間切れだ。これ以上放置すれば腐ってしまう。
The man shows Shinji, who's closing in on him, the thing in his right hand. A red lump. It's the thing that he took out of the girl. It's still throbbing. Shinji grits his teeth in vexation.
後悔するなよ遠坂。もう仲間にしてやらないからな。
Shinji runs towards the front entrance. There's one person left. After the man slowly watches his master being angry,
だそうだ。良い友人を持ったな。
he says delightfully and leaves the hall filled with rubble. The sun is setting and the lobby slowly wrapped in darkness. We came to the castle to find an ally, but the only thing remaining is the ruins of a castle after a turn of events.
それでどうする？こっちから仕掛けず守りを固めるっていうのならここに残ってもいいと思う。食料も暖も取れるし、壁を直せば籠城の真似事ぐらいできるしね。
That's the best thing to do if we want to protect ourselves. But we even gained an ally to choose the path to fight because we couldn't do so. No, it would be meaningless even if we strengthened our defense. Any defense would be broken down once Caster completely controls Saber. Even if we do survive here, if the Holy Grail becomes Caster's, then...
私たちだけじゃなく、町の人間もただじゃ済まない。ならやることは一つね。キャスターがセイバーを手に入れる前に取り戻す。キャスターとアーチャーとアサシンとクズキ先生、この4人を私たちで倒す。
I nod silently. Why is the heartbeat still going? Since we couldn't get any help, since we couldn't get the help of Ilya, we have to do this by ourselves. The sun will completely set soon. We'll have to get out of this place before that and attack Caster before Saber surrenders. I feel like this is a glitch. Like, this should have stopped, like, ages ago, so we're going to try and fix this. Yeah, this is definitely not supposed to keep going. February 13th. Night, stay night. There we go, much better. Alright. But that's what I needed to figure out. I was like, what the fuck is going on? Alright. I'm gonna call it here. We're pretty much in like the climax of everything right now. So again, we've lost our servant. She's lost her servant. Shinji has the eighth servant. And basically everything is under Caster's control, which is pretty bad. Pretty bad. Like probably the worst situation it could possibly be. But we're still trying to get things done. So yeah, with tomorrow being, I think it's Friday tomorrow, right? I think we'll have plenty of time to get this done. We may actually get this storyline done tomorrow, depending if I do another long stream or not. I probably will. But that would be good. And then we could possibly get started on Heaven's Field, depending on how long this actually takes. But we'll see. So anyway, thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Next to me from socials. Join the social if you haven't already. I do appreciate you being here, viewing all that fun stuff. It does mean a lot. So take care. I will have a good night. I will see y'all later. Bye.